great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning. Welcome to our breakfast show on the BusinessDay television. You're tuned in to the best and biggest breakfast show, if I do say so myself, right here on BusinessDay from our Lagos studios. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us on a beautiful Monday morning. We have a lot of things packed for you this morning to keep you going and to keep you informed and to keep you educated. But of course, we are not doing this. I'm not doing this by myself. I'm also in the studio with
Onyeka Valentine,
as well as
Deborah Eze.
Deborah Eze. How was our weekend?
Well, it's good to know that we can come back in one piece, even though traffic unlikely during weekends will kick in.
Rainy fall today.
But that's another thing.
Today, okay.
And then rainy fall.
You're coming there.
Yes, and then of course it didn't rain. We need to say that,
So what happens with the rain?
I don't have to answer people's prayers.
Yeah.
It's raining. Can you please send people come and pick me up or something? No prayers.
Who are you picking up in the morning?
You'll be shocked. People who depend on you to say, drop me off somewhere.
Interesting.
I don't want all that. But you can't help us.
Interesting. In the morning before you come to this show, you are picking. Where did you cook this one up for now?
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, yes, we can see that. It's written all over.
Superheroes don't
Certainly. I'm sure you guys were you guys a little bit when I said the biggest breakfast show, what came to
So
your
at
mind?
first I looked at you and like, okay, this sounds like superficial, but if it is true, wow.
You have to
No,
speak
no,
it.
it is. You have to speak.
Okay, hold
Speak
on.
things.
Yes.
Speak it into existence.
Yeah.
You have to speak it.
I agree with you.
What you believe is what you say. I
Okay.
believe it is.
All right. Let's do it.
On a positive note, how was your weekend, Debbie?
Yeah, it was short, very short. Like
Short
people
weekend.
that had like 4 days.
I'm telling
Well,
you.
Yeah, but
Again,
it was really short. I slept and it was Monday.
You blinked and it was Monday.
Someone actually promised me £100. I think that's what made my weekend very
Let me sit
somehow.
up. Let me sit up on this. When I hear
You
money,
promised me £100. You get to give it to me, so please.
please.
Grateful so that then Debbie comes to the show and then
And
we
express
can
the love.
ball.
Yes.
£100. Now we've heard it. That's times 3 now. That's £300.
That's £300. You heard.
I thought we were taking from inside the £100.
Do you want £100 or not?
I do.
You said we're the biggest breakfast show.
Yeah.
Let's act like a big one.
You're right. Anyway, let's talk about what we have on the show this morning. Quite interesting segment. When I said it was the biggest show, I definitely mean it. So, of course, we'll see what we have on the front pages of the paper this morning, starting off with the Business Day paper to, of course, the Guardian paper. We'll see what we have on the Vanguard paper as well. And then we'll move to the big story. We'll move to the headlines. We'll talk about some of the headlines that we have and look through some of these stories. And then at the top of the hour at 9 a.m., we would also be going to the Business Week alongside Mr. Frank Aibogun, Ololade Akimirele, as well as Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun. They will be taking us into starting our business week in the right way. So you definitely don't want to miss that. And then at 10 o'clock on the top of the hour, we'll be going to the big story. Watch out for what we have on the big story this morning after AFC, FTA. Definitely looking at trade arrangements and all of that. So we'll be talking about that on the big story. And then on social listening segment where we take a look at some of the stories making the round on social media. So I dare say it's a packed show. So when we said it was the biggest breakfast show, we definitely knew what we were saying, because where do you find a potpourri of interesting conversations like this, interesting show flow, interesting segment? But it's right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. So let's see some of the headlines that we have this morning. Dangote Refinery begins direct distribution of petroleum product to filling stations using CNG powered trucks. And again, Rivers begins transition back to democratic administration as emergency rule expires on September 13. Resident doctors suspend warning strike. Finally, I must say. And then the United States slashes Nigerian imports by 41% as tariff dispute deepens trade strains. And then, of course, we'll see what we have on the newspaper review. But let's talk about some of the stories that we have this morning from Dangote, of course. I must say that every other day, you certainly might likely see him on the news. He always makes the news.
What's that word you used to say? Dangote is what? The what?
He's doing the Lord's work.
The Lord's work.
You know,
The
again,
floor.
thank God you were able to bring that up first. So let me start on that premise. Truth be told, we're hearing great things. Yes. This is a disclaimer, by the way. He didn't pay me any money, but I like the fact that he's doing something great with it. So let's just say,
Oh, are we sure?
let's talk about it. But the fact that we can see that they are now, widening their borders, widening their strength to begin to say, let us kick into making sure that CNG is part of the undertaking things. Look, it's a great thing. It's worth applauding for. Do you know why? Now we can see checks and balances in the oil sector. Truth be told, before the coming of Dangote Refinery, right, we only saw issues of monopolistic attitude from our own, Nigerian refineries breaking down, having issues back and forth. The amount of money that has been plunged into the refinery, yet it's not giving us what we need. So fast forward, come Dangote Refinery, Dangote getting into oil and gas, making sure that give and take, Nigerians don't, lack the byproducts, finished products. It is good. Now, here that CNG is going to be part of it, making sure distribution is going to be possible. Please, let's rewind. It's not doing the Lord's work.
Yes, he's.
I sound like a pastor now, right?
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. He's doing a lot of work. You've said it all.
And speaking of energy transition, I do appreciate the fact that Dangote is moving to CNG power trucks. So is when they say being a pioneer,
Right.
he has shown what being a pioneer is. So away from, it's also creating jobs, it's also energy. Everyone's talking about energy and transition, and he's also being that champion that he's always been, being that pioneer has always been. So you can't take it away from him. He's a true leader. He's exemplary.
And what this means for business, no way BusinessDay TV. What this means for business is that, like you rightly said, more jobs. Number one. Two, we'll be seeing the fact that our GDP will obviously, one way or the other, be affected for the good. Now, remember this. Also, moving out of Nigeria, neighboring countries will be getting those supplies. It means good business for us. It means that we begin to tighten our borders. Why? Because then we need to make sure security of those trucks are guaranteed. So our security personnel, those who are in the customs in different areas, will have to even work even more harder to protect our own. Right? And of course, giving us news to talk about. Who knows? Maybe in the near future, they will now say they want to advertise with BusinessDay TV.
Yeah, and hopefully these CNG power trucks will not be in the news
I was
for
going to say
hitting
that because it's not just about
people and
moving
all of
with
that.
the train and energy and all of that. I just hope that his trucks would not be in the news again, killing people, not even eating people, killing people. Do you want to really do that now?
Well,
really?
again, I mean, that's why it's called banter. I want to, again, like I said before, that's to pay me money. But let's be honest. He's doing a lot's work. So I want to say,
He's doing a lot of work does not mean people are not at a disadvantage
so I would
when it comes to him.
There needs to be vetting of the
That's
staff.
not what they did last week, not what they showed us. They training about 1,000 truck drivers. No, that's not the kind of vetting we're
Can
talking
we start
about.
even by talking about, even if, well, not even if, yes, the truck hit somebody. Yes, unfortunately, she died. Okay, people. Yes, they've had issues back and forth. This is inevitable, right? You cannot say that in the business of trucking and logistics, someone might not get struck down in the course of the
But we're talking about the frequency
yes.
here.
Now, it has happened.
But we're talking about the frequency.
We are talking about the frequency. Are you telling me that, and it's not in their defense, but just speak, basically, be on the fence. Are you telling me that the drivers woke up in the morning and say, look, today we want to kill people?
No, that's not the
Do you
point.
understand? So
the point is Dangote's truck keeps killing people. And see, as we are talking right now, I'm very sure there are actually incidents that we're not privy to.
So that's the point now.
It's all about them waking up. Like Elizabeth said, let there be clear scrutiny for these drivers. Let them give them proper road safety
what about
education.
other drivers that
It's all about nobody wakes up and say they want to. No,
we're not. I think this is a non-issue. We're not talking about other drivers right now. We're talking about the Dangote truck. No, that's the headline. We're talking about the Dangote. Let's not digress. We're talking about the Dangote CNG trucks, and then we said, hopefully, there's proper training, proper vetting for these truck drivers, so that we don't see a repetition of what has happened in the past. So we're talking about Dangote. The day we're talking about other trucks, we will definitely address it. So it's not like
I'll hold your words.
It's not like we're definitely you should. Why not? It's not like we're holding.
Now you want me to
like we said, it is doing the Lord's work.
I mean, you never know. I mean,
we agreed.
The truth of the whole thing is, yes, it has happened. It was in the news. Let's move on to the next thing now.
Okay. Speaking of moving on, Rivers has begun their transition back to democratic administration as emergency rule expires September 18. We know that River State had seen what I'll call a state of emergency. With IBAS, being the sole administrator for the period of 6 months. Obviously, by 18th of September, that's going to be coming to an end. But we're also seeing in the newspaper that they've been, the PDP has said that 6 months was just a waste of time. There's scrutiny for what has been achieved over the 6 months. And the sole administrator, Ibas, has mentioned that, of course, there's been stability in the state of Rivers.
Until.
They've put no in the for the 6 months. He had mentioned that there's been stability. He had done his best during the 6 months. The state had seen advancement. But you know how when you say something, it's like, okay, your word against mine. If you say so, no problem. So, but I would say if we're looking generally based on what's in the news, what we see, what we hear, there's been relative peace. So I'll give it to him.
So when I say until we hear the reports, you know that the opposition party, they're already throwing that, saying we need to go in and investigate and know how that 6 months actually has been. Truth be told, in the time of peace and there's mediation, you don't expect rancor to be prevalent, right? So we see that the time in which they were trying to make peace between Simi and Wike so that they can move forward, they needed someone to step in to balance things. You don't expect them to be rancor again because the man is not a player in both parties. But having said so, as an administrator, has he administered well? Question mark. As I said, until we get a report out. Has he also stepped on toes? If he has stepped on toes, the opposition will not come and say, let us see what you've done in 6 months. No. Although it is in government function for you to be able to be transparent. So for them to have said that, which means there might have been a bit of sense of lack of transparency.
Can I say that it's normal to step on toes, especially if you're in the position of
Most
leadership.
definitely.
Apart from stepping on toes, what's the job of the opposition? To actually look for
Exactly, for
loopholes
the
where there are
loophole,
no loopholes.
definitely.
You actually said something. You keep shooting yourself on the foot.
Right.
You said similarly and Wiki,
Yes.
there was a rancor. Everybody knew about it. It was everywhere. And they needed someone, which was Ibas, to
Ibas.
step in.
Remember,
You mentioned that since Ibas stepped in, there's no need for there to be rancor or chaos, right? So now why are you now saying that until the opposition comes,
That's my point.
before they will determine if he actually led well?
So-
Obviously, a third party, you mentioned that a third party being there actually made the whole peace and quiet happen.
Which is
So
why-
definitely we can agree that a 6 months rule was actually a very peaceful one because
So-
Rivers was not really in the news.
So the
that
question
much
now
after the
is
city
that
demand.
about peace, or did he administer and manage the funds? That's what this is about. So when I said there was peace, yes, there was peace, but you can have peaceful corruption. Yeah, money can
my
have
God.
been transformed
What
from
a
one
Monday.
transition from one account to another account without proper accountability. So that's why I said what until
Peaceful
let us-
corruption. Until what? Okay, until September 18th, and then we'll
Most
see what
definitely.
definitely happens. Okay, let's move on. Now, resident doctors have suspended their morning strike.
Right.
To me, this is good news because, firstly, let's acknowledge the fact that doctors need to be paid,
Right.
and they need to be paid on time, and they need to be paid well. Their welfare matters. But I'm also sorry when doctors are on strike because of the patients, because their lives are tied to them. So I'm happy to see that they've suspended their warning strike, but I do hope that the government will fulfill
Do you want to
their
hear what I have to
promises.
say?
Yeah.
Of course.
The truth of the matter, as you know, some will call it as beastly as it might sound,
As what?
as beastly
Okay, cool.
as might sound, I am totally not happy that they called it strike. I will
Okay,
explain.
why?
You see, if you want to say something, say it loud. Anything we're doing is we're doing well. We said it's going to be the mother of all strikes. Why is it being the children
Who
of all
said?
strikes? Yes,
Who
that's
said?
what
Who
Somebody- There was a
said?
time they said.
Who said?
Look,
Was
mother of all
it
strikes.
the head of the doctors, the
He
resident
was supposed
doctors
to be on
association?
strike. In other words, to make sure they bend government's hand to pay the money. So my question
Was
is,
it the resident doctors association that said it's going to be?
my
the
question
NFA?
is, if this was supposed to be the strike that will actually break the camel's back, so money will be paid, are you telling me that the whole money was paid before they called off the strike, or they said, "Go, we'll say to you guys, hold this small one"? We don't hear that. This is healthcare. I am all in for the doctors to make sure they get what is deserved, what's meant for them, whether it is in package or increase the salary or whatever. Because if you look at the amount of money we spend on things that are not important, for crying out loud sake, they should get what they deserve. However, when I say what they deserve, I mean to say all the monies with the S that they were promised, or they've earned, or they're supposed to be given. So if I now hear strike has been called off, which means that you are toying with us, we don't want to hear that. Yes, unfortunately, when I say basically talk, will be, and this me being firm. Maybe if they had continued with the strike, lives would be, could be lost, because some people are depending on some, consistent doctor check back and forth. I get it. But like our president always say, if you want to enjoy omelets, you must break the egg. In this case, now the call of the strike, we don't want to hear another strike till next 2 or 3 years.
Well, if their welfare, the pay, and the infrastructure is not sorted out,
they sorted it out.
So just know that doctors are not like regular workers. Doctors are not like me and you that will wake up.
Essential duties.
That will wake up and say, "Oh, we actually go on strike," because doctors are like semi-god. They are like the god on earth, meaning people would need them. If doctors go on strike, people would die. So now, it makes sense.
Now
In their
call
defense,
the strike
it makes
now.
sense that we can temporarily call off the strike so that we can manage the number of patients that were not attended to during the time of the strike.
So why go on strike before
let's just hope that the conversations that they are having at the round table is met, and that's about their welfare, their pay, and the infrastructure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll hold you on that.
What do you mean? When you say this, hold you on that thing, I need to understand where you are headed. Hold you on that. No. I'm not up for debate. I'm just curious. Like, hold you on that. Are we? Is she the in the Nigerian Medical
that
Association?
Call up the strike, which I said, so that way they can go back to work, and at the end of the day, their welfare will be taken care of.
No, like I said, I really hope that the conversations they are having on the round table is actually finalized.
But they've already called it off for now, so there's nothing you want to do.
Yeah.
You're just going to cry foul. But let's move and I'll see what we have on the foreign scene. The United States has slashed Nigerian imports by 41% as tariff dispute deepens trade strains. What are your thoughts?
So, my thoughts will always come with a sledgehammer. Whether or not we like it, let's call a spade a spade. Okay? Yes, the United States economy is a far bigger economy to Nigeria. You cannot compare it. But let us say something and let us say it well. We are also a nation that is a republic, meaning to say that we have our own ways and we have our own say. And no one will muscle us into agreeing to things that are against our morals and our ethics. Having said so, say that it is. When the United States doesn't get what they want from a country, they look for ways to frustrate you. I want to commend President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for standing his ground. There are many things that he has done, yes, that we don't give too much, we don't give him credit for. The fact that he has honored that BRICS movement, the United States don't like that. Don't forget what BRICS actually stands for. Their aim is to weaken the dollar. Let's even give that apart first, right? Let us stay with this. So 41% of our strength of export has been slashed down. Is that the case? So my question is, whether or not they bring it down, the United States economy is already a big economy. So why are they doing that? To muscle Nigeria. Only last week we heard, last 2 weeks, we heard, okay, they're tightening the visa restriction even more. So why all this? I won't call it punishment because they're not punishing Nigeria. They're doing all this to muscle us into agreeing to some certain areas that to us, it is not in our ethics and values. Okay. Like when they mentioned last time, we should allow some Venezuelan prisoners to come to our country. For what? What is that? Are we a dumping ground of criminals? Well, they have our problems here. We have issues with Boko Haram, we have issues with banditry, we have issues with kidnapping, and we have issues with pickpockets back and forth. And corruption. We're dealing with our own issues here already, which is not even God-made, but rather man-made. So I haven't said so. If the United States doesn't get what they want, they will muscle you. And we are seeing an era where we have a president of the United States whose idea of leadership is based on muscle to get what you want. Yes, we've seen it back and forth. He tried it with other African countries. They were pushed to go honor his invitation. And I'm sure, right? Again, we cannot validate this, but I'm sure they might have been inviting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to come for talks. But he has seen the charade that happens whenever they invite African countries. And so because we're a giant of Africa, and we see the giant of Africa, whether anybody likes it or not, he could have said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm standing my ground. He could have said so. Because I don't see why they will invite Senegal, likes of South Africa, and other countries, and Nigeria will not be invited. I'm sure they might have done that, but we don't.
As a
honor
big
that
brother.
yet. Yes. So if you look at it now, since when did it become a crime for a nation that pays its bills and has institution that works, a nation as big as Nigeria, 200 plus million Nigerians, the largest population in Africa to start with, as a country? Since when did it become a crime for our country to stand on its own to say, no, we will not bend to that? We'll tell you exactly how we should work, because it's supposed to be a mutual trade beneficial agreement. Since when did it become a crime? So now, every time you stand your ground, the idea is muscle them. They will agree. Most of them will agree. I can tell you one thing you don't know. The president that we have, it's not that he's an egotistic man, but he's a hard nut to crack. And that is good in cases like this. Leadership is not all about, no, I'm the guy. No, leadership is about, let us agree. Let us move together. Rulership, on the other hand, is you say, oh, I'm the one who's the boss. It must me. If it's not me, it's no other person. That's Donald Trump style. He's a ruler, not a leader. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a leader. Yes, he has his faults. Yes, he has his own issues, but he's looking at the low-hanging fruits.
No one is perfect.
Yes, those low-hanging fruits is what we're looking out for. How can our economy grow and grow healthy in such a way that we will not face issues of having diplomatic problems with other countries? However, if you come to us and say, look, we want to muscle you, you must come to us cap in hand. And with that cap in hand, right, we will now rule over you and tell you what to do and dictate. The time of foreign Western countries dictating to Nigeria what to do, how to do it, and when to do it is over.
All right. Speaking of is over, Debbie, do you have anything to say? Because we have to go. We have to go on a break.
No, of course, I agree with you.
2030.
What's going to happen?
We shall see.
All right.
It's just sad that this development is going to put a strain on our exports.
If you want to make omelets, break the egg.
I know now. I'm agreeing with you. Okay. I'm not disagreeing.
This omelette proverb. Anyway, we have to go on a quick break right now. We'll be back for the newspaper review shortly. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. And of course, with me in the studio is Valentine Oyeka and Deborah Eze. And we'll be seeing what we have on the front pages of the paper this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper, of course, because it's the BDTV Breakfast Show. So we'll definitely start from our house, our homes. But yes, let's see what we have on the front page. Starting off this morning in the world of banking, it says banks trade at discount as FX gains cool. Nigeria's largest lenders are trading at discounts to the value on the balance sheet, opening a window of opportunity for savvy investors to buy cheaply. I would say this is exciting news for anyone who wants to invest. And then in Botswana appoints Nigeria's Farouk Gumel as Sovereign Wealth Fund chairman. This is on page 27 of the Business Day paper. And on page 30, markets bet on inflation relief amid rate cut hopes. And then on page 30, still on page 30, oil majors freeze drilling plan on falling prices. But we start off with the banking sector today, talking about the banks trading at discounts as FX gains cooling. Firstly, it makes me wonder why they might be resorting to trading at a discount, because it's never
easy, really.
Yeah, it's never a go-to. So there has to be a reason why they are trading at a discount.
So I mean, so what this means is that you are faced with challenges that you don't want it to overwhelm you. When you decide to trade at a discount, you've either two things. One, you've projected that it is better for you to trade in a discounted level, but at least still make a profit than wait for the market to be far more favorable and you get stuck. Economists will tell you, look, give and take, do the business, right? But is this going to favor Nigerians moving forward? Those who are, directly affected by banks trade at the particular discount we're talking about. How does it affect you and I as Nigerians?
As everyday people.
Everyday people will trickle down to add value or give and take. But, the way our Nigerian economy has been designed, it gives anyone who wants to listen reason to believe that we only have the upper class and lower class. I don't think we have the middle class any longer. So if this is affecting those who are the upper class, most definitely the lower class who are the ones who trade in that particular number, who run a lot of logistics, right? I'm talking about people who are the real traders. I'm not saying those are the top level are not real traders, but if you look at it, the downstream are the ones who move logistics and material. How? You go to Balogun Market here in Lagos State. You go to Alaba International. You go to places like Trade Fair. The way goods and services are moving, most of them have no idea what your stock exchange is talking about. All they want is, where they go, give me money. That's it. And they give you your goods and services. However, what they don't know is that those on the upstream are the ones doing the tabulation numbers, back and forth calculations to make sure the market is stabilized. But when you now see that government's actually trading at a discount, rather banks are trading at a discount, it simply means one thing. Look, it's better for them to keep the business and economy running than shy away because they don't want to lose.
But from the story here, they've also alluded to the fact that this cheap price tags aren't coming from weak results, so it's not like the results are weak.
To enable people afford investing.
Exactly.
Except for UBA, I think the story written by Lola, the UBA was actually mentioned here. UBA stocks are always very expensive. Everybody knows that. So this is actually a very good development coming from them. So it's just for you and I to be able to invest and also be able to afford the stock. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing all the way. Very good thing. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Jump into the punch.
Should we jump into the punch or speak? Just take one more story from the front page of papers. You know how Nigerians are always in the spotlight for good things. You know, over the weekend we saw Udabasi not just breaking a record, but inventing a new record.
She broke Jesus' record, by the way.
What was that record?
How many people did Jesus feed?
So I like the fact that she even though they're not 5,000.
They're not to. She fed 20,000 people.
20,000 people.
Wow.
Yes.
So she broke Jesus'
From that
record.
big pot of jollof.
But
Where were you?
How come I didn't get my own speed?
Exactly the point. I wonder what you were doing.
That's why.
I wonder what you were doing.
Anyways.
But really, just a quick shout out to Hilda Bassi. She's shown what it is to be a very resilient woman. She's a powerhouse. She's a force. She keeps going for it and she keeps breaking it. She keeps shattering ceilings. When you thought she had done it, she ups again. She breaks a new record. She just keeps raising the bar. So really well done to her for showing so many ladies. And the fact that, because we're Business Day TV, the vendors who were also displaying at that had their stands, they said they sold out.
Of course.
They literally sold out because people were there for the entire day. A small chop seller, she was like, she had to start, reaching back to our staff. I don't make some more, because she was making there and she sold out and she ran out of supplies and she's like, look, I have to make this money. So it's also, when people are looking at, saying, 20,000 people, that shows the fact that Nigerians are jobless. It's not a jobless thing, because if people were at home too, they would say Nigerians are haters. That's true. But let's talk about the people that were making money off of this thing. That lady could have been now, who is ordering small chops. Do you understand? But then, just by the virtue of her being at that place, not just her, that was across board, all of the vendors that were there, they had the same thing to say that, today and the way. So because look at it, so it's also the business opportunity it opens up. She was going to use Muri Okunola Park. She had planned for about 5,000 people, but by the time they looked at the registration, they had more than they bargained for, so they had to move to a hotel and suite. And look at the turnout. Look at the business opportunities. People came to create content. That's also business opportunities for the content creators, for the vendors.
I like where you're pinpointing business opportunities.
Yes, for the vendors as well. It was also business opportunities for them. For Nigeria also, it also put us in, we're literally in the news.
The flip side is that it caused a lot of traffic.
Of course, it caused traffic. That's normal. I face the traffic.
Which means that
but
businesses
this don't happen every day.
Or not.
We still have traffic.
So that is not.
I face the traffic, but that's a way of life right now.
I always come with although, and I come with until.
People will say what they have to say.
Certainly.
Tracking what you said about people say Nigerians are jobless and all of that. People will always say what they have to say. But big ups to Hilda Bassi. I'm looking forward to what else she has planned. Because I didn't see this coming, and it was, I only see it, in this what they call them, Indians, when they have this big pot of food and whatever it is that they make. I never thought it would be something that would be something that can be carried out here in Nigeria. So she really wowed me. She really blew my mind. So I'm looking forward to what next she actually has.
What next? At this point, I can't even think. At this point, I can't think, because no one saw
this coming.
But I saw a funny comment from Real Worry Picking on a comment section. So Real Worry Picking says, record don't too small for you. Now for you to break generational curses, right? I'm like, really? That's new. But with Hilda Bassi, who knows? She might be the ambassador for breaking generational curses. Anyway, what made me talk about Hilda Bassi is Botswana has appointed Nigeria's Farouk Gumel as Sovereign Wealth Fund chairman. One thing that we have in Nigeria is our human capital. We have some of the best hands. I think the harsh realities have formed us to be some of the most ingenious people, some of the most resilient people. So anywhere we find ourselves, we just do our best there. And that's why people always want us to be on board of their projects and all of that. So congratulations to Farouk Gumel for being the Sovereign Wealth Fund chairman.
Right.
Let's see what we have on the punch paper this morning.
Okay, very quickly. I'll jump in very quick and sharp. Dangote deploys 1,000 trucks. Ipman rallies markets, right? That's IPMAN.
Ipman, right.
We took stories up already.
We took that already.
And up here it says crude earnings fall by 3.18 trillion naira. 3.18 trillion naira amid output surge. That's on page 29. They can find it there. Then Kano 6 transfer from DSS to National Hospital. Page 3. Is he well and healthy at all? Or who will be? After all, if you're incarcerated mentally, you are challenged already. Because you're dealing with a lot. Your freedom is taken away from you. So Kano 6 transfer from DSS to National Hospital. Page 3. You can see that one there. Now the major headline here says, but before I take that one, let's take the one of INEC. It says INEC, Catholic bishops clash over 2023 poll credibility. What concerns the bishops? This issue of politics.
So I think Tinubu came out to challenge priests, the faith leaders, that they should actually speak power and more truth. So I think that's why
I think religion has no business in politics.
Oh, it does. It does, absolutely.
I will tell you why. You see, until we divorce religion from politics, we will end up seeing the idea of most religious people, right, finding a way to boycott that which makes them sacred. All in the name of we want to also lead to. Stay in your own lane.
So
right?
when we say religion, now the
And
easiest
the Catholic
way
folks are Christians.
the
That's
easiest way to reach the masses is through their religious leaders. That is why you cannot take religion away from politics.
Which is why I have said, look, if we want to get qualitative and quality leadership in Nigeria, we need to say, look, call a spade, right? No sentiment. Because I'll tell you one thing. You just said something now, which is, to get to the people, religion is important. Which means I can come tomorrow and tell you I'm a pastor. I say, vote for me, I will change Nigeria. I'm a corrupt person.
That's not what we are saying.
You get me now? So I think that this particular one, right, remove those religious issues there. Deal with INEC. INEC, did you do your job properly? If you didn't do it properly, look, answer straight up. Muhammad, whatever his name is. Mahmoud, sorry. Go and answer. That's it. All right? Religion comes after. Leading and saving this nation comes first.
Okay.
What do you think?
No words anymore. Let's. We already spoke on the emergency rule and advanced defending 6 months tenure.
Do I take this one?
States pledge quality education on schools resume today.
Okay.
Firstly, welcome back to students. There is.
Did you buy any child in like back to school? Or books or something?
Do I have to announce?
But we're the greatest morning show, right? We'll just.
She really doesn't have to announce.
And give to
it's globally.
Give to producer, take go on.
Do I have to announce? Anyway,
it's a relief for parents that kids are actually returning back to school. I've seen tons and tons of them happy.
But it's also traffic for us, especially in Lagos.
I think even without all of this,
it's relief. It's really a relief. It's also the payment, school fees season.
You just read my mind. Because
school
now,
fees season,
uncle, I want
back
this.
to school.
Auntie, I want this. And then
it's a two-way street.
Like you pay school fees, so
I mean, look, whether or not you like it, you will still pay one other. CEO, your nephew is going back to school. What do you have? You will bring out money and say. So economically, you have to dig deep into your pocket. Hopefully, it doesn't break your bank.
It's a two-way street for parents right now. The little bit of relief that finally I can rest. But there's also the oh my God,
payments
deep into your pocket.
Yes, that's why you need to really prepare before you have kids.
This is the period where we should. This is the period where we should, look out for our colleagues that have children and just extend some support for them.
Life happens.
Was I there when?
No. This is where our humanity will just come in, where we'll just extend some support to them because right now they're going through a lot.
The interaction and all of that was going down.
So the economy can slap anyone at any point in time. Whether you have kids or you don't have kids, and when it happens, you will need people to help.
Yeah, but then it's worse when you have kids. So think twice before you have kids, because back to school season is not always funny. Now school fees, what school fees are saying right now? It's crazy. And then when you also go to the market to buy school bags, flask, food flask. I remember when I was younger, I imagine how much my mom was buying this thing. But right now, to just buy one food flask, you know how much it is? It's crazy. We're talking about 10K. These were things that were like 1.5 then.
10K food flask? Oh, wow. That's affordable.
That's affordable. Yeah. For the very basic ones, for the basic ones. But think about it, and this is us talking about minimum wage, where we're even trying to fight for 100K.
Yeah.
So imagine what 10K is for just a basic food flat. Even children's outfits are even more expensive
than adults.
I want to buy a shoe. You're like, how much is my own shoe? How much is this child's shoe?
25,000.
Do you understand? Even their shirts, everything. Hold on to parents. I wish you the best right now.
To you having kids soon.
Until there comes the time.
Let's move our focus to the Vanguard newspaper. And the big story in the Vanguard newspaper, which is actually a very interesting one, says how attendants manipulate pumps, extort petrol consumers nationwide.
It's a big issue.
Yeah. And the writer says how I was scammed. That's from a victim. Cheating usually intends during scarcity in motorists. And NMDPRA lacks adequate personnel, absent at filling stations. I think we should talk about this.
So normally if you drive to buy fuel at any filling station, once you drive in, it doesn't make any sense for you to sit in your vehicle and give them orders. Hey, could you open that thing and pay? You're only creating room for someone.
Why doesn't it make sense?
So I will tell you, if you travel abroad, although in this our country here, we've not started doing that, but some people have been doing it. You come down, you buy your gas yourself, bring out the nozzle, and you put it in your vehicle. Why? So that there's no story about, oh, I paid for this is what I got, I ordered this is what I got. No. So when you want to act like a big man, be prepared.
No, I don't think in Nigeria, not coming down from your car. I don't think it's not a big man thing.
Hold on.
Yeah. A big man issue.
I only mentioned that part as just one of the things that could contribute for someone to want to steal from you, right? Alter the cost or tell you, no, I gave you 5,000. Meanwhile, it was 2,000 amount of fuel. What I'm trying to say is that be attentive. Calm down from your vehicle, right? If you're going to sit inside, maybe
you're tired.
Maybe let us assume that maybe you're even handicapped. Maybe you can't actually come down. There are people like that who actually use crutches, right? So they drive automatic, where you have to use one leg. So I get it. So you want to make sure you look above your head. Make sure you're seeing your meter, right? And you're making proper contact, and you're asking them to give you what it is that you're paid for. Don't be nonchalant and later come and complain.
Why are we making excuses for bad behavior?
So I'm coming there now. That's
we
the
have
flip
people
side.
there,
yes,
because that is their job. Their job, you are supposed to pay for a service and get the full service. So why are we making excuses?
Because of this headline
for extortion.
So hold on. So because we know that people come from different homes, some people have good intention, others have bad intention. You just want to say, I trust you, but I verify.
The solution is for them to have adequate personnel at every filling station to make sure people are not getting extorted. Because
so how do we guard against them manipulating the device?
Meter manipulation, or someone just trying to steal from you?
It's called meter manipulation.
It's the meter itself.
So you know what? Once I drive into, I don't know about you ladies, but if I drive into a filling station, I see that it's analog, I drive away. That's a fact, because if it's analog, it can easily be manipulated.
What if that's the only place you have?
Then I'm sorry. Then I'll prepare myself to get whatever it is that I'm paying for.
Okay.
But once it's analog, it can easily be altered and manipulated. But if it's digital, you're seeing it right there.
Yeah.
This is what you want to pay for. And I'll tell you a secret. When they put in the nozzle, right? Sometimes the point where it is turned on from the handle, right, and the gasoline coming to your vehicle, there could be a delay. If it's a delay of 5 or 10 seconds, it's going to run on the meter. Meanwhile, air has pumped in before the fuel actually starts coming out. Not in all cases. Now, that could be a fault from the meter, a delay.
Yeah.
But however it is, right, go to the part that you trust. So don't wait until your fuel is almost finished. Go to where you trust. If, for instance, you trust only NMPC, for instance, then be more consistent with NMPC. But I can tell you, it might not be a human problem. It might just be a device problem, or maybe, an equipment problem. So let's don't put everything on the people handling it.
But most times, when issues like that happen, the attendants, they know that, oh, okay, that's when you see that if you ask for 5,000 naira, you're seeing 5,100 naira. Do you understand? That's when delay like that happens.
Okay.
But you see, for being scam and manipulation in petrol station, it's mostly from the
Should I
attendant.
shock you?
Don't shock us. Can we move on to another story?
All right, so we'll take one more story from the Vanguard, and it says federal government predicts flooding in 11 states, advises evacuation.
So where should we go to? Where are we supposed to go to? Because when they say things like this, advises evacuation,
it's normal.
It makes me wonder. It makes me worried. It makes me bothered. So where am I supposed to go to?
So
anywhere.
You want to get me started with that now? Because see, that's in Lagos, so federal government totally, right?
Yeah, federal government.
Yes.
I think one of the papers says Ogun State, Ogun urges residents to relocate overflow threat.
So
relocate to where now?
So now I can't. If it was Lagos State alone, I could have obviously, where I could have gone to.
We are below sea level.
But in this case now, it is a federal government thing.
Yeah.
So there is no nation that doesn't have issues with give and take, some natural disaster.
It is every year. Every year in Nigeria.
Again, there are some areas of the country that are, like I rightly said, above water, below water. It depends. However, let's give them credit. The fact that they are warning you beforehand, saying, look, which means that area is a flood-prone area. Let them sort it out permanently. How?
Okay.
I will explain.
All right. Cool.
Now, how big can the area be that they can't just simply say, this whole area is no longer habitable by human beings. Leave this whole area totally. We will relocate you and relocate you for good. And then put a big sign saying, if you move here, you are at your own.
Risk.
Exactly. Make it very clear. And update that signboard every year. So that we don't have to spend money going back there to go and do any emergency flow. So if tomorrow we hear, flood came and carried a lot of people from this particular area, government is not held liable or held, for any other issue.
Okay.
This is the way you mitigate issues, to say, look, we have warned you. This area is a no-go area. Human beings are not supposed to live here. This is water,
area.
Exactly.
We need to do something about this flooding situation in this country. We need to do something about it. That's all I'm asking.
Like Lisa said, where do you expect these people to go? And I mentioned, I'm not even surprised, because this is like something that happens every year. Like if it doesn't happen, I feel like something is wrong.
Let me support federal government now. There are some Nigerians who are very stubborn people.
Okay.
They will move. Do you know right now? Speak to right now. People are living under the bridges, where at any point in time, water level can come up and sweep you away, and they start crying foul.
Meanwhile, don't they have agencies that are supposed to mitigate all of this?
That's my point. These agencies
people will live where they can live because they cannot afford to live in places.
So let me tell you. Let me shock you. If you cannot afford Lagos or some kind of city, go to your village.
Do they have money to go back to the village?
Why not? Why would they have? That's where they came from.
Why would they have? I think we should wrap up now.
This conversation is actually getting more heated. Well, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day paper. Always a good way for us to wrap up. That's what we see there. Right. It says kidnappers, and then you see on the picture, you see two people sitting down, obviously. And then up there you see kidnappers, and then victim, and then the other side you see looters, and then you see weapon. For the kidnappers, what are they asking for? The victim for? They're asking for ransom. For the looters, what are they asking for? Loot. So, it's just the situation of our country.
Yeah.
It simply means that
kidnappers are collecting from the citizens. Why the looters are collecting? That's the map of Nigeria. Correct. The looters are collecting from the nation.
Yes, still from us.
Should I say something?
Still from us.
I could have loved. For me, the cartoon is not even complete. I could have loved to see something that could depict Western countries backing up our local looters. Because truth be told, look, it might sound funny, but IMF, World Bank, in the guise of wanting to help you, are going to put you under perpetual control by giving you money they know that you cannot pay back.
Perpetual debt.
No, I think this has nothing to do with IMF.
Let me show you.
Simple.
Hold on, I'm coming somewhere. Look, if you loot money, where will it go to? Money leaves trails. they will loot money, and those foreign banks will allow them to take that money and bank abroad. Meanwhile, we are
bank now.
That's my point. So when you loot money and you take it to foreign countries like Swiss bank and other countries, what happens is that you are enabling the economy to grow. Meanwhile, our own is being what? Deprived of growth. So the point is that they are actually funding and helping these local looters.
So they're getting support from the international bodies.
So I could have loved to see the cartoon.
How would you know if money was looted? You are bringing money into my bank.
Money
of course, now I would still.
Should I shock you?
I wanted to tell you something.
Right.
You see the kidnappers. You said people should go to their village. You're not seeing the part that they go to their village and then they end up getting kidnapped. And
Who told you kidnapping is not happening in the city? Kidnappers actually.
We're just going to leave it there today. But I mean, it's just clear. That's a clear picture of what's going on right now in our country. I like how Asuko always has a way of just making it so simple, so simplifying, demystifying some of the things that are happening. But that's where we wrap it up this morning for the newspaper review segment at 9 a.m. It's the Business Week. Do stay with us.
Welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Owona. On this day in 1955, Renzo Rosso, Italian fashion designer and businessman who co-founded Diesel Clothing, was born. Renzo Rosso is the president of OTB Group, the parent company of Maison Margiela, Marni, Victor and Rolf, and Jill Sander. In 2022, Forbes estimated his net worth to be $3.6 billion. Before stepping into the spotlight, Rosso left the University of Venice in 1975 to work as a production manager at Moltex, a clothing firm under the Genius Group led by Adriano Goldsmith, who became his mentor and later business partner. In 1977, Rosso planned to start his own venture, but Goldsmith had offered him a 40% stake and a chance to co-found a new company, leading to the birth of Diesel. Through this, Rosso also became a shareholder in Genius, which owned Replay, King Jeans, Vi, and Goldie. The name Diesel was inspired by the oil crisis, symbolizing an alternative fuel, and its universal pronunciation suited Rosso's global vision. In 1985, Rosso gained full control of Diesel by swapping his Genius shares for Goldsmith's stake. By then, Diesel Kid, first called Dieselito, had launched, and the sales reached about $5 million annually. Rosso focused on denim innovation, experimenting with washes and treatments while assembling a creative design team. This pushed Diesel into a phase of international growth with flagship stores in New York, San Francisco, Rome, and London. The brand later expanded further with mono-brand stores and a strong online presence. And on this day in 2008, Lehman Brothers Holdings Inc. filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. This was the largest bankruptcy in United States history. Lehman Brothers Inc., founded in 1850, was an American global financial services firm that operated for 158 years until its collapse in 2008. Before bankruptcy, it ranked as the fourth largest U.S. investment bank, employing about 25,000 people worldwide. Its operations spanned investment banking, equities and fixed income trading, derivatives, research, investment management, private equity, and private banking. On September 15, 2008, Lehman filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy after client withdrawals, plunging stock prices, and asset downgrades. The firm's downfall was largely tied to the subprime mortgage crisis and exposure to illiquid assets. The filing, the largest in the US history, surpassed WorldCom's and accelerated the 2008 financial crisis, reinforcing the too big to fail doctrine. Markets crashed immediately, and Barclays soon moved to acquire key North American divisions, including Lehman's New York headquarters. Days later, US courts approved the revised deal, while Nomura Holdings acquired Lehman's Asia Pacific and European operations. By October 2008, Lehman's global businesses had been split among new owners, marking the end of its legacy. And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on BDTV. I am Noma Obuna. Keep watching BDTV. Stay tuned. Welcome.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome. This is Business Week from the stable of BusinessDay television. We launched last Monday and I hope you enjoyed it and will be with us today. Today we have a very interesting lineup, but I think you first want to meet my guest. On my immediate right is Dr. Ade Oshun, the Chief Economist of BusinessDay. You're welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
And then on my extreme right is Lolade, BusinessDay's Deputy Editor. Every Monday, they both will join me as we x-ray some very interesting and important economic developments. Nigeria is expected by the world to be a fast-growing economy, if for nothing, because it is very well endowed. But anyway, let's get into the business of today. And we're going to start by just looking at the news headlines this morning. Firstly, a Dangote refinery, the giant $20 billion plant, is expected to begin today the direct distribution of fuel across the country. A groundbreaking initiative that is expected to bring down cost and also ensure consistent availability of petrol and other petroleum products around the country. On the front page of Business Day today, you would find a very interesting story indicating how banks are now trading at a discount because the gains from foreign exchange are slowing down. And then, of course, finally, we are indeed very excited to learn that the resident doctors, the Nigerian resident doctors, have chosen to abandon their strike action, at least for now. Now, let's get on with the business of today. We will be starting by looking at the matter of the growing revenues for the government. And of course, on the other side of the coin is the rising poverty among Nigerians. Interestingly, the president was the one who didn't waste any time. He took what I think can be taken as a victory lap the other day when he said that Nigeria doesn't need to borrow anymore, and that was essentially because revenues accruing to government have grown significantly. By the last count, at the end of August, revenues accruing to the government had reached a high level of 20 trillion naira, the same level it was for the whole of last year. So this year we should expect that revenues will probably grow by anything between 20 and 30% on the back of efficient tax collection. So let's look at this matter of revenue growth. Dr. Adeosun, how has Nigeria come to the point where it can say without any equivocation that it has recorded significant revenue growth? It has never happened like this before. So what's happening?
Thank you so much for this question. I think we should say kudos to the government and relevant stakeholders. This is a multifaceted, there are multiple reasons responsible for this. And some of them include the fact that our oil production has gone up, which is tied to the fact that oil theft has also reduced. Also, we've also been fortunate relatively with oil prices generally this year. Of course, maybe some of the things like the war, Ukraine-Russia war, will also have contributed to that. Then we'll also see that the government has also been more aggressive with respect to tax collection, all the agencies like FIRS and so on and so forth. And you can even see the government is even trying to consolidate with the new tax bills. And then also, incidentally, we've seen a quantum improvement in the non-oil export. So we are getting more money from multiple sources. And I think this is good news and commendable.
Thank you very much. Lolade, you recall that last week we started a conversation by asking the question, is the economy on the right track? So how do you see this significant increase in revenues?
Obviously, I think it's positive. We must give kudos to the government. Like Dr. Adeosun said, it's been powered really by non-oil revenue. I know that, for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's a good one. I'm particularly excited about the fact that this revenue surge is being driven by non-oil income. But the truth is, even when the dust settles, we must still face the real reality, which is that even though we have seen this significant surge in revenues, it's coming from a very low base. There's still a lot of more work to be done for it to really translate into reduction in poverty and just the government being able to take on more projects, whether it's infrastructure or capital projects, or even just essentially being able to, run operations and manage costs efficiently. So there's still some way to go, but we can't deny the fact that this is good, and given the fact that it's being driven by non-oil revenues, also makes it really great.
Fantastic. I'd like for us to settle on one point that you made, Lolade, but firstly, let me say that what I hear you say is that we are starting from a low base, and typically when you start from a low base like that, whatever improvement is magnified, is amplified, sometimes even exaggerated. But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up. Let's go to the point you made, that the growth, and I think Dr. Adeosun also made that point, that the growth has been on the back of improvement in non-oil revenues. We say that Nigeria is an oil economy. Is it the case still that Nigeria is an oil economy if growth in revenues, and sometimes, not even sometimes, consistently lately, growth in GDP has been driven by non-oil activities? So is Nigeria, Lolade, is Nigeria still an oil economy?
Not as much as we used to do in the past. So that's also commendable. Truth is, the economy is becoming increasingly less dependent on oil and more dependent on non-oil. And that's what development economists will tell you. Development economists will tell you is the ideal way to go for an economy like ours, because it's more sustainable when your economy is being powered via non-oil sources. And in Nigeria's case, essentially tax receipts. Corporate taxes have gone, collections from corporate taxes have gone up, and that has reflected very well in non-oil revenues. So I think it's important to note that even as we're seeing this surge now, there's still a lot more work to be done, like I said earlier, really. Like I said, I mean, coming from a low base, if you look at it, our revenue to GDP is still at around 10%. If you want to compare that to South Africa, it's closer to 25. The frontier market average is closer to 30. So there's still some way to go. But I am really comforted by some of the policies that I am seeing in terms of just ensuring that we break that dependence on oil revenues, and there's that switch to non-oil revenues. Because I mean, the economy has suffered so much in the past as a result of the fluctuations in oil income. Look at 2016, for instance. It was such a difficult one for us that we even slid into recession as a result of the slide in oil income due to the decline in oil prices. Mm-hmm. So I think today the economy is in a much better place to weather the storm from those sharp fluctuations that you sometimes see in the crude oil market. And I think it's the economy will be better for it.
Dr. Adeosun, I think there is now a consensus, at least among us, that the improvements that we're seeing are driven largely by non-oil sectors. What do you think government can do? Does government really know this? And when I say no, it's not a question of just being aware. Does the government take notice of this? And what can the government do to further enable the non-oil sectors of the economy to grow even more rapidly and make significantly more contribution to both revenue growth and GDP growth?
Thank you so much. First, I would like to say that not only does government know, it is actually deliberate attempts based on certain actions taken by the government that has led to this. I don't want us to come across as saying these outcomes as coincidental. The government should take some credit for this. And the good thing about this is that I like what Lolade mentioned when he used the word sustainability. Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding. Of course, generally speaking, diversification is always critical to any economy. See similar economies, similar countries, oil-dependent countries like Dubai, you see how they're expanding into tourism, IT, infrastructure. And economists generally have been advocating for this diversification for so long, even since the days and era of structural adjustment program. So we are happy that this is coming mainstream right now. So we need consolidation and we need to be more intentional. Again, we have a huge informal sector. We need to see how we can bring them more formality so that more people are paying tax and we can do more. Just recently, the customs had the highest day revenue ever. Highest ever. And I think we should expect more of this. The other thing is that for some Nigerians who have not been used, for example, to paying taxes, they should brace up. The days of tax avoidance, evasion is going to an end. So some people's disposable income in some, or easy money, let me say that way, will disappear. But it should be for our benefit. And the question, again, increasingly now, citizens will now be saying, what are you doing with our money? Because we are making more money, but on the other hand, we still have huge poverty issues, even though it's not the increase in funding or sources of fund that is leading to those poverty situations.
Yeah,
Thank
you.
Yes,
if I add to that, another thing the government needs to do, because if we're saying now that non-oil revenues are driving revenue in the country and it's essentially corporate tax receipts, let's not forget that tax is only a percentage of corporate profits, right? What that means is that if the government ensures that there's an enabling environment, lowers the cost of doing business, and essentially just helps give that extra fillip to company profits or profitability, then it will definitely trickle down to higher tax payouts from those corporates. So that's something that the government needs to actively work on to ensure that we're able to attract more capital, whether domestically or foreign capital, into the economy, because that is important if you really want to boost your tax receipts beyond what it is today.
Thank you very much. I mean, can we, non-oil sector, Lolade, you say it's significantly driven by corporate tax collection, and it's on the back of improving prospects of, the companies that are paying the tax. What three things can the government do? Three things that the government can do to further debottleneck the operating environment for businesses, improve the ease of doing business, and also enhance foreign direct investment flows.
Good. Infrastructure.
So for you, infrastructure is a
key thing. So we know that, I know that the team and I were looking at some data, I think it was last week, just looking at the share of how companies really, where the bulk of, their expenses, where it goes. And it would not surprise anyone to see that energy cost is really a big chunk of expenses. So why is it that today in 2025, we still have, power shortages? That's one low-hanging fruit that I feel like if the government will get its act together to just focus on that and fix it once and for all, for sure, it would definitely boost, it will improve the ease of doing business environment, and that would definitely attract even more private sector players into the market. So that's infrastructure needs to be taken seriously, whether it's power, whether it's rail, because we talk all the time about post-harvest losses, for instance, and agriculture contributes the single largest chunk to GDP. So we need to find a way to also fix that. How do you ensure that most of the farm produce coming in from those food basket states in the country don't get wasted just because you're trying to transport them from one part of the country to the other? So we need to curb all these things. If we can fix infrastructure, then we'll definitely be on the right path to improving the ease of doing business.
The data that I have seen indicates that a grid-generated power is only 5,000 megawatts. The power that you and I generate via our own generators is as high as 45,000 megawatts.
Times 9.
And we are doing that at sometimes 2-3 times the cost of grid power. So I can understand the burden and the pain that you allude to. What baffles me is why government has not been forceful in bringing about a change. I think government is just tinkering around the edges. So, and you also talk about agriculture. Agriculture is growing by less than 1%. Sadly, and even more sadly, close to 40% or more of harvest is wasted along the way simply because we are unable to bring it to the market as quickly as we should. What a mess. Now, let's go on to the other half of this debate, which is around what government can do better now that it is seeing increased revenues. I want to talk about transparency. I want us to talk about ameliorating or mitigating the severe hardship that Nigerians are still facing. We get statistics more often about federally collected revenues. You don't hear much about what the states are internally generating, and you never hear anything about what the local governments themselves are generating. There's no website that you can go to today in any local government where there is an attempt to be transparent in providing data about revenues that they get and revenues that they and what they spend. So people are asking, so revenues are rising, so what? I don't feel it. Dr. Adeosun.
Yes, that's the question, and we must always, as we work on macro reforms, we must also think about the welfareism, and we must ensure that there is no disconnect. There must be a straight line of visibility to the average citizens. Yes, we say that there's time, there's lag, but we must make it shorter and sharper. And we must also have, palliatives, immediate interventions, which must be very strategic and deliberate. What do I mean? For example, rural poverty is over 70%. Urban poverty is above 40%. What is the government doing to support the rural community? So which means we are talking about infrastructure. The infrastructure should not focus only on the urban cities area. How do we connect the villages and the farms via road, via rail, and so on and so forth? How do we also support transportation? For example, all this CNG conversion and so on and so forth. How do we also eliminate unnecessary middlemen and multiple taxation? Because if you are bringing a lorry of yams from Makurdi or Benue, before it gets to Lagos, you pay toll fees in multiple places. And also, we need to increase, let me use the word digitization. And that covers things like websites, making information available and accessible. Sometimes people have been accused, citizens, of not holding government accountable. If we don't know how much you earn,
exactly, what can you do?
What can we do? And when we say government, local government, state government, and we've seen situations, one or two situations where when the federal government seemingly withheld state money, you saw how suddenly the states became more creative and efficient. So we should not be dependent strictly on facts. So there should be monthly, weekly, if possible, daily declarations, so that, and once people know that what they are doing is visible, they will do more, and then we can begin to compare that what's happening in a local government in Ebonyi, what is happening in a local government in Kogi, and so on and so forth. So we should focus a lot on agriculture, from mechanization to storage to also processing, so that we are not focused on exporting sesame seeds, exporting cashew nut seed. Can we, enhance the value chain? Even products like gold. Thank God for Dangote refinery now, because these are ways for us to be able to, increase our revenue
and then increase industrialization,
scale up things around cash transfers. So take things like health, education. These are, you see, sometimes, and I'm saying this because my colleague mentioned infrastructure. Yes, I like the Lagos Calabar coastal, but can you do something to all the public primary schools nationwide?
And the hospitals.
And the hospitals nationwide.
Yes.
This trickles down.
Yeah.
In the average place, somebody is pregnant, needs antenatal care.
Yeah.
Can we And we need children, because if we don't train these children, they will become a menace to this society.
Precisely.
And these are the things that will make the citizens say, I'm feeling the government.
Yeah, I get you. Lolade.
Yes. I think I'll just carry on from where you stopped, which is to just say that there can be no accountability without transparency. So it's important that we start
and we have to be intentional about it.
It's important we start to see that, so that let's see exactly. So since the reforms that have led to the huge surge in FAC allocations, the extra cash that has come in for the states and the local government, where has it gone to? We need adequate reporting, just showing us this is how much we have made in extra revenues, this is what the money is being used for. So that way there can be accountability, because you know that at some point you need to give account for the extra revenues that you've got and how you're spending it. If that doesn't happen, then there will continue to be that disconnect where people are saying, well, government revenues increasing all the time, but we can't directly feel it in our pockets, because those states, those local governments, even at the federal level, they're not giving back that excess cash as much as the society would like, giving back to the society, impacting lives of people. It's not really happening. If we're being honest, it's not really happening. That's why there's that huge disconnect between, take things like the point you made about, food wastage and all of that. It's a big deal. We need to tackle that, because we know that food inflation is an essential part of what is driving inflation, right? If you can get food prices to fall by 10, 20, 15%, the impact is huge.
I get you.
Majority of Nigerians spend more than 50% of their income on food alone. So if you just focus on that and say, okay, some of the gains that have been channeled, we're going to invest to ensure that, we just develop that value chain, ensure that we cut down post-harvest losses, bring down food prices, it'll be easier that way for people to start to directly feel the impact of increased revenues on the government side. So what's that extra revenue go? Where is it going to? And then, of course, there needs to be also some targeted social investments. Healthcare, education, because the truth is Nigeria cannot really transit from where we are at now to, becoming really a top world-class economy without human capital. There are examples everywhere. The Asian tigers, they would have gone nowhere without investing in human capital. The quality of your citizens. We have a huge population. We've talked about that for many years. What is important now is to upskill that population,
preparing that population to become economically active.
Precisely, because by 2050, Nigeria will be home to the third largest population in the world. How prepared are we for that? So we need to start taking cognizance of these developing facts and ensure that we channel the excess revenues that we're now getting into preparing ourselves and our human capital for the future. It's not happening at the pace I would like.
Thank you. Very interesting. I think we have essentially done justice to this whole question people are asking about rising revenues and the way that it has to translate into better life for the people. We've talked about the need for transparency. We've talked about the need to fast-track cash transfers. And to achieve that, government must build a strong and credible database, of the people who should benefit from this. Very interesting conversation. We will be taking a break here, and when we come back, we will, of course, talk about the celebration around the significant drop in crude oil theft, and then close our conversation today by asking the question, what is Ghana doing right? Everywhere you see reports celebrating Ghana, what is it that they're doing right? And what is it that Nigeria is not doing right? We will be back. Please don't go away.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with premium business loans. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smart choices and seize the opportunity.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays
today.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome. This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television. We bring this program to you between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. every Monday, and we hope that you will stick with us. Before we went on break, we examined the issue of the rise in revenues. Very good news for Nigeria, because it is rare for revenues to be rising in Nigeria. And we also looked at the corollary. When revenue is rising, what should government be doing? Shouldn't that be translating into better lives for the people? And how can government improve the lot of the people? We talked about the most vulnerable, who certainly must get cash transfers, and of course, how to debottleneck the operating environment to ensure that businesses indeed feel the whole policy of ease essentially come to an end. And that whatever crude that
is important, because obviously Nigeria is still a country that is very much dependent on oil exports. So the faster you're able to
especially for our foreign exchange needs.
Exactly. So the faster you curb that, the better for the economy. So I think, what has been missing in the past really has been, people have been expecting that the government needs to take, securing our crude oil exports even more seriously. It felt like there wasn't enough seriousness, but I think now we're beginning to see that because, there's nothing special that has been done and that couldn't have been done in the past. I think what is important now is to then start to build towards ensuring that this impacts significantly on our production figures, and we're able to significantly just raise our output to the levels that we know we can attain. We're still not able to hit 2 million barrels daily. the 2025 budget benchmark is about 2.2 million barrels. We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, you know, start to take up more projects in the upstream industry. So that would definitely add to improving the production that we have today. Because at the end of the day, yes, we're saying that non-oil revenues is now powering federal revenues in the country, but we still need our crude oil revenues to be able to take on the type of impactful spending that we want the government to do. So it's important that we raise our production towards the level that we know we can attain, which should, in my view, should be close now to 3 million, 4 million a day. If you look at countries that started out, OPEC members started out 20, 30 years ago, if you look at the trend in their production fund, there's been some improvement, but Nigeria seems to be stuck. In fact, even going backwards, you know, what was the figure for August? It was about 1.5 million barrels. Yep. So still much more needs to be done in terms of totally eliminating crude oil theft and ensuring that it serves as a precursor to essentially boosting crude oil production so that we can get all the revenues that we know we can get from crude oil exports.
Interesting. I recall, for instance, at Vision 2010, where I had the opportunity of participating as a member. One of our key goals was that by 2010, Nigeria should be producing 4 million barrels of crude oil daily.
Wow.
2010. We are heading to how many years
15
after?
years ago.
Wow. And we are still nowhere near half of that. What a pity. It just shows you how long it takes Nigeria to do what other people do very swiftly and achieve the kind of success that's good. But let me come back to you, Dr. Adeosun. In Lolade, in his contribution, he talked about, let's celebrate that crude oil theft is down, but there is an even more important question. That is how to increase oil output. I know that when the current presidential advisor on energy was appointed, the lady, there was a lot of expectation, and I think she has been quite diligent in her job. We have seen a number of presidential executive orders that have helped to improve, you know, operating environment for the oil producing companies. But what we are saying is that there is still a lot more to do. Dr. Adeosun.
Absolutely. Let me first of all say one or two things, leveraging on what Lolade mentioned. In addition to the fact that we now have better energy output as a result of the reduction in oil theft, we should also recognize the fact that one of the benefits of reduction in oil theft is environmental cleanliness. Because don't forget that the process of stealing this oil is not completely efficient. So you have issues like oil spillage.
Precisely.
And there are externalities. So all these areas where this theft is ongoing, something happens to the land. You can't farm, something happens to the river, you know, is what do you call it, polluted. So there are other benefits apart from immediate financial benefits. I also want to also say that as we are blocking these oil thefts, it also sends a signal that how are we creating jobs? Don't forget that oil is in communities, but how do we ensure inclusion? Apart from the oil majors, the nationals and multinationals that are getting benefits, how are we also saying that we create infrastructure, schools? How do we also ensure we employ the locals? Or better still, equip them to be employable? So that, yes, I know that generally oil industry have a lot of foreigners, expatriates, and so on and so forth. Because why I'm bringing this up is if you don't equip the locals, they will keep thinking of how to They will think our commonwealth is locked up in a pipe.
While they are in poverty.
And if there are promises in the pipeline, they will do something untoward. I'm saying this because one of the things that have helped us so far is surveillance. You know, from NNPC, military, special, you know, Tantita, all these special forces. And you see that one of the things that has helped reduce this oil bunkering, so to speak, is that maybe former or repentant militants have been brought in.
And rehabilitated.
On a lighter note, you say a thief knows how to catch a thief, on a lighter note. So that means you are working on native local intelligence. So that partnership must be sustained, and we must continue to now say, how do we transition this relationship? Not just from the top militants, so that I'm going somewhere. You may now say that you are enriching a few local people. What about the critical mass? So inclusion is key. Social benefits must cascade and translate to everybody. We must create more jobs and alternative incomes for the people of the middle of the south and the southeast. And what we are seeing in Dubai, I keep referencing Dubai. What can we say that we can see in the southeast and the south side? And I'll come back to a point you mentioned earlier. Sir, we still have the 13% derivation fund. Can we maybe even x-ray the 13% since
how it is applied,
exactly,
and how better to deploy that to improve the wealth
lot of
the
people may
people?
agitate, sir, that it should be higher than that. But that 13%, especially the 13%, since the increase in revenue, can I see a world-class university? Can I see a world-class
health system?
As all the primary health center in Delta, for example,
health insurance for the people,
have been upgraded? Because if we don't create peace, we are going to have chaos.
Thank you so much. Thank you. One final point here. You know, one of the things that we may have overlooked in talking about crude oil theft, thanks, Dr. Adeosun, for bringing about the environmental issue. It's the question of gas. As the pipelines were broken, as oil's production fell, gas supply to LNG, gas supply for LPG for cooking in Nigerian homes also began to suffer. And one now must hope that this whole celebration around improvement in or the reduction in oil theft will also significantly impact the supply of gas, so that the foreign exchange revenues that Nigeria has been missing from its inability to fulfill gas supply contracts, that revenues can now come in. But more importantly, that we can also begin to interrogate how at least the states that are getting reservation, what they do, derivation revenues, what they do with it, how they are impacting their people in clear terms. What do you think,
Yes,
Lolade?
I totally agree. Like he said, I mean, there might be some talk about increasing it, but the money that is available now, how is it being used? And it's only right to expect that, you know, these states can, you know, they can house world-class universities, you know, colleges, schools, hospitals, you know, because that is really how
roads and railways,
precisely, infrastructure again. So that is really
and even electricity.
Yeah. So that's how, you know, that's a trickle down that the people in these communities would want to see. And if you do that, if the people in the communities are satisfied and are happy, it would have a direct impact in curbing oil theft. Because as you said, Dr. Adeosun, the reason why you have, I mean, we had cases of oil theft in the past is because there's a disconnect and people feel like, oh, our wealth is trapped within those pipelines. Let's go and damage it so that, you know, everybody's caught up, you know, in the same situation. Because there's poverty in most of these communities. It's really shameful sometimes when you visit these communities and you see what's going on. You wonder that for states that are so rich with so much, you know, resources, why is it that their fate has to be this way? So it's important that we start to see the good sides of all of these improvements that we're celebrating today trickle down to the lives of people in those communities.
Fantastic. I must say though that on Thursday this week, Akwa Ibom State, which is one of the biggest recipients of the derivation fund, will be taking a critical step towards launching its own electricity market. At least from what I hear, Akwa Ibom seems to be very well positioned to have its own state electricity market, because there are already local power generating plants located in Akwa Ibom. Now let us proceed now to our final conversation. Lolade, what is Ghana doing right? Why is it every day we turn on the radio and television, we hear one very good thing about Ghana?
The most recent one is the Q2 2025 numbers that showed that the economy expanded by 6.2%.
Amazing.
And numbers, yes, fantastic.
That's about 2 times
yes,
the rate of growth in Nigeria.
Yes, precisely. And that's coming from about 5.8% in Q1. So I think Ghana's story is one of, fiscal discipline. I mean, given where they're coming from now, they had to restructure their debts. I mean, they had serious issues with creditors. They had to restructure. They couldn't pay, so they had to restructure the debt. And so for a country that's coming from that point to where it is today, it takes a lot of effort to do that. And you cannot but just commend the economic management of Ghana today. Let's not also forget that the Ghanaian cedi has also been on a rally, more than 40% rally this year alone. That's huge. And that's how, yes. And that's
if you were to get that in Nigeria, we'll be in the moon.
Yes, and that exactly. So you won't have that. If we got that in Nigeria, you won't have that disconnect between what's happening at the macro level and what's happening at the micro level. Because the truth is, the everyday Ghanaian has been positively impacted by the appreciation of the cedi to
because it has helped to bring down inflation.
Exactly, and that has boosted their purchasing power. If we had that in Nigeria as well, then we would also be celebrating, as you said. So it's just a case, if Ghana can do it, then obviously the biggest takeaway for me is that Nigeria can do it as well. Ghana it's not rocket science. What they've just done is just implement, measures that ensure that they are more fiscally disciplined, given the tough or harsh situation they were in before now, where they had to restructure their debt. Inflation is also down to 11% now, which is good. And that has also impacted on the populace. They're able to share in the goodness of what's happening at the macro level. I think what is now important is for Ghana to be able to sustain the run that we have seen, which I think is possible if they stay the course, and for Nigeria to also start to look at how our own macro gains can also start to translate to micro gains for the people as well, in terms of reducing inflation significantly, which will boost purchasing power, and seeing how we can further incentivize more dollar inflows that would help lower the exchange rate that we have today. But Ghana's story really has been one that is quite inspiring. I have some friends over there, and when they speak about the new president, John Mahama, they talk about how, they had some initial skepticism about him returning, but he has come back and he has really learned. He has shown that he has learned from his first time out as president, and is really not making the mistakes he made in the past. And Ghana is better for it today. So it's a really inspiring story that I hope that our government officials can also learn a thing or two from.
Interesting. So in Ghana, we're talking about sustained disinflation.
Yes.
Reaching 11.5%.
Yeah.
We're talking about a significant rally in the city.
Yeah.
Anything between 22 and 44%, depending on who you're listening to. We're talking about cocoa harvest that is nearing 700,000 tons in the 2025-2026 harvest year. And as you said, we're talking about a visionary, kind of leadership being delivered by the president. And then, of course, the last GDP figure, we were told, got significant boost from a rising ICT sector.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Adeosun, why can't Nigeria be celebrating as Ghana is doing?
So I would say that we are two different countries on two different tracks. And I would also like to say very quickly that Ghana too has had its own share of rough seasons. And I remember not too long ago, I'm sure we all remember, when Ghana had to do what we call currency redenomination. And
take out some zeros.
They took out some zeros. And that was part of the reforms.
Should we be taking out some zeros here?
I'm just trying to put that in context so that we don't think Ghana arrived there overnight.
Suddenly.
They have gone through reforms. Now, if I will use one word to describe what is happening to Ghana and to say this is the reason for what they are saying, I'll use the word governance. You will see that, generally speaking, even looking at democracy, Ghana is still one of the poster boys, especially in West Africa.
Yeah.
And the fact that they can take out one regime, bring in another regime
without any hassle,
seamlessly, with less issues and challenges. So you will see that there have been relatively what we call policy consistency, irrespective of the administration. It doesn't matter the party in power.
Interesting.
They have some mutual goals, and that's why we are saying
so
in Nigeria,
the elite seem to have a consensus, regardless of who is there. The interest of the country should be paramount.
Yes. So
we need to agree on the way to
a Nigerian plan. not an APC plan, not a PDP
exactly.
plan.
A Nigerian plan.
Nigerian plan.
Yeah.
So we are working cumulatively. We are not having policy reversals and so on and so forth. You will also see, this is off, but it's part of it. We just recently what happened to the chief judge in Ghana.
Yeah.
Based on some allegations.
Yeah.
Do you see that happening in Nigeria? But it shows that
the question would be, is she a Muslim or is she from the north or from the south? Is she Yoruba or what?
So transparency. Who will even dare petition the chief judge in Nigeria? So that's why I said governance is key. Involved. Once you have governance and the relevant stakeholders are doing the right thing, the right way, and the level of transparency, you will see better outcomes.
Yeah. Interesting. I want to ask one question though. Ghana defaulted in paying or servicing its foreign loans. Is it the case that Ghana is being rewarded for bad behavior? Why is it that everything seemed to be getting right for a candidate that misbehaved?
I think they've learned from their lessons. Since then, they've had to even take an IMF bailout. Ghana racked up a lot of debt leading up to the debt restructuring. And there wasn't any clear, it's important. We always say that debt is not bad in itself, but the question is, what do you do with it? Exactly. You need to be able to channel the debt into areas where you know that it's bankable projects that can then give you more value that you can use to repay that debt. But Ghana didn't do that. And so they came unstuck at some point, and then they had to restructure. But what is happening now is that that any African countries that even goes into an IMF program, you send a strong signal to investors of fiscal discipline, and better or improved economic management. So they've done that as well. They've sent that signal. And if you look at it, they've actually been able to now channel the limited resources that they've got into more productive areas that can sustain the economy on the long run. So it's not, I think they've essentially learned from their lessons of the past, and they're the better for it now. And everyone is taking notice of that. And people can see that genuine effort, on the part of the leadership to really correct the mistakes of the past and ensure that, this time around, the outcome will be very much different from the past. And investors believe it because the numbers don't lie.
Interesting. Dr. Adeosun, as we close, what are the things that you envy the most about Ghana, and what can Nigeria do to deliver such profound improvement in economic performance?
So I think we must elevate governance and elevate thinking. We need to identify the substances that matter to us. For example, a Ghanaian can travel to South Africa without requiring visa.
We cannot.
So Ghanaian passport is even more valuable than the Nigerian passport, which means it's easy to travel. If it's easy to travel,
you can do more business.
Yes. So we need to focus on the fundamentals. Enough of all these distractions. We really need to focus on the fundamentals, because if what is happening in Ghana was happening in Nigeria, it will have a bigger trickle-down effect for West Africa.
Precisely.
Life will be better for Benin, Togo, Chad, Cameroon. So we really need to, ensure that our spending is more productive. We need to make sure that our policies are more consistent. We also need to make sure that our growth is more inclusive.
Interesting. I like the point you made about how if what is happening in Ghana now were to be happening in Nigeria, it would make more impact. Some years ago, I attended a conference outside of Milan, and it centered around how ensuring that a country like Nigeria and West Africa improves. It would lift up West Africa. Kenya in Eastern Africa would lift up East Africa. And then, of course, South Africa, if it gets its acts right, will lift up the whole of the region of Southern Africa. Anyway, now we must bring our conversation to an end. Lolade, thank you very much. Dr. Adeosun, thank you very much. We have today been examining three very important things. We started by looking at Nigeria's revenue pile versus the challenge of rising poverty. And we then looked at the celebration over the significant drop in crude oil theft. We have just closed today's conversation by asking the question, what is Ghana getting right, and what can Nigeria learn from the profound economic performance of Ghana, and not just economic performance, but also the governance level in Ghana as well has been acclaimed and applauded around the world. Well, viewers, this is where we bring this week's edition of Business Week to an end. We thank you for joining us. We hope to see you on Monday. Have a great day.
Insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel with the B.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning we're turning our attention to one of the most ambitious economic projects in modern history, the African Continental Free Trade Area, or AFTA as it's called. It's a single market of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of over $3 trillion. The promise is to break down trade barriers, boost industrialization, attract investment, and create jobs. But nearly 5 years after it came into effect, many Africans are asking, how can the continent truly leverage AFTA to grow the economy, attract investment, and deliver prosperity? Well, joining me to unpack this crucial conversation is Ambassador Success Bright, is the president of Focus Africa. It's been at the forefront of conversations on trade, investment, and Africa's positioning in the global economy. Welcome to the show, Success.
Thank you very much for
it's
having
very
me
good
on
to
the
have
show.
you this morning. It's a real joy to have you this morning on the show. Let's start with the big picture, really. AfCFTA has been described as a game changer. From where you sit right now, what's the single most important step that Africa must take right now to unlock its potential?
Yeah, first is good to establish what we're talking about when we refer to AfCFTA. This was an agreement brokered in Rwanda, the African Union, signed by 44 out of the 53 member states. That was signed in Kigali. And coincidentally, I hosted the breakfast section, a high-level breakfast section between government, parastatals, and key funding presidents of corporations in Africa. That meeting was held in Ikoyi in 2017. I actually hosted that conversation, trying to have discussions that put a framework around AFCTA. Now, back to your question, actually, the single most important step right now is full, fast, and consistent implementation of what AFTA stands for. Actually, this has to do with removing barriers at borders. This also has to do with harmonizing rules and making the AFCTA market work in practice. Policies are only useful when merchants trade without long delays, when rules are predictable, when government have the policies affect businesses positively, not the one that clamps them down. And when cross-border systems like payment, customs, standards operate reliably, that's what will help us to move forward.
We see that Africa still trades far more with the outside world than it does within itself. And it's quite interesting if you ask me. How can AFTA change that reality, and what does it mean for investors who are looking at the continent right now?
For investors who are looking at the continent, I would advise the policymakers and AFCTAs to put structures on ground to empower businesses that operate in the country. That is one step to make these things work. And you're talking about regional, setting up regional factories, logistics hubs, Pan-African brands, rather than just exporting what we have. We need to strengthen our structures within the continent and make things work. We're already seeing intra-Africa trade rising. In fact, recent report shows that formal intra-Africa trade is growing roughly at 14 to 15% of African trade and rising year on year. So we need to sign implementation moves that helps us empower structures that we have around. Now, for foreign investors, when they see that all of these things are growing, the indices, the database are there to show that we are growing, they will definitely come to invest in Africa. It's a sure thing.
Also, for small businesses, they do make up over 80% of Africa's economy. Many of them you see struggling with financing, they're struggling with logistics, they're struggling with access to markets. How can AFTA be shaped so that this SMEs benefit, not just the big players are benefiting, but the SMEs also benefit?
We keep emphasizing all of these things. We keep saying that SMEs need to be empowered. So first, we need to design a practical SME access measures that help simple exports. This can be done by creating export windows, one-stop digital registration, and low-cost cross-border logistics corridors. These are very, very important, because when you are playing in a society and you don't have access to other markets, access to export and all of that, and windows, you have windows, but there are a lot of tariffs that does not help you. It becomes a very big program. Second, we need to link SME to aggregator platforms and regional value chains, so they supply to large manufacturers. So it's not just enough for us to, have SMEs. Let's also give them access to supply to those who are playing big in the market. The third thing I would like to even talk about is to pair tariff liberalization with targeted support. Government should have tariffs in place, but let's also support people to meet up with whatever tariffs they need to do, because sometimes there are downturn in businesses. We need to recognize all of that and not just slam tariffs on SMEs that destroy them instead of helping them grow. So finally, we can also make paper work digital and cheap. In a situation where you go to our borders, maybe you want to clear a car, for instance, you have to do work, paperwork. At the end of the day, it's discouraging. It doesn't allow for easy flow of things.
And when we look around, Ambassador Bright, infrastructure is one of the biggest challenges that we have. It's still a major challenge, from the roads to the ports to power supply, often slowing down trade. How crucial really is it for us to fix these bottlenecks if ACTA is going to succeed, and where should government start from?
This is a very important question. Look, fixing infrastructure is very essential. You cannot, as a matter of fact, you cannot have a free trade area where it takes days to move a truck from a short distance to another place. Now, I was interfacing with one of our directors at Focus Africa who lives in Borno State, and he was telling me the challenge of moving goods and services from Borno to Niger Republic and all of that. We're talking about free trade area. So when there are border issues that do not allow free flow of goods and services, it impacts heavily on what we are doing. So government should start with low-hanging fruit. We should talk about high impact investment, border modernization. Put things in our borders that make things easy, like putting computer checking systems, whether it's for cars, for planes that convey goods and services. All of these things need to be addressed. We have to have things that make trade easy in the country. So infrastructure is one of them. That infrastructure has to do with road network. You even have to do with IT systems that we can put in place to make these things work.
And one of the other challenge you would notice is payments. They happen to be another hurdle. And you also see that doing business across borders can be seen as often expensive and complicated because of currency issues. Do you see systems like the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, that's the PAPS, do you see it as a genuine solution or just another layer of red tape?
I remember saying when, back in the days when EcoBank and some of the banks were trying to make sure that PAPS work, I said then that I hope this is not going to be another beautiful book in the shelf. And 5 years down the line, we're still having challenges with it. But I think that PAPS is a very genuine solution, but only if scaled and linked to local banks and platforms. If the local banks that we're having are not able to integrate, are not able to flow with the vibe, it becomes very difficult to implement. As of today, payment systems have remained a challenge. For some of us that host conversations in other countries through our conferences and all of that, you have this challenge where somebody wants to pay for a conference fee or pay for a product. It becomes increasingly difficult because the only route is to do dollar exchange. So sometimes you have to carry cash to where you are going to. But in a situation where you need to pay for something and you're not traveling carrying cash, it becomes challenging if systems like PAPS are not working. So we need to integrate this thing into local bank, and I feel that every stakeholder need to buy into it. We shouldn't see it as an EcoBank idea or an FCMB idea, or so there should be a policy from financial regulators to say we need to find a solution to payment challenges as we have it in Africa.
Let's talk about the ACTA investment protocol, which was introduced to give investors more confidence. What more should governments be doing to make Africa an attractive and predictable place for investment?
For me, the investment protocol is a strong start. Now, government must act on the basis of the investors care about. This includes to clear and have a stable domestic investment laws, transparent procurement, quick tax, dispute resolution. If all of these things are put together, then investment protocol introduced by AFCTA will work. So this cannot be done only by maybe the traders and all of that. This has to be a policy from government that needs to be driven to the letter and obeyed by everyone. So for me, I think that this investment protocol is a very good start. But now government needs to act, because government makes the laws, government enforces the laws, and everybody flows. Now, when government is doing this, they need to be as transparent as they can. Their disposition must show that they want to support businesses in Africa to thrive.
And if we're looking really across sectors right now, in your opinion, which of the industries do you think are best positioned to take advantage of the AFCFTA in the near term? Are we looking at agriculture? Are we looking at manufacturing, renewables, or even digital trade? Which of them are we shining a light on?
For me, we should look at all of them. Now, you see this overdependence on imported items, goods from Europe, from Asia, from the China, and all of that. If we can look inward and begin to focus on the key sectors, we'll depend less on this foreign importation. So, emphasis on agribusiness and processed foods, the value chains. In fact, let me speak more on this. You see, the idea of exporting our raw materials to Europe and the rest for them to process and send back to us is part of the reasons why we're depending heavily on them. Now, if you take cassava, for instance, there are a lot of things that comes out from cassava when you process it. You have the gari, the flours, and the rest of them. So the challenge is that for far too long, we export our things in a raw material state, and then we look back at importing them back in the country. So I think the emphasis should be on agribusiness and the processed foods, empowering local indigenous companies to do it there. Well, I'm also looking at the light manufacturing, where you have the likes of Tesa, agro processing, basic chemicals, and all of that. I'm also looking at renewable energy, where you have the wind, the grid, and a whole lot of things. So I think emphasis should be on some of these things that will depend heavily on foreign countries to supply us in Africa.
Really, really well said. And you're looking at the African entrepreneurs who might be watching this conversation right now. In essence, and in more practical terms, what will the AFCFTA mean for them? How should they be positioning themselves to take advantage of these opportunities?
For me and for them, AFCTA should mean that we should think regional. Think regional, not just your country. Steps to take now: digitize your businesses. You know, when you want to think regional, it means you need to digitize your businesses. It means that you need to make basic product packaging. You know, one day I was at the airport, I was traveling, and I had a conversation with an SME, an entrepreneur at Lagos Airport, and we were having a discussion about her product. She was like, her product had been rejected in the US market and some places. What are the challenges? She confessed to me that the major challenge is that they say that her packaging does not meet standard. So this has to do with branding and a whole lot of things. So as much as we are trying to leverage AFCTA platform as young entrepreneurs, as established entrepreneurs, we should take the issue of brand packaging very seriously. Then we should digitalize our platforms, our business. We have e-commerce platforms and all of that, because all the time you can't travel with your goods to go deliver. You might not even be able to send a dispatch rider from Nigeria to Cameroon to deliver. So when you have your platforms digitalized, you can have your products stored in another country. Somebody click and you sell. So when we talk about AFCTA, we're talking about region, looking at the whole countries in Africa, not just where you are, not between Osun State and Plateau State.
Right, and just before I let you go, if you had just one message right now for African leaders about what it will take to make Africa a real success story, what would that message be?
I will advise stakeholders. I will advise everyone to put implementation ahead of optics. We talk. We need to drive implementation. There are a lot of beautiful policies that we have in the country. A few days, 2 weeks ago, I was having a conversation. I was a guest speaker at a World Decarbonization Summit, and I told them that we're having a lot of discussions. What we need to move ahead to do now is to implement. So the most single important leadership task is to sustain and to coordinate action. We need to coordinate our actions, sustain the policies we have, and make sure we drive it to the letter.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us this morning to spotlight this very crucial conversation. Ambassador Success Bright, the president of Focus Africa. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you very much.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Noma Owona. On this day in 1955, Renzo Rosso, Italian fashion designer and businessman who co-founded Diesel Clothing, was born. Renzo Rosso is the president of OTB Group, the parent company of Maison Margiela, Marni, Victor and Rolf, and Jill Sander. In 2022, Forbes estimated his net worth to be $3.6 billion. Before stepping into the spotlight, Rosso left the University of Venice in 1975 to work as a production manager at Moltex, a clothing firm under the Genius Group led by Adriano Goldsmith, who became his mentor and later business partner. In 1977, Rosso planned to start his own venture, but Goldsmith had offered him a 40% stake and a chance to co-found a new company, leading to the birth of Diesel. Through this, Rosso also became a shareholder in Genius, which owned Replay, King Jeans, Vi, and Goldie. The name Diesel was inspired by the oil crisis, symbolizing an alternative fuel, and its universal pronunciation suited Rosso's global vision. In 1985, Rosso gained full control of Diesel by swapping his Genius shares for Goldsmith's stake. By then, Diesel Kid, first called Dieselito, had launched, and the sales reached about $5 million annually. Rosso focused on denim innovation, experimenting with washes and treatments while assembling a creative design team. This pushed Diesel into a phase of international growth with flagship stores in New York, San Francisco, Rome, and London. The brand later expanded further with mono-brand stores and a strong online presence. And on this day in 2008, Lehman Brothers Holdings Inc. filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. This was the largest bankruptcy in United States history. Lehman Brothers Inc., founded in 1850, was an American global financial services firm that operated for 158 years until its collapse in 2008. Before bankruptcy, it ranked as the fourth largest U.S. investment bank, employing about 25,000 people worldwide. Its operations spanned investment banking, equities and fixed income trading, derivatives, research, investment management, private equity, and private banking. On September 15, 2008, Lehman filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy after client withdrawals, plunging stock prices, and asset downgrades. The firm's downfall was largely tied to the subprime mortgage crisis and exposure to illiquid assets. The filing, the largest in the U.S. history, surpassed WorldCom's and accelerated the 2008 financial crisis, reinforcing the too-big-to-fail doctrine. Markets crashed immediately, and Barclays soon moved to acquire key North American divisions, including Lehman's New York headquarters. Days later, U.S. courts approved the revised deal, while Nomura Holdings acquired Lehman's Asia Pacific and European operations. By October 2008, Lehman's global businesses had been split among new owners, marking the end of its legacy. And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on BDTV. I am Noma Obuna. Keep watching BDTV. Stay tuned. Welcome to Today in History, right?
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is Social Listening. This is where we break down some of the conversations making the rounds on social media. And of course, there are a lot of conversations because we just saw the weekend and it's Monday. So definitely lots of people were speaking, lots of people were chatting, lots of people were talking, lots of people had strong opinions on social media. Lots of things were trending basically, and this is where we break down those conversations. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and with me this morning is Valentine Onyeka. Ready
as usual.
And
let us
what's the other thing you say? Ready,
steady, and ready to go.
Okay, ready, steady, and ready to go. Let's start off with the conversations this morning. The federal government has announced that starting January 1, 2026, no taxable person will be able to run a bank account, insurance policy, pension or investment account without a tax ID. Officials say the move will close loopholes, reduce tax evasion, and make the system fairer. For most people, your NIN or company registration number will serve as your tax ID, so no extra paperwork. And this has created some conversations online, and we'll take a look at some of those tweets, the conversations, and see how Nigerians are reacting to this one. Tax has been such a big issue this year. Will I say big issue? Has been top of mind this year. There've been from the new tax laws to breakdowns on the tax laws to just ever evolving. And we, as citizens, one of the things that quite understood. But let's see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation online. If we could take a look at some of those conversations. Smart says, simplifying processes is always a good move. That's from Smart. More reactions to this conversation on social media. Virgo Mastery says, it should be a smooth transition in using NINs and RC numbers. More reactions on social media. Noski says, it's Operation Tax people without any benefit. It's Operation Tax people without any benefits. They loot public resources and tax the masses and middle class. Thomas Jaffe says, what a misplaced priority. Always looking for ways to milk the poor populace who are already downtrodden by inflation and high cost of living. Well, Valentine, do you think Nigerians are ready for this kind of enforcement?
Truth be told, I would say, when you already know that we are living with a noose around our neck, so we're barely breathing, to throw this in will simply mean, look, insult upon the injury, which I don't think is necessary. Truth be told, the idea of having your BVN, NIN, is enough hurdle already. Those hurdles were put together, changed, to one another to enable the financial sector be able to mitigate fraud or those who want to do quote unquote wire and financial, criminality and every other thing. That should be enough. So for the federal government to now say from 1st of January next year, right, that they're also bringing in an extra hurdle, it begs the question, which is this: is there something they're not telling us? Are we beginning to, suspect that the use of our BVN and NIN has been circumvented? Are we beginning to see reasons? Are we seeing the indices, or are we seeing fingers being pointed towards? It appears some people have, put an unquote by, put this way, cut off that area to make direct funds available in such a way that we cannot track it. If this is the issue, then it is compromised. So we already know how Nigeria, how we are in this country. Before a law comes in to top the one that's existing or a decision, which means the previous one, loopholes are already rearing its ugly head. So if we look at it now, BVN and NIN is already a difficult thing to go through. It's a difficult hurdle to pass through. When you now say you must have the tax number so that way you can open an account. Without that, you cannot open an account. It simply means that, look, they should make sure that particular agency works 24 hours and works efficiently. We're not saying there's anything wrong with coming up with such plan. But what we are saying is, let's be able to make sure that that particular, department or the agency or whoever is responsible to make sure those numbers are not hidden from people, be ready to dish it out. Because you know how these things are. Especially, unfortunately, I don't want to stereotype us, Nigeria, but when it has to do with money, if for any good reason you cannot get all what you need to open an account because you need to buy and sell, transact, so the economy can flow. If there's some form of bottleneck, I tell you, banks don't know this, but it will affect them in the long run. How? I will explain. If a new generation bank, right, is seeking for more customers, what are the criteria for a bank to run and run effectively? Account opening what? Customers, isn't it so? So right now, I can tell you there are a lot of people running businesses that don't have tax numbers. Individual businesses. Are you telling me that the normal Okada rider will have to have, a tax number? Are you telling me that the lady who does POS, excuse me, who does POS and those who do other small shops will leave their business and go and be queuing up to get tax number? I understand it's important for us to track our taxation system so that way money can come in and then there are no loopholes. But let us start from those who are already stealing our money in the government. Let us look at those who are already mismanaging funds. Let us also look at and clamp down on the excessive spending. Already, the cost of running government is too high. Can we begin to cut down those areas? If we're truly looking at saying we want to be able to control and track taxation system in this country, then there should not be sacred cows. And now what this means economically, and because we follow the business as a BusinessDay television, the question is, will this slow down business? Maybe not in the long run, but short term, yes, it will. You will now begin to see more people hoarding their cash so they can do business from, not necessarily from home, but, take money, bulk, and go and do their business. Because if you look at it in real sense, if I want to go and open an account, you tell me go and get your tax number. I already know that I sell RAM for a living, right? I do some kind of informal business where I have successfully bypassed that taxation system. But yet they still pay their tax. You don't know this. Those people who run businesses in markets, they pay their tax one way or the other. Ask me how, I'll tell you.
No.
There are some certain levies that they give to those quote and unquote regulators that come to ask them your daily levy. That's them paying their tax one way or the other. Now you're forcing them now to go get the tax system. So let us now get more people to go to these people and say, look, we register you. Have you registered with NIN? Have you registered your BVN? Right now, since you've done that, officially and automatically we're giving you a tax number. Then it makes it easy. But if they continue with this trajectory where you have to now leave your businesses or leave something that's important to you to go line up, how long did it take you to get your NIN? I've forgotten these things. What about BVN? Sometimes
it was quite
90
a process.
days. The process was so horrendous, stressful. Most people have not gotten their NIN plastic card. If at all, it's never going to come out. I don't have mine. Do I have my number? I was given a slip. But have I gotten the real card that they promised us? Have you gotten yours? I don't have mine. So it goes to show you that with the amount of people who want to get this thing, there's bound to be people who will come and do what? Take advantage of it. We start having touts. We start having agents. Agent for an agent and agent and agent and agent. Brokers that will tell you, oh, don't worry, come to us, you'll get it very quickly. If it's going to cost 0 naira, they'll begin to do what? Monetize it. So you see now, yes, on the flip side, to create businesses, but are those businesses in line with the economy? I'd rather say they'll be fueling a false economy, because those basically will be people who you want to call, quote and unquote, touts, and people who you just want to quickly give them money, go get it from me and come back. That's one part. It will open another door for authenticity. How are you even sure that you're giving the right tax number with your details? Are you sure someone else's number is not being given to you? Now, it's also a good part where it will enable our tax, ministries and FIRS, LIRS to begin to work even more efficiently, right? Be able to control all those gates that anyone could want to circumvent, all right, or boycott to go get some illegal number. This is quite good. However, will it slow business? If banks, new generation banks, who are looking for customers, cannot get more people to come in and open an account as they walk into the bank because they don't have that number, you don't think that it will reduce the amount of customers they have? Less customers, the more they'll be able to meet up their mark. After a while, CBN will come and ask them questions. You're not meeting up your mark. What happened? You're going to mention another bank.
Well, we have to move from that conversation now. Let's talk about the flood. We know it's raining season. The rains are here again, and the Federal Ministry of Environment has issued a flood warning for 32 locations across 11 states in the northern part of Nigeria between September 14 and 18. Rising water levels in the River Benue, Niger, and River Gongola mean that communities in floodplains are at high risk. Now, the government is urging residents to evacuate immediately and for state agencies to respond quickly. Another flood emergency on the horizon, and of course Nigerians would definitely react. Valentine, how do you see this playing out? Is the government prepared to help these people, or are these communities going to just be left to fend for themselves?
I will want to reiterate and also pour more light on the fact that, like I said before during this review, if you don't have the resources to stay in the city areas and you believe your village is safer for you, go to your village and go and do business. Now, not to say that the villages too could also not be prone to flood. What I'm trying to say is that if you look at it closely, you realize that most of the places that are flood-stricken areas are areas that are close to the city. Why? Because the more people troop into the city, they build their houses and their shanties in areas that are supposed to be waterways. A Monile will go and sell land. Right, illegally to someone who knows that person that they are selling to you is where gutter or rather where a canal is supposed to be. So Lagos State government has said, or any other state government has said, don't build your house around this area. Some other people will go behind and go and sell those spots. And someone who's moving to Lagos for the first time wants to do business. He has some small funds. He will go down and rent that place. After a while, begin to build something without proper approval, and so gradually. It becomes a place of gathering because it's a small community. They have churches, they have mosques, they have their own, what to call, buy and sell, situation, something like that. So there's a small economy there. From there, it becomes a small village. And before you know what's happening, under a bridge that's meant to be free of any human being, we'll have people living there. Meanwhile, there's a canal. People start putting planks over the canal so they can build houses. So what do you expect? Once there is some form of heavy rain and water comes, it will sweep those who stay there. And it's not always the case. However, if government has warned there's going to be flooding, I assure you, government also has a role to play. Make sure that our sanitation agencies, right, which is I forgot the name again, what do you call them again? People who are in charge of making sure that waste is removed from the gutter.
Is that not supposed to be NEMA?
Well, not
NEMA.
Not NEMA. Of course,
Loma.
Sorry, beg your pardon. You have different states with their own waste management, agencies.
Yes.
So Loma for Lagos State. Are you putting things in place to make sure the major drainages are clear?
But this is even beyond Lagos right now. This conversation is for it's federal, and they're basically talking about the northern state. It's for the northern part of Nigeria. So
makes it more interesting.
That's what makes it interesting, really. But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation that has taken us again by, I wanted to say by surprise, but it's not by surprise. Zagalos says early warning is good, yes, but follow-up action matters more. Relocation plans, drainage clearance, shelters, response teams, all of that, I completely agree. More reactions. Truth be told, says this flood warning is just noise. 11 states at risk, and the government still can't fix drainages or stop dam releases that kill people. Early warning won't save lives if they keep ignoring infrastructure. Stop the excuses. Truth be told, they are all talk, no action. I love how this person is staying true to their handle.
I'm beginning to think this person is someone who gets to follow me so much because I always say truth be told.
Okay. However, in your words, Investor Donja says, I hope Nigerians in this state are there to the notice. Let's see if we have one more reaction that we can take. The legal Victor says, the flood isn't the real disaster. The real disaster is predictable negligence. 198 LGAs have been warned. Let's see who prepares and who performs PR after the damage. I completely agree. I completely agree to this conversation. But really, I'm just really more worried for the Nigerians than the people that get to be affected by this.
What this means, really, apart from the fact that we have, some areas where people are living, they're not supposed to be living there. But what this means is, if we cannot stop this flooding, the second contributor there said, do something about the continuous dam releasing water from neighboring countries that affects us. So I'm sure by now, those experts, meteorologists, name them all, who understand the layout and the mapping of where the water is supposed to pass through when those dams are released, by now should know the distance in which you have where people can live and where people should not live. It's good enough that they're working with NEMA now and they're giving out these warnings. But let's move from just warnings to implementation. If you recall, I said something while we are having this review. I said, look, not only warning them, not just warn them, but even if you evacuate them, make sure we put signs that will consistently remind people that this area is not habitable. This area is a no-no. Make sure that we have continuous content released out there. I don't even know they have a social media page. Let's make sure that they consistently remind people, because information is key, and it doesn't just end there. Also, for what is worth, create a lot of alternatives. That those alternatives, people can actually trust them. I think the problem people are having right now is trust. They don't trust the government. They believe if you say, we will relocate you, live there. As soon as you pack your things and leave there, they just abandon you and you have no relocation destination. So trust between the government and the people needs to be fostered. We need to have that trust to say, we've said this thing, right? We will take care of you. If at all, they're willing to take care of them.
Well, taking care of them. Let's move to Canada, where new data has shown that 1,596 Nigerian asylum applications have been rejected in 2025 alone. Did you hear that? 1,596. Now, over 3,500 Nigerians applied this year, with just over 2,200 granted protection. Analysts say that economic hardship and insecurity are driving more Nigerians to seek refuge abroad, but many are turned back for failing to meet strict refugee standards. But I must tell you, when I saw the figure, I was alarmed. I think for me, if 1,596 Nigerian asylum applications are rejected, that's telling. That's a lot. That's a number.
So, I'm surprised it's even that number. I was thinking it was going to be more
than that.
Knowing how many Nigerians leave the shores of Nigeria.
What does it really say about our image?
So, most definitely, it doesn't say anything good about us. Simply means that our system is failing. But I disagree to say it has failed. We haven't tanked yet, and we will never tank. Because, you see, it's better to salvage a country that is going down the deep than to wait until we are now at the depth. There are countries that never came out of it. We're a very religious country, yes, but at some point, the angels from wherever they come from will not come and save you, Nigeria. Nigeria, we have to save ourselves. And to do that, we must say the truth. Everyone in his own endeavor must say things as it is and call a spade a spade. However, should be told, some Nigerians who have traveled to Canada or different countries and want to move from those countries to Canada, right? I can assure you, most of them, if what they sold, right, to be able to get themselves there, they sat back and said, let us create a business out of this thing. They will be doing well off than sleeping under trees, sleeping in bushes, holding with their bags and every other thing, hoping that Canada will take them in, sleeping in airports, under bridges. It will shock you. You must have some level of education for you to be able to understand what the visa and travel documents are like. Not so? We need to see that most of these people are learned, intelligent. Some of them have their degrees, some of them have masters, some of them have PhD. But because they realize that, look, Nigeria is not willing or ready to pay you your money's worth or pay you your talent's worth or your qualification worth. So that idea of Japa syndrome comes in. But if you cannot interpret the document properly, you are bound to face problems. And again, I'll point fingers at all those agencies. They'll come online, put up all those fancy videos telling you it is time to travel. If you want to travel, this, that. You know, we see these videos on Instagram, we see these videos on Facebook, you know, urging Nigerians that this is the time to travel. I think such videos should be reported. Such pages should be reported. Because see, what they do is that they sell you false hope. They don't actually tell you what happens after you leave the shores. Most of them will tell you, we'll take care of you, we'll get you a job. All those agents are all over everywhere. In Ikeja, you see them in Victoria Island, in Abuja. They will promise you heaven on wherever, just so that you can part with that money. And once you travel over there, we've seen scenarios, we've seen testimonies. Nigerians telling you if they knew, they probably have stayed back in Nigeria.
Perhaps we should see some of the conversations on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation that concerns them. Let's see if they are also looking to, perhaps they are saddened by the situation that people are looking for asylum, or they are disappointed. Olajumoke Dola says, there will come a time where Western countries will indefinitely close their borders.
Most definitely.
I'm curious to see where we will run to then. We will then be faced with the reality of our country. Make Nigeria great again.
Absolutely.
MNGA. How does that sound? Just L69 says, this is a wake-up call not just for immigration policy, but for Nigeria itself. People don't flee their country for fun. They're escaping insecurity, they're escaping poverty and lack of opportunity. Instead of pointing fingers at Canada, maybe we should ask why so many Nigerians feel they have no choice but to leave. Until we fix the root problems at home, these numbers will keep rising, and so will the heartbreak
of paying so much money for visa and not getting it.
Finest Dove Olamide 1 says, if you're not in some extreme cases of areas of Maiduguri and some eastern parts where these notorious killers are operating, why are you going to Canada to seek asylum? If not greed and self-delusion, how will you gather money to travel from Nigeria to Canada only to seek for asylum?
Point.
That's a good point, actually. That's a good point, honestly. Contentment is key. Do we have more reactions, really? You want to say something?
I said, we're not even talking about the parts where they will you know, there's some level of maltreatment that goes on. What you think you're going there to go do, because your agent or whoever it is that has lied to you, telling you, oh, there's a fantastic job waiting for you. You get them to tell you, look, the job we promised you, right? Yeah, we're sorry we can't give it to you, but however, there's an alternative. And you're going to find out what the alternative is. But they've told you, listen, you're going to have, you know, a good job in an office or whatever it is. And they tell you the alternative is you have to go work in the farm. This is you that has never ever lifted a machete before, right? This is you that, for what it's worth, you've never done hard labor work before. So with your soft palms, Lizzie, you now have to carry a shovel and go and work in the construction site. The first 6 months will be hell on earth, and you would have wished, look, just send me back to Nigeria. At least it's not as cold as Canada or other countries where you know, where you have problems, you go and knock on the door.
Where you're freezing cold.
Do you understand? In Nigeria here, once a family member sees that you're going through a lot, there is this. It is in our DNA to say, this one is on my place, so this is my own person.
My people.
My people. Can we help? It is a cold world out there.
We have that sense of community.
Yes.
We have that.
Your family can just come to your house and knock. What are you doing here? I came to pay a visit. The home is not looking too good. I want to stay for 2-3 weeks. There's a bigger tendency that you will accept that person, unlike in the UK or in Canada or even the United States. Your cousin can just come to your house. They have told you 2 or 3 weeks before. What am I trying to say here is that, look, to each his own. There is nowhere that is perfect. We are quick to say, oh, I want to travel. There's nothing wrong going on vacation and coming back. But do you think the grass is greener on the other side? Have in mind, in the United States, everybody's queuing up to go to. They have problems with drug addiction. They have problems with fentanyl. They have problems with criminals from around the world who obviously are hiding under the guise of a lot of other genuine jobs. There are problems there. You have lone shooters. Only recently, a man was giving a speech, Kirk, and he was shot. Right?
The most tragic thing
on live TV. What am I trying to say here? There's violence everywhere. In fact, it has been recorded that there's more violence on the streets of the United States than there is happening in Boko Haram camp. But see, they are smart people. They don't waste time to look for other narratives to cover it. The algorithm on social media doesn't narrow down on those evil things or rather those ills of society too much. They focus more on technology. They focus more on growing their power, which is why Donald Trump can come out and tell you that he's changing the Department of Defense to Department of War. What does that tell you? They are moving from defense to offense because they're making so much money from visas, people who are paying for visas. Imagine this, out of 100,000 people that pay for visas in a month, probably will give only 50 or 100 people out of 100,000.
It's really sad.
Canada issue too is almost the same thing. But in this case, people think that going to Canada is easier. But whichever it is, I would say asylum seekers, we wish them well.
We wish them well. Well, that's where we wish you well and say bye-bye to you on the show today. It's been a very packed show this morning. We saw what we had on the headlines, from Dangote to getting some CNG trucks, pushing more CNG trucks, and quite interesting stories. To the newspapers, we saw that investors are now the prices have dropped, right, for stocks, right? So we saw the BusinessDay paper to the Vanguard paper to that very interesting cartoon, and then the Business Week, of course, with our publisher today, with Mr. Frank Aibogun, Mr. Ololade Akimurele, and Dr. Oluyemi Adeoshun. I'm sure you enjoyed that segment as well. Brilliantly said. And then, of course, the big story today, where we focused on how AFTA can be more impactful, for how countries can, benefit more from AFTA, not just us saying that we have an Africa free continental trade agreement, and then at the same time we're still importing from outside of the continent. So we're able to streamline on that conversation, and I spoke with Success Bride, the president of Focus Africa, and then from then, obviously, the social listening segment, which we just concluded now. Asylum seekers, over 1,500 asylum seekers rejected from coming into Canada to flood. Please be safe out there. That's all I'm going to say. Stay safe, stay safe, stay safe. That's all we can say. But that's all we can take this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Quite an interesting show. Thank you for sticking with us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economy as well as in the market. So today we're going to be discussing on a very important subject, but before we do that, let's touch on the business news making the rounds. So we're starting with NLNG, that is now pivoting to third-party gas suppliers as its plant utilization has dropped to 60%. NLNG is increasingly relying on third-party suppliers to sustain its operations after dwindling feed gas from international oil company shareholders has slashed its plant utilization. The general manager of production at NLNG, Nnamdi Anowi, who was speaking at the Gas Tech exhibition and conference in Milan, said that divestment by IOCs like Eni, who transferred assets to Oando, has forced the company to now secure 75% of its feed gas through new gas supply agreements. A second tranche is due in October, with volumes expected to stabilize from late 2026 to early 2027. Despite operating 6 trains with a capacity of 22 million tons per annum, utilization has averaged only 60% in the last 3 years. Train 7 is under construction to expand output by over 30%, but feed gas supply still remains the core challenge. Anowi emphasized that Africa's untapped resource reserves, urging more investment in investment and offshore exploration. Nigeria's supply issues is also traced to Renaissance past underperformance. However, at the 2025 NICE conference, Renaissance confirmed that it was meeting LNG's obligations for the first time in 5 years, driven by a 40% crude output surge and new funding. The company now plans to double gas supply to 300 million square cubic feet per day and invest $15 billion in infrastructure and asset rehabilitation. Then we move on to Vest Aquico, who has petitioned SEC after a collapse of its $60.5 billion offer to Africa Capital Alliance for Cornerstone Insurance stake. Vest Aquico petitioned SEC over a disputed deal to acquire a 79% stake in Cornerstone Insurance. The Nigerian investment firm alleges that the company's major shareholders reneged on an agreed $60.5 billion transaction, despite Vest meeting all conditions, including providing a Wema Bank guarantee of the same value. Copies of the petition were sent to NINCOM, that's the National Insurance Commission, and the Financial Services Commission of Mauritius. The sellers, comprising Pioneer Management and Business Ventures LLP, Capital Alliance Private Equity 2 and 3, and Mauritius-based Bank Ashore and Cap Ashore, confirmed in August that a share purchase agreement was agreed in form. However, days after Vest submitted the revised guarantee, the sellers, represented by former Industry Minister Oke Enelama, returned the document and pulled out of the deal. Vest has accused them of acting in bad faith and breaching agreed obligation. This tussle comes as Cornerstone Insurance stock trades around 7 naira 30 kobo, valuing the company at over 130 billion naira. At current prices, the disputed 79% stake is worth more than 100 billion naira, significantly above the 60.5 billion deal value. With the Insurance Industry Reform Act of 2025 requiring capital requirements fivefold, control of Cornerstone is highly strategic ahead of expected consolidation across Nigeria's insurance sector. Then we move to eTransact stock that rose by 45% in 1 week as it top advances on positive events. Shares of eTransact surged by 45.15% in the week ended September 12, 2025, closing at 14 naira 95 kobo to stop the Nigerian exchange advances chart. The stock opened the week at 10 naira 30 kobo and broke through its long-standing 10 naira resistance, driven by high buying pressure. Momentum was fueled by FIRS approving eTransact as a provider for the nationwide e-invoicing rollout, reinforcing its role in the government's digitalization and tax business processes. The payment fintech reported a pre-tax profit of 2.1 billion for H1, up around 18% from 1.8 billion a year earlier. However, this is coming despite a revenue dip dipping to 13.2 billion. However, the revenue dip was contrasted by a sharp reduction in cost of sales to 6.8 billion from 9.4 billion. That boosted gross profit by nearly 40%. The company's operating profit rose to 2.07 billion, despite higher administrative expenses, while lower finance costs strengthened profitability. As at its July 24 AGM, the shareholders of eTransact approved raising up to 100 billion through rights issue, placement, or debt to expand capital. eTransact stock began trading 2025 at 6.50 naira. It recorded some early weakness in the first quarter of the year, but has rebounded strongly in Q2, and in Q3 is already up by 91%, with September delivering the sharpest gains. We move to China, where the country has been seeing an economic slowdown, with that slowdown deepening in August as retail sales and industrial output are missing expectations. China's economy showed fresh signs of strain in August as factory output and retail sales slowed to their weakest level in a year, underscoring domestic demand woes and heightened calls for more stimulus. Industrial output grew by 5.2% year-on-year, missing forecast of 5.7% and marking the lowest pace since August 2024, while retail sales rose by 3.4%, cooling from July's 3.7%, and falling short of expectations. Fixed asset investment also slowed sharply, expanding only 0.5% in the first 8 months, its worst performance outside of the pandemic. Economists remain split on whether Beijing must step in with fresh fiscal and monetary support to keep its 5% annual growth target on track. ING's Lin Song flagged a high probability of another 10 basis point rate cut and a 50 basis point RRR cut in the coming weeks, while another analyst said that momentum was weakening but not yet at crisis level. Unemployment and household spending remains fragile. This is as unemployment and property markets are weakening. Unemployment in the country rose to a 6-month high of 5.3% in August, while home prices fell 0.3% from July and 2.5% year-on-year, further weighing on confidence. Analysts warn that the fourth quarter could see further deterioration, with consumer loan subsidy yet to show results and fiscal support fading. Beijing has pledged to make full use of fiscal and monetary tools, but economists caution that current measures may prove insufficient to reverse the slowdown. And when we return, we'll come back with updates from the NGX.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back, and let's take some insight from the market activity of Friday. We look at the NGX All-Share Index closing lower. There was a bit of cool-off in the market after 4 consecutive days of bullish action. The NGX All-Share Index slowed to around 140,000 points, shedding around 120 points or 0.09%. Despite the slight dip, the year-to-date return remains at 36.55%. Recall that in 2024, we had a full-year market return of 37%. Trading activity was robust as we saw 434 million shares exchange hands in deals worth around 16.17 billion naira. The market capitalization as of last week settled at 88.92 trillion naira. On that day, we saw Regency Alliance Insurance gain 9.93%. eTransact also gained 9.93%. Kellerams and International Breweries also. Kellerams was also a top gainer. Then we have Industrial and Medical Gases also a top gainer. John Holt also posted gains, all posting gains of 9.92, 9.91, and 9.91 respectively. On the flip side, Mutual Benefit Assurance was the top loser of Friday. They were followed by Lasaco Assurance, Dar Communication, PZ Cousins, and NGX Group all posted some moderate declines, 3%, 4% declines. And in terms of actively traded stock, NSL Tech, Secure Electronic Technology, was the most actively traded stock of the day, with 71 million units of that share traded on that day. They were followed by Access Holdings that saw around 40 million shares traded in deals worth over $1 billion. Sterling Holdings also recorded significant trading action. Regency Alliance Insurance and Charms were also the most traded stocks of the day. Then from the NGX, when you look at the global market, on Wall Street, Dow Jones gained 0.59. This is as S&P 500 slipped slightly. There was a slight dip, a very modest dip of 0.05% slip in S&P 500. We know that last week we saw S&P, we saw Dow Jones enter 46,000 points for the first time ever. Then it continued in that rally, gaining further in 46,000 points. On the other hand, we saw tech stocks we also saw tech stocks that defined by Nasdaq Composite advanced by 0.44% on Friday. Then in Asia, major indices closed higher. The Nikkei 225 rose by 0.89%. The Kospi index from Korea rose by 0.90%, and the Hang Seng index advanced by 0.22%. That's all we can take on the market insight. And when we return from the break, we are going to be having a conversation about the current miasma that is going on between Enugu State Government and Sujimoto. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Now let's look at what is making the rounds. 2 weeks ago, we saw a situation where a prominent construction company in Nigeria we saw the news of the EFCC releasing a wanted poster for the head of a prominent Nigerian company, a prominent construction company, Sujimoto. Basically, the controversy erupted based on an education infrastructure project that was awarded to Sujimoto in Enugu State. This happened in June 2024. The EFCC accused the real estate mogul Olasijibomi Ogundele, who is of Sujimoto, accused him of mismanaging funds and abandoning project. Let's look at this. On July 2, 2024, Sujimoto Luxury Construction was awarded a contract valued at 11.46 billion by the Enugu state government to build 22 smart green schools. The goal was to have them completed within 6 months. To kick off the work, the state government released 50% of the contract sum, this is around 5.76 billion, as mobilization fees. Fast forward to May 8 and May 9, 2025, the Enugu State Government Ministry of Works did an inspection to the 22 sites, and it was revealed that little to no progress had been made in so many of the sites. In some, they said there was nothing beyond foundation level, and in others, they said even the basic structural works had not been done. The government officials now alleged, they also alleged that there were defects in some of the sites, that the contractor employed unqualified workers, that they failed to follow the structural drawing, that they ignored repeated calls and project briefings. As the controversy escalated, the EFCC declared Sujimoto wanted for alleged diversion of funds and money laundering. And in response, Sujimoto's CEO, Mr. Ogundele, released a video statement. He denies allegations of fraud, money laundering, and even diversion of funds. He describes the issue as a contractual dispute, saying that the cost of materials, cement, labor had surged, that inflation and logistical challenges affected delivery, and that some sites faced security issues. He insisted that company's integrity remains intact. And on the show this morning, I have Kenechukwu Chibueze, who is a lawyer. He's a finance lawyer with a penchant for project and project finance law. He's also an associate with SP Ajibade and Co. Good morning, Kenechukwu.
Good morning.
We need you to be louder on this show. So, okay. So, first things first, we want you to help us explain what happened between Enugu State and Sujimoto. From your own perspective, you have quite a strong opinion on the matter.
Well, like you've rightly said, the Enugu state government awarded a contract worth 11 billion naira to Sujimoto for the construction of 22 smart green schools.
Okay.
In some local governments of the state.
Yes.
Right. So, in order to expedite the project, the Enugu state government forwarded a part payment of the contract sum, which is also called the mobilization fee, to Sujimoto, which amounted to 5 billion. And it alleges that despite this, that Sujimoto has, not done much
on the project.
But well, in the legal realm, there are some key points in this whole, in the facts which we have,
in the whole drama.
Yes. Firstly, the payment of close to half of the contract sum. I think that's a key legal point. Then also, the fact that Sujimoto, through his CEO, did not provide, as alleged, did not provide the bank account where the performance bond, the bank account in the domicile in the bank of the bank which provided the
performance
bond. Yes.
Okay.
Then lastly, the fact that according to the Enugu state government, Sujimoto has been nowhere to be found
for since July last year.
Yes, up until now.
Wow. Okay. There's a lot to take home from the entire thing, but one question I have is, what kind of risks are commonly present in these are large construction projects? What kind of risk do you think? And there's a thing where they said they allocate risk when you have construction projects like this. How does allocating this risk help to prevent disputes like this? As we can see, there's been a breakdown of communication. There's also a situation where the state feels like they lost their money. Sujimoto feels like he's been unfairly accused. So the situation, what are the risks that are associated with projects like this, and how do you share the risk?
Okay, yeah, that's a very good question. There are lots of risks that come with projects like this. Numerous risks. I would lie to you if I tell you that I can sit down here and list all of them out.
Okay.
But particular with this project, I would say there are 5 risks which come to mind. We have construction cost overrun risk.
Okay.
We have force majeure risk. We have performance risk. We also have design risk. And we also have construction delay risk. So I'm going to explain all of them to you one by one. So construction cost overrun basically means a situation where the cost of the project, as was envisaged at the time of planning the project,
went up,
goes up. It exceeds what was envisaged.
Yes.
So that's cost overrun risk. This is something which is bound to happen in projects, given the foreign currency volatility,
yes, and also inflation pressures.
Yes, it's bound to happen. Then also you have the design risk. You have designed what you want to
structure. An architect has done something magnificent for you.
Yes, you've designed what you want to construct. What if when you go on the ground, you find out that there are some parts which needs to be added?
Yes.
And it was not envisaged in the contract. Who then pays for it? Who's going to construct that? So there are many risks that come with this. So what the parties have to do, in essence, is look as much as possible into the future. Check if the possibilities of issues like this happening, right? Then when you and this is usually done by a process which we call the legal due diligence.
Okay.
So when you find out that there's a possibility of this types of risk, then you now have to allocate the risk and also mitigate the risk. Then you also have to ensure that the contract itself is back to back with any other contract which is drafted to mitigate this risk. And by mitigating risk, I basically mean enabling the parties meet their obligations. If, for instance, that during the course of the project, the construction company would need to buy, let's say, building materials, then what do you do to mitigate that risk? You enter a supply agreement.
Okay.
That's one of the ways to mitigate that risk. If you know that at many instances during the project, the constructor may need to, exchange naira to foreign currency, then you find a way to, enable it to do that whenever it comes up by, for instance, currency hedging.
Okay.
Then you also have risk allocation. You might not be mitigating the risk per se. The risk is still going to be there. So these two contracts I mentioned, which is a supply agreement and the currency hedging agreement, what they basically do is mitigate it. They reduce the risk.
Okay.
Whereas risk allocation is that the risk is still going to be there, but it's going to be allocated to parties who can best handle it. So these are two different things.
So is there like the risk allocation? Is there like a third party who can? Is this like the arrangement for a third party, or we're talking about let's say the government and the contractor right now?
Well, if for risk allocation is between the parties.
Okay.
If a third party is coming in to help one of the parties meet their obligations, then that is a risk mitigation, so to say. So for instance, risk allocation can be an instance where a contractor is engaged to construct a huge project for the government of a state, be it the local government, be it the federal government, be it the state at the state level, be it an agency, a department, whatever it is. And for a very fact that they have the ability to provide security protection more than you do.
Okay.
So what do? You don't leave that to your own. You don't leave it to your to you to do as the constructor.
Yes.
Because you can't handle that. The governments are the ones in charge of the law enforcement agencies. They could easily mobilize their men to guard the project. So at that instance, the risk of the construction of the project stalling due to insecurity will be allocated to the government if that is envisaged by the lawyers who do the due diligence.
So in this case now, that means what we have now in this case of Sujimoto and Enugu State government. So Sujimoto is saying things like cost of materials went up, that the logistical challenges has affected their ability to deliver on the project. Who is at fault? Is it that they did not come up with a proper risk allocation strategy for this, to prevent this kind of debacle? Because this is billions of naira now hanging in the line.
Okay. I would refrain from delving into the merits of
their arguments.
Of the argument of the issue, pointing fingers, who is at fault, who is not at fault.
Okay.
That's the exclusive preserve of the court. I believe it's going to proceed to litigation. Whenever it does, the court is going to decide that. But my key, issue is the fact that there were certain measures which, should have been put or taken to ensure that these sort of issues do not happen. It's not rocket science. If these, measures or these issues or these, solutions we are put into place, then the parties will not have arrived at this moment. Like you mentioned, you said that
Sujimoto is saying that they were having issues with cost of materials, cement prices went up. He used that as an excuse. That cement prices went up, that the cost of labor has surged, that they were having issues with reaching some of the sites and all of those things.
Just like I've earlier said, these issues would have been easily mitigated or allocated to the parties who could best handle it. For instance, the issue of foreign currency, like I told you, a foreign currency hedging agreement,
would have come in place.
It's not rocket science. Then, like I said, for the insecurity, you are allocated to the state government. But then, as to who is at fault, although I said I'm not going to delve into the merits of the issue, as to who is at fault, it will depend on the terms of the contract, the construction contract itself. Were there milestones that
they were expected to meet?
The constructor, who is Sujimoto, was expected to meet. Has he met those milestones? Were there obligations on the part of the Enugu state government? Has he met those obligations? These are the salient issues which may come up when they go to court.
So now let's talk about performance bond, because on this issue, one of the big topics that has been coming up on this issue is performance bond. So explain the use of performance bonds.
Okay. Like I earlier said, performance bond is one of those contracts which are used to mitigate risk in construction projects, particularly in projects involving the government. So it is the risk that a performance bond mitigates is the risk of the construction company not meeting its obligations, not building the project, or meeting milestones, or building something that is substandard, So basically, what it does is that the construction company would be required to enter into the performance bond contract with, be it a bank or an insurance company, who would act as surety, and just the surety is basically guaranteeing that the construction company is going to meet its obligations, right? So how do they guarantee this? They are going to pay the procurer, which is the government, an amount of money in the event that the construction company fails to meet its
on this contract.
Yes.
So that amount of money, where is it coming from? It's coming from the contractor.
It varies. It depends on contracts vary from by contract, right?
Yes.
So it depends on the agreement between the parties. I'm aware that at some instances, the bank might require the construction company to pay in some money. It might not be the full amount of money, the full security, so to say, which secures the construction contract. Then at some instances, it may just be that the bank will require the construction company to domicile an account in them, which is going to be where the contract sum for the project will be paid into. Yes, just to monitor the construction company and how they are spending money, and then whether they are using the proceeds, the contract sum right.
Okay. So in this case now, the issues now, in this case, another third party that has stepped into the case is Jaiz Bank. It's noted that the performance bond was provided through Jaiz Bank. Do you have any understanding of what's going on? You said something around the fact that Sujimoto failed to provide the account number. Has Jaiz Bank made any statement on this issue?
To my knowledge, I have not seen any statement
from Jaiz
Bank.
Okay.
Right. But the thing is that I would say that this is also another issue which could have been easily averted, easily avoided, right? I know that most banks require that when they provide a performance bond on your behalf, securing your a construction. You know, when they provide a performance bond on the construction company's behalf, you know, sort of securing the construction company's obligations under a contract, that they will usually require the construction company to domicile an account in them. And you know, this is where the lawyers come in, right? It is not just to say that it is a requirement. The contract, the performance bond contract itself must stipulate this.
Okay.
Then also there's a very trite principle in construction contracts and private public partnership laws, which says that important terms in this project related contracts, just like the performance bond contract in this instance, must be back to back with the construction contract itself. And by back to back, I mean that, you know, there should be terms in the construction contract that reflect those terms in the performance bond contract. So let's say, for instance, the construction contract to say that the contract sum would only be paid into an account, you know, of a bank which provides the what? Performance bond. That way,
okay, that way there's
a synergy.
Oh, so basically that means the contractual mechanism that was likely to exist in this case of Enugu versus Sujimoto is a case of there was a performance bond. That was like the mechanism that both parties had probably agreed upon as the measure of transferring risk or risk of assessment. If the question I want to ask is, what is the legal enforceability of performance bonds? Is it something that when you go to court you can tender it?
Well, at most instances, you may not even need to proceed to court. You know, the security in the performance bond, which is the amount which the surety has agreed to pay to the employer, which is the person who engaged the construction company. You know, the amount is payable upon call if it's a demand bond. Then if it's a conditional bond, then it is payable upon meeting certain conditions. So let's get this clear. There are two types of these performance bonds. We have demand bonds and we have conditional bonds. Demand bonds basically mean that upon demand by the employer, which is the person who engaged the construction company, the surety should pay
the bond.
The bond, yes, the security to the employer. Then conditional bonds say that, you know, upon meeting certain conditions stipulated in the performance bond contract, that the surety ought to pay the security to the employer.
But now there's a possibility that the employee, which is the contractor, may go to the court and try to void the terms of the performance bond. Is that a frequent occurrence?
No. What usually happens is a case where the surety would, you know, raise issues.
Okay.
Like in
the case of Sujimoto.
Yes, in this case, they may say that the
timeline was too short.
It may not be that. For instance, in this case, the issue that the surety raised, which was Jai's Bank, the issue it raised was that Sujimoto ought to have, you know, domiciled the project's account
in them.
Yes. So that was the issue they raised, and that is the issue they are standing on why they might not, you know, extend or pay the security. So issues like that may come about. But if those issues do not come about, then the security is bound to be paid to the employer. The employer is the person who engaged the construction company, which is usually a government.
So now, one question I have is, when you look at this issue, you look at an issue where the state government gave 6 months for the delivery of 22 schools. Now, the issue now is speed of execution with due process. This was a large-scale construction process, relatively large scale. What do you think that, in practice, how do you balance? Let's now come to reality and say, okay, for any state that wants to engage in such projects, how do they now balance the speed of execution with following the due process in projects like this?
Okay. I would say, first of all, I would say that having projects with very short timeline is not new.
Okay.
It happens around the world as the quest for infrastructure development
happens,
increases. People are trying to get infrastructures built and developed with speed.
Okay.
So it's nothing new. But you know, when you have that desire to expeditiously execute a project, you ought to reconcile it with, you know, silent principles of construction contracts and public-private partnerships, right? So one of them is that you have to space out payment of the contract sum, right? So you don't want a situation where the construction company, you know, is a bit lethargic because you have paid it so much amount of money, right?
Okay.
Or you don't even want an instance where you pay it an amount of money which it does not need at that point, right? And the money may,
like 5 billion at once,
you know. So I get that they wanted to expedite the project by paying the amount of money, you know, to Sojimoto. I think it was close to half of the contract.
About half, about 50% of the contract.
Yes. So a good way to balance that would have been that you spread out the payment, but not too far. The payments could be made every 6 months, every year, right? But then,
well, in this case, it was they planning to be a 6-month project.
Yes, it's planning to be a 6-month project. You could say that that it will be paid monthly. You know, it's possible. And then not just that it's going to be paid, there should be preconditions for each payment. For instance, it could be that we would have a technical inspector who would inspect if the project is moving according to project design and according to time, right? And if it's doing so, we are going to make the next disbursement of funds. So these are just the kind of mechanics you have to, you know, put in these contracts to ensure that the construction company is up and doing.
Okay, thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you. I've just been speaking to Kenechukwu Chibueze Esquire, who is an associate with SP Ajibade. We've been talking about the miasma or the debacle between the Enugu State government and Sujimoto Construction. And that's all we can take on economy and market this morning. Thank you very much for sticking with us. I'm David Urujimi.
To territory. A growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children. Young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
Yes. Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan bolan daji.
Gidan
bolan daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga sunan tare da yan uwana da ugana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa.
Okay.
In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi. To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Wa me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan. So, me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wannan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko kun
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya yi maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and state programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Almajiri. And it started from the younger age, when while unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a shell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Almajiri, who is doing that. You know, in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time, everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we found ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's why the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignore that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is Almajiri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a National Commission for Almajiri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that the federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our almajiri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the almajiris, even the other almajiris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the program of Al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates, so they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those Al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for Al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obuna. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. World Bank IMF forced Nigeria to end petrol subsidy, says Falana. Nigeria's crude oil exports dropped by 3.18 trillion naira in 6 months. Lagos reduces minimum estate land size to 5,000 square meters. Canada rejects 1,596 Nigerian asylum claims, approves 65% in 2025. It is my fault. Amorim takes blame for Manchester Derby defeat. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana has alleged that the removal of petrol subsidy in Nigeria was imposed by the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, not a domestic policy choice. Falana, speaking during a TV appearance on Sunday, revealed that no country in the world has eliminated subsidies, arguing that international financial institutions compelled Nigeria to take the step. The senior advocate of Nigeria added that leading Western countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and others still subsidize electricity, agriculture, and many aspects of people's lives. Falana also opposed plans for a proposed 5% fuel surcharge, urging the government to remit funds already owed to the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency instead of imposing new taxes. Moving on, Nigeria's crude oil exports plunged by 3.18 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, underlining the country's continued struggles with output levels and global market shifts. Data from the Foreign Trade Statistics report by the National Bureau of Statistics show that crude oil exports fell to 24.92 trillion naira in the first half of 2025, compared to 28.10 trillion naira recorded in the same period of 2024, an 11.3% decline in value. While crude exports weakened, non-crude categories surged, with exports rising from 8.79 trillion naira in the first half of 2024 to 18.43 trillion naira in the same period of 2025. According to reports, non-oil exports such as agricultural goods and solid minerals held steady at just above 3 trillion naira across both quarters of 2025. The biggest gains reportedly came from the refined petroleum products and semi-processed goods, which helped push the share of non-crude exports to 41% of total exports in the first half of 2025, compared to 24% a year earlier. Still on, the Lagos state government has reduced the minimum land size of estate development from 10,000 square meters to 5,000 square meters. This was revealed by the Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Oluyinka Olumide, during the Median Quarterly Media Parley held at the conference room of the ministry in Alausa recently. Olumide says that the lowering of the land size requirement for estate developments in the state was in sync with current realities in Lagos State, where increasing population and urbanization continue to push the demand for housing and estate developments in particular. In his words, some of the promoters of the 176 non-compliant estates published in August had come forward to seek assistance on how to regularize the status of their estates, adding that the ministry was set to commence enforcement on the non-compliant ones. And now to end the local news, the Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Citizenship and Leadership, Nasiru Jaoji, has appointed 2 Directors General and 5 media aides to work in his office. According to reports, Jaoji named Ibrahim Farouk as Director General on Political Matters, while Ahmad Salah was named Director General on Media and Digital Communication, among others. The special advisor to the president says the appointments were based on integrity, an excellent record of performance, and hard work. Jaoji, who replaced Rinsola Abiola as Tinubu's SSA on Citizenship and Leadership in August, has made series of appointments since assuming office, previously serving as special advisor on mobilization to former governor of Kano, Abdullahi Ganduje. All right, now we'll return with the rest of the news after this short break.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. This is the news at noon right here on BDTV. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has arrested an Indian businessman and 3 Nigerians in Lagos over a major drug bust. They were identified as Gupta Ravi Kumar, Ogunlana Noah Olarenwaju, Olushola Idris Kayode, and Bakare Korede Mohabe. According to the NEDLA, the suspects were linked to a shipment of more than 2 million tramadol pills worth nearly 4 billion naira. The consignment, imported from Delhi, India, arrived at Murtala Mohammed International Airport on September 8, disguised as multivitamins. Officials say the drugs were packed in 114 cartons and transported on an Ethiopian Airlines flight. The consignment was placed under surveillance before operators intercepted a clearing agent and 2 drivers attempting to move it into trucks. The Indian businessman was later arrested while trying to collect the shipment. The NEDLA says this seizure is part of a wider operations across Nigeria targeting drug trafficking and local production. Recent raids in Lagos, Anambra, Kano, and other states have uncovered cannabis, heroin, and other substances, with several arrests made. And now onto the foreign scene. Canada has turned down 1,596 asylum applications from Nigerian nationals, approving nearly 2/3 of the total claims filed so far in 2025. Reports show that Out of 3,548 applications lodged by Nigerians between January and August, 2,292 were accepted, putting the approval rate of 65% higher than in previous years, while over 13,000 applications were rejected cumulatively. According to analysis, Nigeria ranked among the top sources of asylum seekers in early 2025, alongside Mexico, India, Haiti, and Colombia, with 3,455 claims already filed. Maple Crest Law, a Canadian immigration practice, links the trend to the combined impact of Boko Haram violence and economic instability at home. The report inside that claimants must also demonstrate that returning to their country would expose them to risks, such as torture, threats of life, or cruel and unusual treatment to qualify. Also, U.S. Secretary of State of Marco Rubio was in Israel on Sunday as its military intensified attacks on northern Gaza, flattening multiple high-rise buildings and killing at least 13 Palestinians. Rubio reportedly revealed before the trip that he would seek answers from Israeli officials about their view of a path forward in Gaza following Israel's attack on Hamas leaders in Qatar last week that upended reports to broker an end to the conflict. Rubio's visit proceeded despite President Donald Trump's anger at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over the Israeli attack in Doha, which he claimed that the United States wasn't notified. The two-day visit reportedly represents a show of support for the increasingly isolated Israel as the United Nations holds what is expected to be a contentious debate next week on commitment to the creation of Palestinian state, which was opposed by Netanyahu. And now to sports, where Ruben Amorim has admitted he must take the bulk of the criticism after his Manchester United side were brushed away 3-0 by Manchester City in the Premier League on Sunday afternoon. United proceeded to lackluster performance against their City rivals, who went ahead through Phil Foden on 18 minutes, while Erling Haaland proceeded to score twice in the second half to put Pep Guardiola's City on their way to a comfortable victory. Amorim, however, revealed that watching his players put in requisite amount of effort makes him less emotional in dealing with the defeat. And also end the news, India's thumping 6-wicket victory over Pakistan in Asian Cup 2025 Group A clash in Dubai has been overshadowed by controversy, with the post-match scene sparking heated debate. Indian players, led by skipper Sukarmo Yagdav, walked straight to their dressing rooms without shaking hands with their Pakistani counterparts, breaking a long-standing cricketing tradition. Yadav defended the decision, stressing that the team's actions were aligned with the directives from the Indian government and the Board of Control for Cricket in India. While no official sanction has been announced, experts suggest that denying handshakes could technically be deemed as a breach, while penalties for are usually mild, ranging from warnings to small fines. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at Noon. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
The dinner for today for us to really discuss esteem as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy, We're trying to enlighten the people and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people just used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay when you generate waste. Don't forget that construction sites are they are very the high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is right. It's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there are quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What will we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Roast is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner, we call Mrs. Whiskey, to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with is a resource for another usage, can be also repurposed. So the capacity-wise, there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal peace, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with Loma actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of Loma to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is in a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that not properly disposed of, it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from LOMA. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that. Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you're listening to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. The kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? Yeah. But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not unionized when you say all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and The panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power, it's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste, the waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Acien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight on BDTV, the show where we celebrate bold founders and big ideas making waves in Nigeria and beyond. On each episode, we're shining a light on the people changing the game, the visionaries building businesses that shape the future of innovation. Today, we're talking about affordable healthcare solutions, how startups can tackle the high cost of medical care. I'm Glory Brown, and with me today on the Startup Spotlight is Dr. Adebayo Akintayo, who is a dedicated medical practitioner with a passion for improving healthcare outcomes. Welcome to Startup Spotlight.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, a pleasure to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
Starting with the first question, with the rising healthcare costs, it remains a challenge in Nigeria currently. From your perspective, what are the main drivers behind this cost?
Well, that's a very deep question, and I want to approach it from the basics. When we talk of the cost of providing quality care delivery, you have the physical cost that you can see, or the physical cost, and you have the hidden cost. The physical cost revolves around the infrastructure that would enable you to have quality care delivery. And when you talk of the infrastructure, you're talking of the physical infrastructure, the building, the maintenance of the building, the electricity and some other gadgets that you use, and the cost. Now, when you want to break that down, you look at it from the perspective that all those materials for building, for instance, are not readily manufactured in this part of the world. Some imports comes into it. And with the fluctuating exchange rates, you can expect that there will certainly have a profound effect on the cost of providing quality health care. Now, to talk of the other infrastructure like the medical devices, most of them are not provided here. Even the reagents are not provided here. So you have the global economics having effect on it because of the fluctuating foreign exchange. So now you now talk of the internal economics, so the so-called inflationary trend. When there is inflation, particularly in an environment where there are no social inclusion, what do I mean by that? Social safety nets. You see people, instead of agitating for a better system, they're agitating for increased salaries, wages, and so on and so forth. And those ones are part of the cost that will add on to the provision of quality care delivery. Then you have some other medical consumables as well. Essentially, they are not produced here. And those that are produced here, maybe because of inadequate quality control, they may be perceived as substandard. Then again, you have the so-called preference for things abroad. We've not been able to effectively intentionally decide that we want our local content to be effectively mainstream into our healthcare delivery. So those are things that we can, that can either expressively or in a hidden way affect the cost of healthcare provision in Nigeria.
Can you share some innovative models or solutions startups are deploying to make healthcare more accessible and affordable?
Well, there are lots of innovations now. Like, for instance, most facilities, or let me say some medical entrepreneurs, you discover that there are quite a lot of areas of interest in health. For instance, in the past, the traditional healthcare is about carrying paper, carrying folders all over the place. Now we have adopted the technology. For instance, in this facility now, we have electronic medical records. And apart from that, we have smart healthcare system or platforms whereby even the clients can actually book appointment online. They can book appointment online. They can, converse with the doctor online by way of telemedicine. So technology has really gone into it. Then in terms of procurement as well, sourcing for materials and this, if I need any items in this facility now, all I just need is to use the mobile or any electronic medium to give them the description of what I want, and they will give me the cost. All those ones has narrowed down. They are innovative way of making the system to work well. And again, even in terms of practice as well, for emergency services, we have calling numbers that people can call in. Then through telemedicine, we'll be able to assess them. The one that needs immediate referral, we will refer them. The one that needs to be picked up by the ambulance, we connect with them through. There are quite so many innovatives that they are using now. And the other aspect is that the so-called sector-wide approach. Health does not stand alone. For instance, now this facility, I would need an engineer to fix the bulb. If there is a leaking room, I need an engineer. So I need an engineering department. For instance, social mobilization, I need people to. So we're using technology to coordinate those activities. We have a platform whereby we have an engineer. Engineer is there. Most of other sectors, like even education, we work hand in hand with the education district to ensure that we promote the quality health education and health promotion in schools, and also in the community. We work with the community influencers like CDA, that's Community Development Associations, and community development, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations. We leverage on technology to push out appropriate information to them, and we keep ourselves open for feedback so that if they need information from us, we are readily available to offer it to them. Then we also use technology, electronic medical devices to gather our data and analyze our data. And that is assisting us in making an informed decision on what we need to prioritize in terms of healthcare delivery, and again ensuring that the budget is appropriately maximized for the benefit of all.
Now let's talk about startups in the health sector.
Okay.
How are hospitals, or what role do hospitals and established institutions playing to partner with startups in the healthcare sector to reduce costs for patients?
Okay. Now, part of innovations there is a long-hold concept of corporate social responsibility. Each organization is supposed to key into it. At times, we have this belief in this part of the world that it's only government that can handle healthcare delivery alone, give us quality healthcare delivery. But it's supposed to be a combined effort, a partnership that would assist, the government, the community, and even ourselves in ensuring there is quality healthcare delivery. The startup can leverage on the corporate social responsibility of bigger companies. For instance, this facility now, let's even take, you can see the AC, light is running, everything is running. That is huge cost if we want to even leave it to the power generation from the national grid alone. If we want to, even if we want to pursue the fossil fuels, alternate sources, that is pretty expensive to run the facility 24/7 without the blink of the light. So energy or power companies can leverage on that and assist healthcare providers in ensuring that they have access to alternate source of electricity, alternate source of power, like solar panels. Nothing stops banks and other organizations from accessing a healthcare facility within their community with a view to providing them with a solar system that will enable them to be in a conducive environment for the clients and for the professionals, and again assisting them in providing quality care delivery. I think I may have to mention it now. We've had such collaboration in the past in this facility. I don't want to advertise for a company. Some corporate organizations have donated some chairs and hospital furniture and some medical equipment for the facility. Some equally assisted us in providing digital literacy and some digital devices that will assist us in our electronic medical records. So, and there are still other areas of need. So I'm sure if organization develop the culture of doing the needs assessment of the hospital or any care center around them, then they will be able to see where they can plug in and assist in plugging the infrastructural gaps that's prevalent in our healthcare system. Nobody can do it for us. We have to work together as individual, as family, as community, as organization to make it work. Because, I mean, there is no, in the real sense of the word, no one else can do it for us.
From a response, we talked about how most healthcare sector have moved from the traditional model to the digitized world.
Yes.
So for startups, what challenges do they face in scaling these tech-driven solutions in Nigeria?
It's not cheap. That's why I said it's not cheap. There are quite so many things that will make it difficult for a startup. In terms of those devices, the devices are not cheap, except they find loans, maybe through industrial banks or some other, well-meaning individual. And when you look at that as well, you discover that the interest rates on those loans are not really cheap as well. So it's pretty difficult in this part of the world to have a good start point for starters in business in Nigeria. You have to talk of the energy cost. You have to talk of the maintenance cost. You have to talk of some other hidden costs, like cost of even human capital development, the human resources that we require for health and all those things. So it's not really easy, and that's why in some societies they usually give tax haven to startups in order to encourage them. So, and again, give interest-free loans to startups in order to encourage. Because when we are doing that, we're already building up a society.
Yes.
where it's for us, and if we maintain it well, it would always be for us.
What policy changes or regulatory framework are needed to encourage more affordable healthcare solutions? What policy changes or framework is needed to encourage more affordable healthcare solutions?
Yeah, all over the world, universal healthcare coverage is the norm. And what we mean by that is that people should not go through catastrophic spending just because they're sick. So the government, the society, the individuals, we need to protect the vulnerables from catastrophic spending or from not even accessing health at all due to the fact that they don't have the access. And and that brings in the concept of social health care, social health care insurance, or social health care insurance. So in Nigeria, we have social health care insurance. We have national health care insurance. In Lagos State, we have Lagos State health scheme. And unfortunately, because of the mistrust that has bedeviled insurance practices in this part of the world, a lot of people are still not really trusting the insurance scheme. But that is the way to go, because the insurance assists individuals, the community, and even the government to pull resources together to address critical needs without going through difficulty. So if we really want to bring up our health system to international standards, we must intentionally embrace and sustain the social health insurance scheme. The Nigerian government is doing a lot in that regard, but we still need to do appropriate stakeholders engagement. All people within the community, they must understand to the granular level, to their own native language, why insurance is necessary for them. A lot of people think that they bring religious sentiments into science, and I think that is the area where we need to where we need to grow up and wise up. What do I mean by that? If you're sick, the appropriate place to go is to go to the hospital, where one will be appropriately and professionally assessed not to a pastor. When one is sick, it is, a disease entity. It is, a medical, a scientific issue that should be approached scientifically, not based on, fictions and, issues that people are not really well understood. So those are the areas. Health promotion and health education should be brought to the ground level on how to maintain themselves, self-health care, and again on social health insurance scheme. Let everybody embrace it. It has to be universal, whether you are a cleaner, whether you are irrespective of religious orientation or social status, everyone must have health insurance.
Let's go on a quick break. When we come back, it's still a startup spotlight. Welcome back to the Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us, with me is Dr. Adebayo Akintayo, and we've been talking about affordable healthcare solutions in Nigeria. In the health sector, affordability is important,
yes,
but so also is trust. How can startup balance low cost with maintaining high standards of quality care?
Now, all over the world, there is quality of care checklist. So, in order to build trust, startup in health must embrace that checklist. Use it to, as a guide on how to maintain quality. And of course, quality comes with appropriate financing as well. And that's why, like I was saying before, social health insurance scheme is very, very important. The social health insurance scheme, corporate organization can also do it for their employees. They can do corporate, health care package for their employees. Individually, they can do that as well. They can also, buy life, a kind of social health insurance scheme as well for the vulnerables within their areas of practice. Then, organizations as well can do it for their employees. I've said that, and well-meaning or high net worth individuals as well can also look back and assist the vulnerable by way of giving them insurance subscription. So that will help a lot. And pulling those resources together will assist startups in mitigating some of the access to finance and ensure, because access to finance assist in driving the quality of healthcare delivery. So I think in a nutshell, accessibility to health insurance scheme will help them. Accessibility to low GD financing or loans will also help. There are quite so many government establishments and also some corporate organizations that are non-governmental corporate organizations that are involved in that regard. I don't want to be mentioning their names, but if you search the web or the internet, you will find quite a lot of them there. So I think a lot of people are groping in the dark out of ignorance that those opportunities are there. For this facility, I'm also looking forward to having corporate organizations linking up with them to assist us, some foundations to assist us in ensuring that we're able to maintain quality care delivery here.
A lot of startups in the healthcare system are struggling to scale up to the top.
Yes.
And you have been a dedicated practitioner for so many years. What advice can you give to struggling startups in the healthcare sector for them to be able to rise, for them to be able to stand out and not just give up on what they've already started on doing?
Well, I will advise them to consider three things. The first is relationship. They must build relationship, either professional relationship or relationship with other allied organizations or businesses that can assist them in mitigating whatever challenges that they have. They also need to build relationship with the community where they practice, because there is no way they can practice in isolation. Apart from relationship, what they also need to build is trust. Trust in their practice, in ensuring that they want quality healthcare practice, and they also need to build trust in the community as well. They need to project their services in such a way that the people will be encouraged to use them. So then the third one is that when they have problems, they should, or they have challenges, they should be able to reach out. Even if I want to go religious now, even Jesus Christ, all the miracles that he didn't do it alone. He was able to do what I can call resource mobilization. And from that resource mobilization, he was able to achieve the miracles, and the credit goes to him. But those that are profound, they will know that those who provided the water that he used to make the first wine, they deserve credit as well. The small boy who provided the fish and the loaf of bread that enabled him to feed 5,000 equally deserves some credit. So we must, as a startup, be generous to reach out to people whenever we have challenges. We may never know, in our circle of influence, we may find someone that has what we actually need to move ahead and, surmount those challenges. That's my advice.
Thank you, Doctor. So the last question before we call it a wrap on today's episode of Startup Spotlight. Looking ahead, what opportunity do you see for startup and innovators to transform the affordability of healthcare in Nigeria over the next 10 years?
Now, I'm a profoundly optimistic person, and I have this strong belief that it's going to be well. But we need to be strategic if we really want it to be well. And what are the strategies that we need to adopt? The first, like I said, building trust. The second, we need to ensure that we map all our available resources and ensure that we prioritize our needs. Most of the time, we don't do need assessment. Someone will just say, okay, I just want to build borehole somewhere, and they built it. That borehole may never be used because maybe the people in that community didn't need that borehole. So if we are strategic in the way we are doing things, and we're able to build trust and confidence of the people, letting them realize that we need to partner together to make it work. Nobody does in isolation. We need to be intentional in projecting ourselves positively, either within the country or outside the country, because help can come from anywhere. It may be within, it may be from abroad. If we are looking at help from abroad, if we are projecting ourselves as a die-hard corrupt persons, nobody will want to, no business investor will want to touch us. So those are the areas we need to have a shift of mindset in the way we project ourselves, and we need to be positive as well. And we need to be deliberate. Let science solve scientific problems, and let faith solve faith-related problems. Health-related problems essentially are scientific, and they should allow these medical scientists to address it. So that's the way I will end it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adebayo Akintayo, for your time and for sharing such a valuable insight on the topic, affordable healthcare solution. It was a great insight. Thank you so much for joining us today.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
And that brings us to the close of another inspiring edition of Startup Spotlight. Today we delved into affordable healthcare solutions, how startups can tackle the high cost of medical care. A special thanks to you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. My name is Glory Brown. Remember, your startup story could be the next spotlight. Until next time, keep watching BDTV.
of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV exclusive right here on the Business Day television. Today I'm seated with Dr. Adeosun. Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun is Chief Economist here at Business Day, and he just attended the just concluded Nigeria Economic Summit Conference in Abuja. Firstly, let me say welcome back.
Thank you so much.
How did it go?
The Nigerian Economic Society Summit was a massive one. We had over 2,000 participants, and we had participation from 22 African countries.
Oh, wow.
4 ministers were also in attendance at one point or the other.
Who are the 4 ministers in attendance?
For example, we had the Minister for Livestock. It was there in person. We also had the former Minister of National Planning and so many other top-notch representation. The World Trade Organization Director, she did a video call.
Oh, she joined us virtually.
Oh, okay. It was quite interesting and engaging.
Interesting. So can you give us some of the insights with what the Economic Society Conference was all about? Give us some insight on some of the things that took place.
So first and foremost, there were over 300 paper presentations that were running concurrently. There were multiple keynote speeches. We had, for example, a speech from Bismarck Rwani, and it was very, very insightful. We also had a keynote from the WTO Director General, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. That was also very insightful. The Minister for Livestock also provided some insights around livestock and how it can impact the economy. And the Vice President, His Excellency Shetima, was also there in person and also provided a few insights as to some of the actions around the reforms and how it will pay off in the long term for the benefit of Nigeria. It was a great talk show that we hope will also translate into action.
Right. And speaking of some of the talk, the keynote addresses and whatnot, fantastic lineup there. You spoke about the Director General, the DG of the WTO, Dr. Ngozi, obviously joining us virtually. Yes. You talked about Bismarck Rwani also joining us. Kashim Shettima, our Vice President. Yes. Just notable names. Can you share with us today some of the key issues that were discussed?
So, for example, the WTO Director General, Dr. Ngozi, mentioned something very profound. She spoke about the fact that data is very critical. That if you don't have adequate, sufficient, robust data, that the policy will be blind. And that was very thought-provoking. In other words, African countries need to strengthen the necessary data capacity of the various government functionary and the data agencies, for example, in Nigeria, the Bureau of Statistics. Because the more detail and information you have about your citizenry, the more you'll be able to plan and the more you'll be able to better allocate your resources. So things around population, census, those kind of things. So it's one thing to have revenue, it's another thing to deploy the revenue to the right sources. And it's also another thing to know where to target to even extract the revenue for. And another thing that came out also very strongly is the fact that GDP, all right, is not equal to real progress. And one of the strong things that emerged from this conference is, as we are trying to grow our gross domestic product, how inclusive is this growth? In other words, issues around inequality came out very, very strongly. Take the case of Nigeria. We are, in the last 1 year, 2 years, our revenue has increased. But on the flip side, poverty has also increased. So one of the consensus is, yes, we must do everything to increase the revenue, but we should also pay attention to the income inequality. How, in other words, social inclusion. How do we ensure that, for example, people in the rural area get as much as the dividends of the economic growth as the people in the city?
These are really key conversations. I mean, you spoke about data, how important it is for us to deploy data, especially when we're solving problems. Last week, even on the big story, that was an area where we focused on even the census and how the last time we had the census in Nigeria was in 2006. You know, just key conversations like this. But I also understand that one of the focus of the focus on that at this conference was on rethinking Africa's development. It's a continent with so much potential, but for decades we've been unable to fully realize these potentials for the benefit of millions of our citizens. And you would hear over and over again at conferences, you would even see the theme and the tags being unlocking Africa's potential and all of that. I will tell you, to be honest, honestly speaking, I'm genuinely tired of hearing unlocking our full potential and nursing our potential and all that. I think that we should have gone past that point. So can you tell us some of the measures that the conference discussed regarding African government, that measures that we could put in place, to push this continent out of poverty in real terms?
Okay, thank you so much. The conference put together people from the academia, from the industry, and also from the private sector. So we had people from the African Development Bank and other national agencies that are involved. Now, one of the areas that was discussed was the issue of debt. Okay, and some people before now have thought, assumed, or complained about the fact that the debt burden in Africa is rising. But based on empirical data and research, it has come to the light that the real crisis is not the volume of the debt, of Africans' debts, but the quality and utilization. So you may be incurring debt, but for what? Are you incurring it for recurrent expenditure? Are you incurring it for infrastructure that is not sustainable and that is not creating jobs? So these are some of the conversations that we are having. And of course, the issue of reforms. Okay, reforms across different African countries going on concurrently. Earlier today, we mentioned how Ghana seems to be getting some things right, how the inflation rate is dropping, and how some of the other things is looking up. So we must think about Africa and Africans, homegrown solutions, but it must be holistic. All stakeholders must be involved so that we can map out a plan. We need to have like an African plan, a Nigerian plan, so that irrespective of, and the conversation also said, we don't want a situation where you have, the plan is just about political parties, because they change. People in authority change. But if there's a master plan for Ghana, for Kenya, for Nigeria, irrespective of the authority in power, you'll be trying to achieve and unlock this plan. For example, the Africa 2063 plan, so that the Africa we believe in, so that each government is a continuum, right, in the real sense of it.
Right. Speaking about the Africa we want, one of the challenges we have is debt. We know that debt isn't just the problem, but it's also about utilization. How best can Africa turn the tide with the money it's borrowing? We seem to be borrowing every time. We have our big brothers and sisters over there, the World Bank. We are literally living off monies that we are receiving. And the other day we heard that we met our revenue, but it seems like there's an irony when it comes to the things that are happening here. We say, oh, we've met our revenue, but at the same time we're still borrowing. We're not borrowing from domestic banks, but certainly we're borrowing from international banks. Really, how do we turn the tide with the money that we're borrowing?
You see, it's not an easy task. But one thing is that we must focus on productive debt. I'll give you an example. Just very recently in Ethiopia, they concluded the construction of a dam. It was funded by debt, local debt. The citizens, the people bought government bonds. But that dam can generate 5,000 megawatts of electricity. Less than 30% of Ethiopia right now is on their national grid. This new dam will take that up significantly. So the problem is not the debt. It is how productive this debt is. Are we tying the debt to projects that will have multiplier effects, that will create employment, that will, lead to development? So we don't just want jobless growth. We don't want projects that will benefit a few elites. These are some of the disconnects. So we must think through whether the debt is going to be sourced locally or externally. But can we have debt, for example, to unlock our agriculture?
Okay.
Because many African countries today are still largely agrarian.
Okay.
So if we can channel those debts, not debts to build an airport, how many people in the country will ever fly?
That's a sad reality that I don't even want to think about right now. You're asking this question and it leaves food for thought, because when you think about the fact that how many people can even really afford to fly, sometimes we kind of see things from our, the point of our privilege, but really in realistic terms, it's not really how we see it.
And yet a lot of money is put into airports for a minority of the people.
Oh, that's a challenge. Another thing that is important for us to highlight is the fact that women, I'm a woman, women tend to hold the short end of the stick when it comes to economic and political empowerment. How can this narrative actually be changed in Africa? Were these some of the conversations that you had?
Absolutely. So one of the hallmarks of the conference was that inclusion, social inclusion, cannot be left as a buzzword.
Exactly.
We have to carry everybody.
It needs to be an
along.
action word.
And we all know empirically that women have the capacity to carry more people along.
Absolutely.
So historically and based on data, if a man has money and a woman has money, the society tends to benefit slightly larger, especially because of children and other dependents. So there's this concept called gender inclusive budgeting, where when you are coming up with the budget, you just don't look at people as people, you disaggregate it. What portion of the budget is going to men, women? Of course, there are other stakeholders, maybe youths, adults, and so on and so forth. When you think about it that way, there are certain things that will have gone under the radar if you just thought about you are budgeting for people versus you are budgeting for men and for women and for children and so on and so forth. That way, you will now see what percentage of the budget is going to the women. For example, you can budget for health, but there are certain health needs that may be peculiar to women. When you budget for infrastructure, you also think about how does it impact on women. So these are some of the calls that were made at the conference, that the government of the various African countries, more than ever before, must focus so that we must bridge gender gap. For example, access to finance. When you look at things like collateral from the typical bank, it may be slightly easier for a man to have land due to how historically many African countries are patriarchal in nature. So by inheritance, men typically in many societies inherit. Where would the woman have the collateral? So how do you now create new options of collateral or new credit rating systems that will not put women at a disadvantage?
Well said. And one of the things that is important for us to highlight also this afternoon is the fact that conflict remains a major challenge that's hampering Africa's development. What was the conference? What was the way forward at this conference for Africa to address this problem of conflict?
So in Africa, we roughly have about 22 countries that are tagged as fragile or transition states. And that means they are either currently in one form of war or have most recently emerged from war or are still neck deep in the effects post-war traumas. Let's put it that way. So it has become increasingly important to invest in peace building. So when you are thinking about economic resource today, when you think about, for example, natural resource, gold, oil, you must also see peace as an economic resource. Because without peace, many things can go wrong and many things will not go right. So increasingly, African countries must collaborate with respect to data sharing. By data here, it can be security data, intel, and so on and so forth. And then when there are issues, we should collaborate quickly to nip it in the bud. If you cast your mind back not too distant past, some of the things that happened in Libya led to the proliferation of small firearms. From Libya, it entered into what? Mali. Then there was civil war there. And that is what spread through the Sahel region and is even affecting banditry in Nigeria. So Africa, yes, in quotes, don't mind your business. Because if your neighbor's house is on fire, the whole estate may catch fire eventually.
Interesting. Also, can you tell us a way that this conference was able to address some of Nigeria's economic policies, especially in light of the current, the global economic realities that we're facing now? How were they able to address and highlight some of Nigeria's economic policies?
So one of the main keynote speaker was Bismarck Rewani, and in his keynote address, he said that Nigeria's growth is currently concentrated in low linkage sectors that generate few jobs. He also said that we have very huge infrastructural gaps, especially in electricity and also in the transport. And these gaps, they cripple productivity. So more than ever before, Nigeria, for example, needs to step up our electricity generation, focus more on infrastructure, so that real GDP will significantly improve. Now, while a lot of reforms are ongoing, specifically in Nigeria, okay, but these reforms must take into cognizance social cushioning, coherence, and credibility. On one hand, we have stopped fuel subsidy. Can we begin to quickly see what the savings to the federal government, state government, and local government, what's it translating to? Can we see the hospitals? Can we see the schools? Can we also see how we are using some of the savings from the fuel subsidy, for example, to agriculture? Can we also see how we are improving security so that we can minimize or eliminate banditry, so that ultimately food costs can go down? Don't forget that the average man on the street, the only way they can appreciate if a government is working is if they have food on their table.
They have food on their tables. One of the things that I know we talk about a lot when we are speaking about some of our greatest exports, we talk about our human capital, that one of Nigeria's biggest export could be our human capital. I don't know if you believe in that. You agree with that? Now, when we're talking about education and our human capital development, we know that our youth are about over 60% of the population. What are some of the strategies for this youth to actually stabilize with the future of work? The future of work is changing, and if we're going to really hold on to this lovely title, so to speak, of having our human capital being our greatest export and whatnot. But at the same time, we're seeing the brain drain. What that also means is that this same human capital that we have, this same these best hands are the ones that they're looking for out there, and then we're left with the scrap. What are some of the strategies that were probably talked about at this conference too, to make sure that our youth are well placed within our continent to enjoy and to also participate with the future of work without having to export us out of the continent?
Thank you so much. Some of the papers at the conference looked at this domain you just mentioned now. While they still agreed unanimously that education remains fundamental, however, it's not education as usual. It's not same of the old ways. For example, there was a call for urgent reforms in our educational curriculum. In other words, how do we align the current curriculum not just to fit the reality of work today, but the reality of work tomorrow? There was also emphasis on scaling up vocational training and skill. Okay, there are technical skills. There are certain gluts today, in certain areas, plumbing, mechanical, artists, all these artisans. How do we also scale them up? Because you need technical skills. For example, somebody mentioned how in China, some universities were converted to polytechnic. Think about that for a moment. In Nigeria, what do? We convert polytechnics to universities. In China, about 100 universities were converted to
polytechnic.
Why?
Why is that?
The reason is, so to speak, universities tended to focus more on theory. Polytechnics more on practical. And what do we need? Problem solving.
Exactly.
Industrial problem solving. So those are the kind of reforms. I'm happy just recently in Nigeria, there was a revamp of the technical education, technical colleges. Some new courses have been added and so on and so forth. So these kind of things were highlighted such that we can link the training of our universities, polytechnics to labor market data and employee data. So we are not teaching what we want to teach. We are teaching what will be marketable. And when you create those kind of talents, they will be useful both in Nigeria and abroad.
Having said that, let's now talk about the private sector and the role they are supposed to play now in accelerating Africa's development. Because we might have talked about the public sector, we might have talked about education, our youth and all of that, but there's a role that the private sector has to play. Could you highlight some of the ways in which this conference probably addressed how the private sector can also be a part of this accelerated advancement that we're talking about?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, why the role of governments cannot be overemphasized. There's little they can do. In fact, many African countries, some of the state-owned enterprise have been, through the privatization process, been handed over to the private sector. Coming back to Nigeria, we have been battling with our 4 refineries like forever. Look at what Dangote refinery has done. So, private sector obviously brings entrepreneurship spirit to the table. Private sector also brings efficiency. They bring speed to the table. And more than ever before, it's obvious that the increasing role of government should be to create an enabling environment, ease of doing business, digitalization, tax. So the more the private sector prospers, for example, the more revenues the government will even get from things like taxation, levies, and so on and so forth. So the government should continue to create an environment for the private sector. And the private sector too, for example, should also increase their support for government, for the society, CSR. And when the private sector does well, it affects households. Don't forget that employees are members of the household. Don't forget that most businesses also have small SMEs that provide one support or the other. So it cannot be overemphasized. And which means that there must be a tripartite relationship. The government, the industry, and the academia. We are sharing knowledge, we are meeting the needs of each other, and we are supporting each other. And we ensure we carry each other along so that you don't just come up with a policy like you now shock the other party, because we all tend to lose something at the end of the day.
Right. Before I get your final thoughts, Dr. Adeosun, this is a time where we're focused, we are championing for sustainability on every front, every conversation, every conference you go to, we're talking a whole lot about sustainability, the green economy and all of that. Did this conference in any way highlight, while we're talking about the urgency for industrialization, did this conference address the fine balance between attaining this industrialization, the urgency for it, and also balancing it out with sustainability and the green economy?
Yes. So that was also on the burner, on the front line. Don't forget that sustainability cares about the survival of our children tomorrow. Absolutely. That's part of the
absolutely
offer. So we don't just survive or thrive today to the detriment of people coming forward. And that's why in this conference, for example, there were calls for discipline and reforms. It shouldn't be reckless. There was also call for inclusivity in planning. Inclusion is part of sustainability in a way. There was also call for accountability in spending. If you are not accountable, you will not be what? Sustainable. Then there were calls for productivity in the utilization, management, and procurement of debt. And then some African society, due to there's deficit of trust. Okay, so there was also calls for government to do more so that the citizens will believe them. You don't want to have an opera. You don't want to have chaos and realism in policy making. Of course, things like climate change, ozone layer, all those kind of conversations were also on the table. But it's important to note that as at now, the contribution of Africa or sub-Saharan Africa to climate change issues and challenges is very minimal. We've not even scratched the surface.
With all that we're doing,
there's so much more yet to be done.
Absolutely.
So we really need to step up. So we have coal, let's use it. We have oil, let's use it. But let's use it responsibly.
Absolutely. And speaking of using responsibility, while we are hitting the home run already, and inclusivity, talk to us about how the digital economy was also addressed, because this is also a very digital era. We're talking about inclusivity. So at the same time, we need to talk about digital inclusivity. So what were some of the areas in which they addressed this digital economy?
So, at the conference, the fourth industrial revolution was discussed.
Okay.
And there were, comments around the fact that, so to speak, we've not really met the expectations with respect to the third industrial revolution. That's the industrial era. We are still trying to catch up. But somehow, in this fourth industrial revolution, especially the youth of Africa, we have the window to catch up and even leapfrog. And for example, certain cities like in Nigeria, Lagos, Kenya, South Africa, we've seen a few unicorns emerge. For example, in fintech, even globally, Kenya is like the leading light with respect to payments using mobile money and the likes. So for once, there is hope on the horizon that if we embrace digitalization and we invest more, but again, it led to the call for infrastructure, electricity, internet. These are complementary to digitalization.
They go hand in hand.
They go hand in hand. And that also led to, still piggybacking back to your on sustainability, renewable energy, solar, wind. We have a lot of this in Africa, and we should really, really leverage on it. All right, it's very, very important. So things like health tech, edu tech, fintech, all the tech dimensions of our everyday life, we need to key into it. And that way, not only do we meet and solve problems of Africa, we also solve problems of the world. Take India, for example. There were some case studies like that. See how India has made a lot of money from outsourcing call center. That's leveraging technology. You may be calling a company in quotes in US, meanwhile the call center is in India.
In India.
So how do we leverage? Because suddenly geography is no longer a barrier because of technology. So we can bring more work, more jobs, more projects to Nigeria, and we of course earn dollars.
That's a good way for us to end this conversation today. Earn dollars, because that's really where I'm at right now. Thank you so much, Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, our Chief Economist here at Business Day, for giving us all of those insights from the Nigeria Economic Society Conference, which just concluded in Abuja. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's where we wrap up the Business Day exclusive today. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough
and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You are watching Business Day Television.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away. This is Health Matters on Business Day Television, your #1 weekly stop for health tips and healthy living. I am Amanda Imosipue. Myopia is becoming a disease of public health importance, gradually attaining a global epidemic. In 2020, the World Health Organization, WHO, declared myopia a global emergency because of its rising prevalence. Back in 2016, about 23% of the world's population was already living with the condition. And to put it simply, by 2030, 1 in every 2 people could be affected. With these statistics, we'll delve into the rising tides of myopia, focusing on how lifestyle changes affect Nigerians. With me is Dr. Okafor Confidence Choma, an optometrist and vision care expert at Eye Candy Eye Clinic. Welcome, Dr. Confidence.
Thank you.
It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Pleasure is mine too.
So let's dive straight now. Let's start with the basics, because we're talking to the laymen. So let's start with the basics. What is myopia exactly to you?
Okay. I would say myopia simply means someone being short-sighted. When we say people can see things that are close to them, but have problems seeing things that are further or far, or have blurry vision, seeing things that are far from where they are. So we call that myopia. We could also say sometimes it's as a result of the eyeball being a little bit longer than it's supposed to be, or maybe the system that helps in bending lights in the eye, bends it wrongly instead of bending it the right way. So this could cause myopia.
Okay, so what exactly is, because I'm wearing glasses, almost everybody out there is wearing glasses, and from statistics we see that 1 in 2 persons by 2030 would be suffering from myopia. So what exactly causes this prevalence?
Well, I would say lifestyle changes.
Okay.
When I was growing up, even though I'm still Gen Z, my parents then would, give us 1 to 2 hours, or 1 hour 30 minutes, sometimes 40 minutes to go outside, touch the sand, the rays of light would touch you. They'll say, go outside, play with your peers and everything, talk to people, and then come back in. But with what I'm seeing now, parents of these days, what they give their children, naps. You will see a child crying, and for the parents to calm the child down, the parents would give the child a system or a tab or something. Right now, what we watch is Coco Melon or Miss Rachel or whatever it is that is in vogue now. So I would basically say it's lifestyle changes, spending too many times or too much time on screen, excessive near work, watching the television a little too much or a little much than you should watch it. I would say that is, I mean, apart from genetics, you know, I would say that is why we can see that almost 2 in 10 persons have myopia.
So you said lifestyle changes.
Yes.
Now. Apart from, you talked about screen time. Apart from screen time and genetics, are there other causes of myopia?
I would also say, you know, food, what we eat.
Food.
Yeah.
How exactly?
Nutrition. Okay, when, you know, I mean, you're a growing child, when you're not eating what you're supposed to eat as a child that is growing, it could cause malfunction. Now, when someone is being given birth to, I mean, it's either your emetropic, that's your eye is normal, or your myopic, that's your short-sighted, or your hyperopic. You must definitely have one of this. It's a must.
Okay.
You must definitely have one of this. So some people too, it could be acquired, you know, as you're growing, like I said, lifestyle changes, and also basically when you're not being fed well, I mean, you're deficient of, you know, some nutrients. I think, yeah, it could also cause it.
So we can, from statistics, you know, reading, there was a research that said out of 212 children, like 70-something% were suffering from myopia. So would you say it's only food and this? You have mentioned food, you have mentioned lifestyle changes.
I'll say genetics.
Genetics.
Basically, because for you to be a child, it's either you inherit it from your one of your parents or both parents. So I'll say it's genetic for them to be given birth to, you know. And then I would also say, I mean, as people, or as, you know, you never could tell what is wrong with you, you know. Sometimes you feel, oh, I'm good, I'm nothing is wrong with me, because, you know, this eyes works, you know, even though it works dependently, it still works independently. I can close one eye and then I'm able to see something with this particular eye. I can close it and I'm able to see. So with both eyes working together, I may not know that, I may not know, or I might not know that something is definitely wrong with my eye. So, you know, sometimes I've had cases of children failing in school. They'll say, oh, this child is dumb or not intelligent, but you don't know that the child actually has an eye issue. So when you don't go for regular eye checks, you never could tell what is wrong with you. So it might be a problem already that is inside, but because you've not gone to the clinic before, you've never visited before, you know. I could see also, even in schools, you know, they keep children according to, or maybe according to your height. The tall ones stay at the back, the short ones stay in front. Probably that tall one might be having eye issues and nobody knows. Do you get? Nobody knows that, oh, the child has issues. The parents too might not know. So when when teachers notice that, okay, this child squints, or maybe when you drop him at the back, he or she comes to the front to see, oh, what exactly is this on the board? Or maybe instead of looking at the board, the child prefers copying from the neighbor. You know, sometimes you overlook all those things. So because we overlook all those things, those problems keep building. The myopia keeps building, keeps progressing. You know, I think there was a case I had one certain time in the clinic. You know, the child was, I think, 6 years old or 7 years old, but already started having these problems like when the child was little. So according to the parents, then she said, oh, I could remember when she was 2 years old, she's always saying, I can't see properly, like I don't like where they kept me, and you're saying, shut up, yeah. You understand. So by the time they brought the child, there was little or nothing we could do because it was worse already. And that's because we don't cultivate a habit of regular check, particularly the eye, yes, as we do to other parts of the body. Or we neglect when a child says, I'm having eye ache, or my eye is itching me or something. We just say, come, let me just clean your eye, or just something. We just say something and just shove it off. So I would say it's progressing that much because of our ignorance, or because of people that are ignorant, and then they don't take into consideration whatever it is, maybe their children or sisters or whoever it is complains, you know.
Speaking of ignorance, I was once ignorant because I wear medicated glasses, not for myopia at all. But I was having migraines, and it was till objects started jumping out of book. I'm like, no, I need to check it. So what red flags should parents see? What symptoms should they see in their very young children and know that, okay, they should go for eye checkup, like there's a problem right now? And then us, like youths, adults, what should we see and know that, okay,
this is a case of myopia at this moment?
Okay, so I'm going to give you a little story. I used to be like you, then I was a student optometrist then. So, I would say, God forbid, I'll never put on glasses. So I'll just help people, give them their glasses, but I don't think I would ever wear it. Then I think in my final year, I was studying for my Viva. I read there. So, after reading, as I'm reading, I ache, like my eyes would, to be like it's pulling and something. And then I'll just say, okay, maybe I'm stressed. I'll now drop my book and go and sleep. When I wake up, I'll say that, okay, I feel better. But when I pick the book again, the headache stops. And starts again. So I had to go to the school clinic then and now complain. Just a little power they gave me solved my issues. Yeah. So I would say, you see a child, the television is somewhere there, and the chair is here. The child prefers going in front of the television to, sit to watch the television. This is a symptom. Or you see this child, every time the child is always itching, scratching, itching. Myopia could also bring symptoms. You could see also itching, like every time the child is always rubbing. Okay, sometimes too, like I said, in school or in class, the child would prefer hopping from the neighbor or just moving in front of, Then for adults like us, myopia could cause laziness. We are here and we just prefer to look at things that are close by. When it's something that is far, like, I can't see, so I don't want to stress myself seeing it, or whatever it is that concerns distance vision, we'll just give up and say no. I feel comfortable reading things that are close by. When I see things that are far, I don't know, I have no interest whatsoever in reading it, So I would say these are the symptoms or red flags you can see or you can see that would say, okay, this is time for me to go and check my eyes to know what exactly is wrong. Because a normal person, I promise you, even as you are here, you should be able to see something that is there.
Okay.
You should be able to see something that is 20 feet away from me, like very, very well, down to like a distance. Or maybe let's say, okay, we measure it using we have the 660, 636. If you've been to an eye clinic before, there's this screen or a chart or something. So it's believed that you should at least see to an extent for you to know that, okay, my eye is good.
Okay, laziness. That's a very new one for me. But let's take a break and we'll be back with more tips. Welcome back. We're still talking about the rising prevalence of myopia. So, Dr. Confidence, I mentioned that I was having migraines before I went for eye checkup and all of that. But, you have squinting and you mentioned itching of the eyes and all. Beyond that, what are the long-term consequences if you do not have? Because I felt like with my migraines, I felt like I could have died because I was crying every time. So with like my migraines, the squinting, itching of the eyes is very uncomfortable. So what are the long-term consequences of leaving myopia untreated?
Okay, so when you leave myopia untreated, it could lead to glaucoma.
Okay.
And then, we know that glaucoma is a silent theft or thief of sight. Silently, you will know you're going blind, and then you wake up one day and notice, oh, I'm blind.
Yes.
Also, it could also lead to cataract,
Okay.
where the lens in your eye becomes cloudy and then you're able to see little or nothing, and then that would lead to maybe cataract surgery. It could also lead to retinal detachment. Your retina, that place where we said the rays of light, it's focusing in front of the retina instead of at the back of the retina. So when you leave, instead of on the retina rather, when you leave myopia untreated for a very long time, because of the force, the power keeps increasing to start pulling your retina, and before you know it, you have retinal detachment, and that could also cause blindness.
Okay.
So let's just say blindness. That's the
blindness.
In summary, blindness.
Okay, so you also spoke about earlier on. You spoke about hereditary myopia being hereditary. You know how I'm a layman, I'm not in the medical field. So you know how there are some drugs women take to prevent some certain things during the pregnancy period. Is there something like that you take during your period of pregnancy or anything to reduce the risk of your child having myopia?
Fortunately, no.
There's nothing.
Yes.
So is it that if I am a mother and I suffer from myopia, is it that immediately the child is born, I should start doing tests for this child?
Yes, exactly. You should immediately, once you know that you have the idea that, oh, I'm myopic, I wear glasses, and my husband too wears glasses, it's something that runs in my family. Definitely one or two of your children, would have it. So since you have that idea, what you're going to do once, the child maybe reaches a reasonable age, maybe some months, maybe 8, 9, 1 year, is to take, we have pediatric optometrists.
Okay.
Yes. So people can visit an eye clinic, and then we'll find a way to curb it, because the problem with this myopia is not you having it, it's progressing. And as a child, because a child is still growing, the muscles are developing and everything, so as all those things are growing, the myopia too is progressing. So what we advise is, once you know that it runs in your family, please do well to visit an optometrist or an optometry clinic, and lay your complaints to them and say, oh, I'm myopic, my husband too is, or even if both of you are not, but it runs in your family. It's just like diabetes, asthma, it runs in your family. So when you're asking all those routine questions, you ask, does you run in the family? Do you have any idea if it runs in your family? So that you start curtailing it, so that it won't be when you have it already. You start taking necessary measures for it not to be worse. So I'm going to say, yes, once you have it or your husband has it, possibility of your child having it is like 70 to 80%. So please take the child to an optometrist, pediatric optometrist, to an eye clinic, who would know what to do. Take it up from there.
Is it curable? Because you go to your hospital and the doctors are like, oh, just wear these glasses for some months. Your eye would. Is it curable, really?
Well, I can't say it's curable. That's why we have spectacle lenses, yes. Right? So what we can promise you is that it won't progress more than it should. Do you understand? We'll promise you that, okay, because you're on time and we've caught it and we've seen it on time, it's not going to go more than it's supposed to, or more than it is already.
Okay, let's talk about treatment options. How accessible? Glasses are expensive. First of all, it's not different to lenses, they're very expensive. So how accessible are these options for people?
Well, you know how the country is, how Nigeria is, so you can't really blame us. But I would say for every category, we have a glass that would match your pocket, what you can afford, yeah? Okay. We have luxury, we have the normal ones, we have for kids, we have whatever it is you can afford, So yes, I don't know, when you say accessible, it's not 10 naira, it's not 15 naira, it's 20 naira, but we make sure that the common man or everybody is able to afford it as far as you have an eye issue. So it's just for you to come in, and then we give you the options, and then you go for the one that you feel you can afford. Then also, aside the glasses, for people that can afford contact lenses too. There are some people that will say, oh, but I don't really want people to know that I have this eye defects, So if you think you're meticulous enough, you're careful enough, because contact lenses, it requires a whole lot of care and so many rules and regulations to maintaining it. So if you think you can maintain it, fine, you can also go for contact lenses. Then when it's as if the myopia has increased and the glasses are not really doing much for you, no matter the power we give you and everything is really not doing much for you, there are hospitals in Nigeria that offer surgeries, LASIK surgeries. Those surgeries can also help with the myopia, and then we'll be able to just accept just a little power after the surgery.
Okay, this is centering on lifestyle patterns and the rising prevalence of myopia. So if we continue with this Miss Rachel long screen time lifestyle pattern, where do you see Nigerians and this fight against myopia in the next 5 to 10 years?
I promise you, literally every child would acquire myopia. Now, it's not going to be through gene or anything. It's going to be acquired because of the lives we've chosen, or we are giving our children, or yes, we are basically giving our children. So I would say, please regulate, Miss Rachel. Maybe don't just take it totally off from them or away from them. Maybe just say, okay, okay, I'm just going to give you 40 minutes screen time, and that's it. Go outside, go and play, touch sand. I mean, that has never killed. I mean, okay, it has killed some people, but I'm just saying we are Nigerians. Yeah. So go outside, meet people, talk to people, you know. And then I would also say, even as adults, even when you think, oh, my eyesight is good and everything, I'd also recommend that you visit an eye clinic here. You could also get plano glasses. I mean, there's no prescription in it, but it has this blue rays in it that could shield the rays of light from your screen. Because I mean, it's something we can't just take away from us right now, because the world is becoming globalized and everybody needs a system. Virtually everybody's working on a system. Everybody has a phone and everything, and most of us, our offices are there. So I would recommend that you visit an eye clinic, especially us. I mean, I'll come to that. You visit an eye clinic, you know, get a prescription that has maybe just the blue cut rays, or maybe photochromic. You know, it will show the rays of light coming from your system. Even from UV rays, it also helps a whole lot. And then I would also recommend something called the 20-20-20 rule. I mean, this has always done magic. The way we say, oh, I've seated for a very long time and then my body aches, my leg aches and everything, the eye also aches. So for every 20 minutes you spend on your system, look at something that is 20 feet away from you, just a distance, for 20 seconds. That way, the muscles in your eye, they're exercising themselves. You know, they'll feel refreshed and everything. Then you go back to work. After the next 20 minutes, look again for 20 seconds. Look around, you know, just stretch your eyes. Then you come back or get back to whatever it is you're doing.
Okay, speaking of accessibility, finally, I heard something about a free consultation. How does that work?
Okay, so our clinic, iCandy, is offering free consultation for this month of September, through the month of September, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. When you come in and talk to us, tell us what your problem. You don't even need to have an eye issues, because I mean, I've had times when someone accompanied someone to the eye clinic and say, okay, let's just check yours, and then it happens to be that person has an eye issue. So just come, whether you think you have or you don't have. Come, we'll check, talk to us, you know, would advise you on what to do, and then run tests on you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Confidence Chioma. It's been an absolute pleasure tapping from your well of knowledge. And this is all we have for Health Matters today. Thank you for joining us. Same time next week.
Thank you.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is a news update reaching you live from Business Day Television news studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria's debt profile deteriorating despite subsidy removal for reforms. Nigeria seeks support for IMO Council bid. Forex traders say IMTOs no longer diverting remittances as oil firms boost dollar supply. And LNG pivots to third-party gas suppliers as plant utilization drops to 60%. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. Here in Nigeria, members of the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee has expressed concern over the country's rising debt burden, despite recent reforms such as the removal of fuel subsidies and the liberalization of the foreign exchange market. MPC member Murtala Sabo Sagagi, in his personal statement released after the 301st meeting, criticized what he described as government unfettered spending at a time of mounting economic pressures. Latest figures from the Debt Management Office show that Nigeria's total public debt increased from 144.67 trillion naira in December 2024 to 149.39 trillion naira by March 2025, a surge of more than 4.7 trillion naira in just 3 months. Sagagi also projected that the exchange rate could reach 1,400 naira to the dollar by December 2025. Another MPC member, Lamido Abubakar Yaguda, stressed the need for the central bank to maintain its monetary tightening stance. He pointed to rebased GDP figures showing 3.38% growth in 2024, alongside an improvement in the Purchasing Manager Index to 52.3 in June 2025. And this is reflecting increased activity across agriculture, industry, and services. And moving on, the federal government is seeking international support for Nigeria's bid to secure a seat on the International Maritime Organization Council under Category C. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, made the appeal while addressing delegates at the 80th section of the UN General Assembly. He noted that Nigeria's port remains critical trade gateways for West and Central Africa, and that the country's election into the IMO Council will sustain global maritime engagement. Highlighting Nigeria's achievements, Oyetola cited the Deep Blue project under the NIMASA, which integrated air, land, and sea assets to improve maritime security. He also pointed to 3 consecutive years of zero piracy incidents, which he said have restored confidence among global shipping stakeholders and reinforced Nigeria's position as a guarantor of maritime safety. Oyetola stressed that Nigeria's campaign is rooted in reciprocity and solidarity, with other IMO member states pledging that the country will remain both a regional maritime leader and a reliable partner. He also further affirmed Nigeria's commitment to the UN Sustainable Development Goal 14 on oceans and marine resources, as well as the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Meanwhile, the licensed foreign exchange traders say international monetary transfer operators are no longer diverting remittances outside the official market. They attribute the shift to recent reform that removed profit margin, which once encouraged such practices. According to traders, the development is helping to strengthen the naira and bring relative calm to the foreign exchange market. Stronger oil inflows, rising diaspora remittances, renewed investor confidence, and tighter oversight by the central bank are also credited with stabilizing the currency. For years, remittances operators were accused of funneling funds through unofficial routes, starving official reserves. At the time, only a fraction of Nigeria's estimated $20 billion in annual remittances was reaching the central bank. But traders now say these arbitrage opportunities have largely disappeared as the gap between the official and power market exchange rates continues to narrow. While some insist that diversion still occurs, most agree the reform may reduce speculations and are giving the naira much needed support. And up ahead, NLNG pivots to third-party gas suppliers as plant utilization drops to 60%. We bring you more details after this timeout.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back. You're still watching the news updates, and the Nigeria NLG Limited says it is now relying more heavily on third-party gas suppliers to keep production steady, as feedstock from its traditional international oil company shareholders continue to dwindle. General Manager of Production Nnamdi Anowi, speaking at the Gas Tech exhibition in Milan, explained that IOC, the investments from onshore to deep water assets have forced a shift in strategy. Today, about 75% of NLNG's feed gas comes from non-shareholder suppliers. Despite 6 trains with a combined production capacity of 22 million tons per year, the plant has been operating at just around 60% utilization for the past 3 years, while Train 7, still under construction, is expected to boost output by a third. The company says securing feed gas remains its biggest challenge. Anowi called for greater investment in offshore gas and supporting infrastructure, warning that 60% of Africans still lack access to affordable energy. He added that Nigeria's vast offshore reserves, coupled with new government incentives, could unlock growth, create jobs, and strengthen the country's role in bridging Africa's energy gap. And away from that story, the Federal Inland Revenue Service has dismissed reports suggesting that Nigerians will need a separate tax identification number before opening or operating bank account. The agency clarified that the new tax framework is fully integrated with existing national registries, including the National Identification Number and Corporate Affairs Commission records, and does not create fresh requirements for citizens. Concerns had been raised after reports claimed that from January 2026, Nigerians would be compelled to present a TIN to keep or open bank account. But technical assistant and broadcast media to the FIRS chairman, Arabirin Adirunke Atoyebi, described those claims as misleading. She explained that the TIN is not a standalone requirement, but a statutory tool used to verify taxpayers across the system. Individuals who already have a NIN are considered tax compliant, as the system automatically links their details during bank account opening and KYC checks. Registered businesses, meanwhile, are covered through their CAC registration numbers. And moving on, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise says the federal government's 6-month ban on raw shea nut exports has triggered a major disruption in the sector, with prices plunging by more than 30%. The ban, which was approved by President Bola Tinubu last month, is intended to encourage local processing and boost industrial growth. But CPP warns that its immediate implementation is hurting the value chain, leaving farmers, aggregators, exporters, and logistics providers facing heavy losses and increased financial risk. Chief Executive of the Center, Dr. Muda Yusuf, cautioned that existing export contracts are now at risk, exposing Nigerian firms to litigation and damaging the country's credibility in global markets. He urged the government to consider a phased transition that protects rural incomes and sustain investor confidence. Nigeria's shea industry generates millions of dollars in export revenue annually, but CPP argues that industrialization must be pursued without undermining livelihood or choking off non-oil export growth. And the Lagos State government has reduced the minimum land size for estate development from 10,000 square meters to 5,000 square meters. The announcement was made by the Commissioner for the Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, Dr. Oluyinka Olumide, during the maiden quarterly media parley held at the ministry's headquarters in Alausa. He explained that the adjustments reflect current realities in Lagos, where rising population and rapid urbanization continue to drive demand for housing and estate projects. The Commissioner also revealed that the state is preparing to enforce compliance on 176 estates that have yet to regularize their operations, with plans on the way to extend the regulatory exercise across other parts of the state. Olumide added that the ministry is working to define requirements for communities that have been unilaterally converted into estates. He stressed the importance of Lagos operative development plans, linking them to major projects such as the blue and red rail lines, flyovers, and highways. He also further noted that the ministry's proactive efforts in building capacity to manage specialized projects, while commending the Lagos State Fiscal Planning Permit Agency for exceeding expectations in issuing planning permits. And still to come, Congo-Rwanda draft deal outlines for U.S. others in revamp of mineral sector. This and more after this commercial break.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa, where Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo have agreed to work with third parties, including the United States, to revamp their mineral supply chains and implement reforms as part of an economic framework tied to a peace deal reached in Washington. According to a source familiar with the matter, the draft framework is now being reviewed by stakeholders, including the private sector, multilateral banks, and donor agencies from other countries. The two nations are expected to meet in early October to finalize the framework, which would later be signed by their head of state. The 17-page draft builds on an outline agreement in August and set out implementation measures and coordination mechanisms. It follows the peace deal brokered in Washington in June by the Trump administration, which seeks to end years of conflict that have killed thousands and attract billions of dollars in Western investment. The region is rich in minerals such as titanium, gold, cobalt, copper, and lithium. Beyond mining, the framework also includes plans for cooperation in energy, infrastructure, national parks, and public health. Congo, Rwanda, and the U.S. State Department have so far not commented on the draft. And the World Health Organization has begun vaccinating frontline health workers and contacts of people infected with the Ebola virus in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Kasai province, where an outbreak was declared earlier this month. The WHO says 400 doses of the available Ebola vaccine have already been delivered to Bulape, the epicenter of the outbreak, from Congo's stockpile of 2,000 doses. The International Coordinating Group on Vaccine Provision has also approved the release of 45,000 additional doses to strengthen the response. According to the Health Ministry in Kinshasa, the country has recorded 32 suspected cases, 20 confirmed cases, and 16 deaths. Officials warn that while the outbreak can still be contained, the window of opportunity is closing fast. WHO Program Area Manager Patrick Otim says the situation could expand, noting that a new case has already been detected 70 kilometers from the epicenter. He also highlighted a moderate risk of the virus spreading to neighboring countries, particularly Angola. This is the DRC's first Ebola outbreak in 3 years. The virus, which is found naturally in the country's dense tropical forest, can cause severe illness and sometimes resurfaces years later in survivors. Algerian President Abdelmajid Tebboune has appointed Sifi Grib as the country's new Prime Minister and Murad Ajal as Minister of Energy and Renewable Energy in a cabinet reshuffle announcement on Sunday. Grieb, who previously served as Industry Minister, has been acting Prime Minister since the president ended the tenure of Nader Laboy last month. Murad Ajal, meanwhile, was the CEO of the Algeria state power company Senegals before his appointment. The presidency confirmed that the Minister of Finance, Trade and Foreign Affairs will remain in their positions. Algeria, a key gas supplier to several European nations, continues to face social and economic challenges while also pushing to diversify its economy. We now head to the foreign scene where stocks opened cautiously in Asia on Monday ahead of a busy week for global central banks, with the U.S. Federal Reserve expected to resume its easing cycle and leave the door open for further rate cuts. Markets are fully pricing in a 25 basis point cut from the Fed, which would bring its funds rate to between 4.0 and 4.25%. Investors will also be watching closely for the Fed's latest dot plot projections and guidance from Chair Jerome Powell on how deep the easing cycle could run. Futures are already pricing in 125 basis points of cuts this year. Elsewhere, the Bank of Canada is expected to cut rates by a quarter point this week, while the Bank of Japan and the Bank of England are set to hold steady. Traders remain uncertain about Norway's Norges Bank, with odds of a cut at just above 50-50. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump continues his attack on the Fed on Sunday, accusing Chair Powell of incompetence and blaming him for halting the housing market. A holiday in Japan kept early trading muted, while the euro held steady at 1.1728 following Fitch downgrade of France. The yen traded at 147.58 per dollar within its recent monthly range. Also, the US dollar held steady on Monday ahead of a pivotal week of central banks' decision, with the Federal Reserve in the spotlight. Trading in Asia was thin as Japanese markets remained closed for a holiday, leaving currencies largely range-bound. The euro slipped 0.09% to 1.1724 to a dollar, showing little reaction to Fitch downgrade of France's credit rating to its lowest level on record. The move stripped the Eurozone's second largest economy of its AA status as it struggles with political tensions and rising debt. Investors are now focused on a series of rate decisions this week in the US, Japan, the UK, Canada, and Norway. The Fed is widely expected to cut rates on Wednesday, a move that has weighed on the dollar in recent weeks, though it steadied at 97.65 against the basket of currencies on Monday. Elsewhere, the yen strengthened slightly to 147.56 per dollar ahead of the Bank of Japan policy meeting, where rates are expected to remain unchanged. Markets will instead look to Governor Kazuo Ueda's comment for clues on the BOJ's future path. And up next is sport news after this break.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
true strength? What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. We now head to sports, where Sheffield United have confirmed the departure of head coach Ruben Sales after just 3 months in charge, with reports indicating that former boss Chris Wilder is set to return to the club. According to sources, Wilder is expected to be reappointed in the coming days. His return would mark a quick turnaround after leaving the Blades earlier this year. Wilder previously guided Sheffield United from League One promotion all the way to Premier League, where he oversaw their successful 2019 to 2020 campaign. The club will now be hoping his comeback can steady their season and revive their fortunes. And to end the news, Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim says he will accept any decision about his future after the club's latest heavy defeat, a 3-0 loss to Manchester City in the derby. The result leaves United with just 4 points from their first 4 games, marking their worst start to a Premier League season in 33 years. Amorim also now holds the lowest win percentage of any United boss since the Second War. Since his appointment last November, United have collected the fewest points of any ever-present Premier League side, averaging just 1 point per game with a goal difference of -13. Amorim admitted the performance was poor, saying City were better in the crucial moment, and told supporters he would continue to do everything possible for the club, but stressed that the decision about his position are out of his hands. And that's the much we have for you on the news update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Ona.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
All right, to give us the welcome address today is the publisher of BusinessDay, well represented by the deputy editor of BusinessDay, Mr. Ololade Akimurele. Please welcome him as he comes up stage. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my task here is very simple. It's to welcome you all and then, just essentially get out of the way so that we can have the thought-provoking conversations that we have outlined for you guys today. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the BusinessDay Sustainable Building Conference 2025, a gathering inspired by a shared urgency to rethink how we build, finance, and sustain our cities. Globally, the construction sector accounts for nearly 40% of annual carbon emissions, and in Nigeria, it's not much different. The construction sector is also at a crossroads in Nigeria because I get the sense that most times when we speak about sustainability, people just think only about the impact of climate change, but it transcends even beyond that to energy efficiency, cost efficiency, and the like. Our nation faces a dual challenge: the need to deliver affordable, structurally sound buildings, and the imperative to do so in ways that preserve our environment and protect future generations. At BusinessDay, we believe in convening platforms that provoke bold ideas, foster collaboration, and enable practical solutions. And today is no different. From issues of building collapse to green financing and smart technologies, this conference is about reshaping an industry that quite literally holds up our lives and livelihoods. Let today's conversations be catalytic. Let them challenge the status quo and open pathways to a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable construction sector. Thank you for joining us. And before I go, I would also like to just recognize our sponsors. They are the reasons why we're here today. We have MKH Properties, Vava Projects, Global's Bank, and Periwinkle Properties. We also have some industry partners from Redan, Green Building Council of Nigeria, and SGE Initiative. So allow me to say once more that you're all welcome to this conference, and please, I hope that you enjoy it as much as I will. I already had some conversations with Dr. Oyelaki. Is he here right now? There he is. But I'm sure you would have so much. I guarantee that you would learn so much from his panel session as well as the other panel sessions that we have lined up for you today. So thank you, and do enjoy the sessions.
A round of applause for him. If your hands are not too busy, a round of applause again for that welcome address. So quick one, before we continue, let me use this opportunity to recognize one of the foremost professors of architecture and the only professor of architecture in the world. Nomadic architecture. Well, I'm just following my script here. Professor Samuel Daramola, good to have you, sir. Thank you very much for coming. It's not easy to be an architect, then to now be a professor of architecture. That's nomadic architecture. That's serious. I would like to know nomadic architecture, but as the event progresses. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. And then I have here the representative of Professor Samson Duna. Is the DG Nigerian Road and Building Research Institute in person of Dr. Suleiman Morain. Thank you so much, sir. And I love your color, sir. Thank you. The color of your outfit. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are very happy to have you all here with us today. Just a quick warm-up just to get us ready for the next session. We're going to do something very brief. We're going to pick 4 persons randomly, one. You introduce yourself, your name, what you do, where you work, and you tell us one eco-friendly practice you carry out. So I'll go first so that you understand. My name is Faith Nwuzo. I am a quantity surveyor. I work with VACC Technical Limited. I try my best to avoid printing so that we can save papers and then save the ecosystem. So you go.
All right, then. My name is Fortune Omoshola, but you can call me the General. I don't have stars on my shoulders yet, but in the media world, I'm a news manager. a voice actor. I'm a poet as well. So I try as much as possible to avoid styrofoams. Hope you get that. Styrofoams. Yes, so I try as much as possible to avoid styrofoam. So I would like to hear from members of the audience here. What do you do? What's that eco-friendly practice? You know, just one person. Okay, you'd like to start first. All right. A round of applause for her, please.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dolakwa from Jang Properties, and I sell real estate. So what we try to do is, if there's a property that we're selling, for example, I have a listing, commercial office in Ikoyi with a building on it. So I try my best to let the person preserve that building. So renovate it rather than demolish. So that way you save energy.
That's a good one. Please, a round of applause for her. Anybody else wants to try? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Omishore. I'm a transport planner, and I write to preserve the environment.
Interesting. Interesting. Round of applause,
Thank you,
please.
sir.
Interesting.
Okay. So nobody from this angle? Okay.
Oh, good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Johnson Olamiposi. I'm a tourism journalist and enthusiast. I'm a tourism writer. I write good destination about Nigeria. I don't give any impression of how Nigeria looks like. So I beautify Nigeria on my write-up page.
Your write-up. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. All right, then, without wasting any more time, we'll just do this little engagement so that we can, break the ice when necessary. So the environment is so serious. I'm like, what's going on? It's not that deep. All right, then. For the keynote address, we have the president of Redan, who would be having a keynote address right about now, is Mr. Kintoi Felix, but is ably represented by the vice president of Redan Southwest Zone, Dr. Kunle Adeyemi. If our hands are not too busy, please let's welcome him to the podium. Thank you, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. All protocol duly observed. I'm standing in for Mr. President of Real Estate Developer Association of Nigeria, who is unavoidably absent this morning. I'm glad we have virtually every sector represented in this room. So I'm looking forward to a very fantastic conversation around what affects not only our today, but most importantly our tomorrow. All right, so I'm glad that we're having this conversation. And my job is very simple. It's just to set the stage and set the ball rolling. Then we're going to be having an interesting conversation where we have our panel to have conversation around different things. But this is very important. Please, media, if you have my slide, I would like to have that up. All right, one of our greatest opportunity lies on how we respond to the demand of growth. You agree with me that growth is inevitable. Growth is, we can't do without it. But how we respond to the demand of growth is our responsibility. Right. Now, our country is expanding rapidly. As a matter of fact, it's purported that in the next few years, Nigeria is going to be the third largest population in the whole world. Right. So, by the virtue of this growth and expansion, if we do not build right today, if we not start doing, embracing the right thing today, particularly as related to construction, the industry I stand to represent, or real estate rather, if we not build right today, we may spend years correcting the damage, the avoidable damage or mistakes of tomorrow. So it's important that we look at sustainability as something that will not only influence, like I said, our today, most especially our tomorrow. And it speaks to so many things around our life. This is why the theme for this conference, Sustainable Practice and Financing Solution for Nigerian Construction, is not just relevant, but it is very urgent and exigent. So having this conversation is not just relevant. We've got to have this conversation real quick to preserve our tomorrow. All right, next slide, please. Why sustainability? Why do we need to prioritize it? It's not just a slogan. It's about preserving resources, protecting our environment, and ensuring that development meets the needs of today without compromising tomorrow. So we're talking about sustainability, which has to do with preserving our resources. I mean, under the land use, there are places designed to preserve our forestry, just to ensure that we have an ecosystem that is complete, that influences a whole lot of things. I'm a strong advocate of environment because I believe environment influences a lot of things, particularly our thought pattern. It influences a whole lot of things. So we've got to, it's very important. This is why it's a priority for us. Now, in construction, sustainability, now taking it down to real estate, what does it mean? It means using the material that are eco-friendly. There are some setbacks, particularly using Lagos as a yardstick. There are setbacks. If you have a power line, you have to observe certain setbacks. If there are roads, you have to observe certain setbacks. But these setbacks are already occupied by some informal sector. And the exercises carried out in these setbacks affect our climate. This is why we have the vulcanizers. The last statistics revealed that we have over 65,000 vulcanizers in Lagos. So imagine each time you go to pump your tire, imagine the emission that pollutes the air, and there are people living close to this environment. It affects their health. As a matter of fact, when you go to an hospital like Igbobi, and you have about 10 people having problem with chronic back pain, about 4 of them are usually vulcanizers. So it even affects, it impacts on their health directly. And there are other technology that could be embraced that is almost zero carbon emitted technology to pump our tires. Within the same sector where we have the setbacks, there are so many other industries. We have kiosks built by wood from our forest. And to maintain these kiosks, about 40% of wood also have to be acquired to maintain the kiosk on annual basis. Those kiosks also can be substituted for sustainable materials that are locally, we can find it locally. So now let's move. We are very passionate about sustainability at Radian, and I will tell you why. All right, so now using materials that are eco-friendly and locally sourced. Now, I want to digress a little bit while we have houses being priced. As a matter of fact, there's a school of thought that housing in Nigeria is overpriced. Because about 60 to 70% of construction materials are imported. And you agree with me that the import rate, the duty, the custom duty, all of that have a direct impact on the cost of a building until we embrace local materials, particularly the ones that are eco-friendly. It can bring down the cost of building, and it can also help us to achieve our aim of sustainability. Now, this is very important. Why sustainability and the meaning of sustainability to us in construction? Designing buildings that consume less energy and managing waste responsibly. You'll be shocked when we get to some part of this conversation where we talk about the statistics of waste. Let's get there first. Now, managing this waste responsibly and preparing for the reality of climate change like flood, heat waves, environment, and etc. So Radian is proud. I like to say this. Radian is proud. We are very, very proud to launch our environmental, our ESG, and we have a criteria for our guide. As a matter of fact, some few days ago, right there at Oriental, we had a program on ESG as related to construction and real estate, a 2-day program, and we were able to come up with a report from that program, which is going to be guiding the real estate construction, particularly for Radian members. And I will unveil that in a short time. Now, putting ESG into action, just as the name implies. Please, you can move. Yeah, leave it. Just as the name implies, the E in that ESG stands for environment. And this means using energy sufficient building designs. I mean, there is no better time to consider our building code review than now. We've got to, our building code review, we must integrate sustainability into our building code review. And also embrace a different or a modified construction methodology that promotes sustainability. Now, so for us at Redan, now, E, which stands for environment, using energy sufficient, I said already, installing solar system or green roof instead of the conventional that we are used to. Now, recycling construction's waste, it was reported that the waste generated from construction site contributes largely to the challenge we have with our ecosystem. I mean, largely. And I'm glad I have a brother here from Lafarge who also will be, he shared something very fantastic when we had a conversation about a company that already have built in Nigeria. Maybe almost 100% eco-friendly house. About 3-bedroom model was, we can't wait to go check that house. And we are not also, for those who are in real estate here, we are not aware that there are so many benefits. He mentioned to me, and I'm going to be building on that, about one of such benefits. When your company or you embrace an eco-friendly building construction or a construction methodology that embraces sustainability, you also gain. You mentioned a particular loan. Sorry, I didn't get that, sir. You mentioned a particular assets they have as an incentive for those guys that build ecosystem. A credit, like a loan, carbon credit. We're going to touch on a number of, okay, now let's go. Now, part of the reason why environment is so crucial to us is because we live within that same space. And we must protect it. In fact, I'm looking forward to a time where in this conversation, we also have people from health sector to probably enlighten us on the implication of sustainability on our health if it's not embraced. I'm sure he has a lot of that. Now, the S of this, because of our time, I want to get out of here so we can have this beautiful conversation. The S stands for, before the S, we have, the S, it stands for social impact. Now, this means engage community early. Let's have a conversation with them. It will interest you that Lagos alone, right, generate on daily basis, estimated, about 15,000 metric tons of waste on daily basis. As long as I can't drink water from my tap, I will have to rely on plastic bottle or sachet water. And this have impact on the waste. So you can imagine Lagos alone as a city generate almost 15,000 metric tons of waste daily, of which 60% of them are organic and 40% are inorganic. So our proposal is that until we embrace an incentive-driven circular economy, we may not be able to resolve the issue of sustainability or achieve our sustainability goals. 60% is a whole lot organic waste generated on daily basis, and 40%. And Lagos spent over 30 billion naira on waste management on monthly basis. So you can imagine we can save our planet, save a whole lot when every one of us in construction embrace building houses that are sustainable. Now, still talking about the HES, which suggests social impact, ensure safe working condition and support inclusion, fair labor, and local jobs. Let's make development accessible and affordable. Now, this leads me to the next one, which is G, the governance. We've got to be transparent. We need to be transparent with all stakeholders. Yesterday, I was in a meeting where we talked about data in real estate. Most of our data in Nigeria are estimated. So that it makes it a lot difficult to make informed decision. And this is rooted in transparency. We should have a data, an accurate data of what is expected. So our governance should be transparent. That's what we're saying in a nutshell. And of course, we cannot overemphasize the need to embrace ethical business practice, standard practice. There's a need for us to embrace that. I mean, in this age and time, we have a paper by Radan that all our members going forward, and we are driving that for the first 5 years as a template, when you are building, your construction will have minimum 30% sustainability integrated into your construction. So that we can, because construction or real estate is said to have contributed largely to the present menace we have. And we want to be part of that solution in Radan. All right, as I make an attempt to conclude this morning, I'd like to also talk about the role. So we have set up an ESG oversight for structure in Radan. Now, we need to talk about the role of finance. You can't talk about sustainability without talking about finance. It's non-negotiable. Sustainability built-in often costs. It costs more upfront, but it delivers on savings, durability, and social value. And I'm glad, because it's one of the major goals. So I'm glad that there are incentives. I was also in a room sometime last week with some Lagos State government officials, because Lagos is trying to review, or rather domesticate, the building code in Lagos as peculiar to Lagos, right? And so we had a policy-making decision, and we were invited, and I was part of that meeting. And I'm aware that Lagos also is trying to put up an incentive for anyone building embracing sustainability. Anyone who is building embracing an eco-friendly kind of structure. They are considering a whole lot of incentives. Like I said, until we embrace an incentive-driven circular economy, we may not be able to achieve our sustainability goal. Until people know that when you are doing this, in some advanced country, when you build a house, the government will give you certain incentive, probably even from your design stage. Your permission, you want to get permit for your building stuff. In fact, there's a proposal that was made to Lagos State government that you can even be given an extra floor. A whole lot of proposals is on the table. And I'm glad Lagos State government is considering all of this. So finance is very, very important. Unfortunately, long-term financing for construction in Nigeria is hard. And to assess it is very difficult because of the high interest rate. Underdeveloped mortgage is one of our challenges too. Our mortgage system in Nigeria is drastically, and this also speaks to data. There is no way we can have an active mortgage system which speaks to the supply, the entire value chain, particularly to the consumer. And mind you, if you look at the socioeconomic strata, where we have the apex, the high income earner, the medium income earner, which exist, and the low income earner, the majority is the base of the pyramid. And that's where we have the majority. It constitutes almost 60 or over 60% of our total population. And it's growing every day. So there will be a need to finance this. Both the public and the private sector, we need to embrace this and to finance it. Now, encourage the use of green. Why we must do better, if I must ask. We must encourage the use of green bond and climate finance to support sustainable housing development. Very essential. Support affordable mortgage financing through a single-digit interest. Cost of money in Nigeria is expensive. A single-digit interest, which as a matter of fact is practiced in most developed countries. A single-digit simple interest with reducing balance. That's the only way we can achieve this. Now, we've got to also recapitalize Federal Mortgage Bank. They are doing a bit because it has to enhance this bank capacity to give out National Housing Fund. Having a home is not reserved for exclusive, it's not an exclusive right of few. It's a right. It's a right for everyone to have a home. But that can only be driven when we have stuff like National Housing Fund. So we've got to recapitalize, as it were, so that we can enhance their capacity to do more, to deliver more. I'm talking about the Federal Mortgage Bank. And of course, we have to promote the rent-to-own housing scheme. I love what Lagos State is doing about the review of tenancy. We've got to review, we've got to promote, rather, the rent-to-own housing scheme as an accessible pathway to home ownership. And we have to collaborate with commercial banks to develop housing-friendly loan structure that are inclusive, accessible, and a long-term. Our responsibility as developer, I'm winding up in a few minutes. We are not just builders of houses. We are builders of futures. I'm glad we have some developers also in the room, and you agree with me that we are not just building houses. We are building futures. So because at Redan, we are committed to training our members on green building practices. I just mentioned we just concluded a training like about a few days ago, and we have others coming in pretty soon, because we want to keep empowering our members to embrace best practice as related to green building, advocating for policy that supports ESG, and promoting responsible development nationwide. We must take the lead in shaping the sector, and that is profitable but only sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. My closing thought. In closing, let me say this. We have a duty to get it right. If we build carelessly, we will suffer. But if we build with intention, with vision, and with future in mind, we will win together. So let us rise to this occasion. Let this conference be more than just a talk. Let it be the beginning of lasting action. Let us build Nigeria where every structure is safe, every development is inclusive, and every home is a promise fulfilled. Thank you for your audience. Have a beautiful day.
A round of applause again. That was a thought-provoking keynote address by Dr. Kunle Adeyemi, of course, who is the VP, Redan, representing the interest of Akintoye Felix Adeoye. I mean, let's give him his flowers once again. A round of applause for him. Faith, I'm sure you learned some things from what he said.
My notes is actually full. So this is my industry, and I'm not just here to be your host. I'm also a participant. Please join us up. I'll be mentioning some organizations like sponsors and others. VAVA Projects, Mr. Abubakar Sheriff. Please join us upstage. We want to have a... Yes, sir, please. We want to have a very brief photo session. MKH Properties Limited. Dr. Muibi Kende Ahmed, please up here. Periwinkle Properties Limited, Dr. Chinedu Nweke. Globus Bank, Deputy Editor, BD Lolade. Architect Bolahon Oyelake. Dr. Kunle Adeyemi, the Vice President. Redan Southwest Zone. Please, if you're here, okay.
Very well. So let's make it really snappy. I mean, the photo session. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate. Thank you. So while the VP of Redan representing the president of Redan was here, I think we took notes of a few things that he said. One thing struck me, and that is, I'm sure you all know this guy on Instagram that goes about talking about overpriced properties in Lagos, and is usually very vehement about it. Like, why should I get a house for 1 billion naira when it is situated in Bethsaida? If you know what I mean. I mean, more or less a pool. So what he's saying there is really captivating. I like that, you know, that eco-friendly material so that we can drive down, you know, overpriced properties. And then data. I think we have a problem with data in Nigeria, and that's so profound that he was able to raise that. We should have data-driven information and nothing more than to help us plan properly. So we are not just, you know, talking about numbers, but we can't do anything about those numbers. So once again, thank you very much, sir, for that. I know you have some things written in your note as well.
Let's assume they ask us now to tear out a sheet of paper and do a summary. We'll just take a very brief test of what we learned just now. How many of us are sure we can make up to 50%? Oh my God.
Just a quick summary from one or two. What was your take home from that keynote address? Can anyone, just one person? It won't take any time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Hamid. My take home from what the VP read and said, he mentioned that if we don't start now to start looking forward to sustainable policies, the effects that we are all going to experience, it will take us longer resources, longer time in correcting it. So which means that if we don't do the necessary things now, it's going to take us more resources and more time in correcting those defects.
Thank you very much, sir. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. If we fail to plan, then we are planning to fail. That's the summary of that. Anyways, we would engage, just like we said, so that we are sure that we are all listening intently, you know, rapidly to whatever is being said. All right, let's get to the next part of the engagement. Just like the president of Redan has, you know, been represented by the VP has done, evenly set the tone for the conversation here. We have the next person up for his presentation is the Nigerian Managing Director, Vava Projects Limited, Abubakar Sheriff, B, ENG MNSE Koren. Please can we welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. We want to present our company to you, Vava Project Limited, because in recent times, a lot of people have raised a concern to us and said, what is Vava Project? All we know is Vava Furniture. Vava Furniture is a known brand in Nigeria furniture industry today. And it's one of the biggest furniture companies in Nigeria. It has created a name because it provides the most affordable and the most quality furniture. So some years back, about 4 years ago, we decided to go into real estate. And because of the name we've established in the furniture industry, we knew that if we are going into real estate, we have to do it in a proper manner. That means we have to do it big. We look at the Lagos State, specifically Lagos State real estate industry, and we realize that the industry is growing very well. A lot of participants are in the industry, and we feel that, look, it will not be a bad idea if we join that growing industry. It is not worth to tell you that we started our operation in 2021, and by providence, before the end of 2022, we are able to complete a project on the 10th floor that has 16 three-bedroom apartments and 2 maisonette apartments on Admiralty Way in Lekki Phase 1. The project is there for everybody to see. That's the tallest building on Admiralty today. So we look at what are the things that are very essential in real estate. And most of the things we observed was that timely completion of project, timely movement to site, and also quality of what we are selling to our clients. Today, we have grown from a very moderate company to a company that has over 150 direct and indirect staff. We have increased our spheres of operation, and we have notable projects in Lekki Phase 1, Victoria Island, and Ikoyi. We have a policy in Vava projects, and our policy is most of our projects are done in-house. So the way we establish the real estate, we equally establish a construction arm that services our real estate. And it has worked for us because it allows us to determine our price. Our prices are very competitive and moderate. And I can tell you, even in Victoria Island today, our prices are very, very competitive and low compared to most of our competitors. We have been able to establish a very good customer and client relationship. And most of the clients that always buy into our projects, when we launch new projects, are always our existing clients. And it's because of the satisfaction we've given them in most of our previous projects. It's because of the price competitiveness we've offered for them, and because of the confidence they've established in us over a long time. Majority of our clients are either existing clients or referrals. We don't do much of advertisement at the initial stage of our projects. We've looked at a lot of other things to enhance our operation as a real estate and construction company. And today, Vava Projects has mechanized its operation to almost 90%. We have a bashing plant of 35 cubic meters per hour, and we have 4 truck mixers, which has a combined capacity of 40 cubic meters for the delivery of our projects of concrete to all our sites. So we are not relying on third party for the production of our concrete. We are doing them in-house. And we have a quality assurance and quality control department recently established that takes care of the quality of the concrete. They do all the necessary engineering tests on daily basis and make sure whatever we are supplying to our sites are not only good, but they meet international standard. Today, we have about 5 ongoing projects. We have the Crystal Bay project on Water Corporation Road in Oniru, which has about 50 units of 1-bedroom apartment and 40 units of 2-bedroom apartments and 6 pent maisonettes. In Lekki Phase 1, we have the Jacinda Court, which is about 30 units of 2-bedroom apartments with a basement. In Victoria Island, we have Esikaya Towers, which is a combination of 1, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom apartments on 20 floors. On Banana Island Road, we have PC Courts, a highly luxury apartments with a highly luxury apartments of 18 units with 12 semi-detached and 6 penthouse. We are equally working on other projects that are townhouses, and we've started with a very small project at a beach resorts in Lekki, because we are looking at those markets as well. So we are using that as a testing ground to see whether we can go into terraces and duplexes, so that it will not just be high rises we are embarking on. So in introducing this our company to you, Vava Projects, we are willing to work with a lot of clients. We are willing to work with a lot of partners, and already we are working with a lot of consultants, high caliber consultants in the in Nigerian construction industry, structural engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, and quantity surveying companies, firms. Our aim is to be one of the best practitioners in real estate in Nigeria. If in our first 4 years of operation, we've been able to achieve what we currently achieve, we believe in the next 10 years, Vava Projects will have established a brand name in the real estate and construction industry. And we should be able to compete favorably in terms of quality of deliveries and also in terms of price competitiveness. Our projects, the combination of our project turnover today is in the region of about 25 billion naira. And we are working to sustain our financing, our operations, and our constructions to meet the expectations of not just our clients alone, but every practitioners in the real estate industry. I've listened to the remarks of the chairman of Redan, and in as much as we are trying our best to incorporate the ecosystem sustainability into our design, we are going to do more because of a lot of things I've learned here. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're introducing our company, Vava Projects, which is a sister company to Vava Furniture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Abubakar. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time there. I don't know. Engineer Abubakar, I don't know. Something is saying you should sow one of this your housing unit to one person here. I don't know. Testing microphone, 1 billion, 2 billion. All right, it's just an enlightenment. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him again.
So Hi. Yes, truly, he should sow to me, actually. We are truly familiar with Vava furniture. When I came in, I was like, Vava projects, that's new. Never seen it anywhere. So it's good that they have actually added inclusion by building and constructing 1-bedroom apartments for single people. So we'll move down.
All right then. I hope we've taken something from what the engineer has mentioned. I guess it's all tuned to sustainability as well. What they are doing is different, trying to ensure that whatever they are doing sets that model for others in the industry. So, and just like he has said, is ready to work with as many people. You know, we have bright minds here, and I'm sure that it's a catchment area for Vava. So we'll move to a very strategic part of the conversation today, and that's the panel session. And I'm sure that a lot of us who have been waiting for this, it's a critical moment, and it's going to deepen our knowledge about what we intend to do here. So we have some panelists who are going to be introducing. They will be joined by a moderator. We have 4 of them, and it will be moderated by one person. So we'll just do the introductions quickly and get right to it. The first person I'm calling on the panel is the Chairman, CEO, MKH Properties, Dr. Muibi Kehinde Ahmed. A round of applause for him, please. And then the second person I'll be calling up on the panel is the managing consultant, head of projects, Wilmeb Nigeria Limited, architect Rita Bolusimei, MNIA. I hope I got that correctly, madam. Bolusimei.
We recently celebrated Women in Engineering. I think that was on Tuesday. So please let's give her a round of applause again.
Very well then. The next is the Managing Director, Casting Crown Company, architect Dr. Bolan Bell Oyelaki. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much, sir. Are we safe, architect? This is your outfit. I'm scared though. All right then. We have the fourth but not the last person here. The Head of Innovation and Product Development, Lafarge Africa PLC, Emmanuel Ilaboya. Thank you, sir. Wow, stunning. There was a time this was not permitted, though. Nigeria. There was a time if you are native or, stuff like this, you wear a shoe or something. Now we are wearing, sneakers and all that. Innovation. Okay, we are in for innovation. All right, then. I get faith you will introduce the moderator for today. That would be the moderator for this panel.
Our moderator for today is the Director of Communications, Bay Projects, Owolabi Charles. Is our moderator missing in action? Okay, he's here. Please,
Mr. Owolabi,
a round of applause
for him,
our
please.
moderator.
So while we await Mr. Owolabi, let me just give a run through of some of the panelists, and then it will take charge. Dr. Muibi Kehinde Ahmed is the CEO of MKH Properties, is a visionary real estate development firm transforming Nigeria's urban landscape. He's a man of many colors. A round of applause for him, please. And of course, the second person, architect Mrs. Rita Moron KG. She's a seasoned architect and a green building advocate with over a decade experience in sustainable design and project delivery. Round of applause for her, please. And the third person is also a seasoned architect. That's architect Dr. Bolan. He's a sustainability expert with nearly 2 decades of experience in green building design, environmental stewardship, and infrastructure development. A round of applause for him, please. And the fourth but not the last is Emmanuel Elaboya. He's the head of innovation and product development at Lafarge Africa PLC, with a proven track record in product strategy, sustainability, and market growth. A round of applause for him. And our moderator in the building is a trained architect. This is a guardian of architects. I'm worried. It's all right. We'll see who the best will be at the end of the day. But I'm sure all of them, they are definitely the best. The moderator is a trained architect and a strategic thinker. So I'll just leave it to him to take us through. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them, please.
Good day, everybody. It's an opportunity to be here. And the topic itself happens to be something that drives me as a person. And I'm happy to be one of the moderators, and happy to also find a lot of architects here. It shows we are doing wonders in the built environment. Please give us a round of applause, please. So I will start with the topic itself: innovative, sustainable practice to curb building collapse. Innovative, sustainable practices to curb building collapse. So I will start with Architect Rita. Please, I would like to know, what do you understand, or what can you teach us about sustainable practices in building first?
Okay, in talking about sustainable practice in Nigeria is still a developing country, unlike other countries that we know that have already embraced net zero by either design or by material. Because UN stated that by 2050, nothing is done to reduce greenhouse gas in Nigeria. It means in the world, it means that the ozone layer would have depleted further. So when we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about materials that are being used, materials that are found in our environment, materials like compressed earth block, materials like bamboo, stone that we have in our environment. If you go to Ajaokuta, you'll find a lot of that. You will find also in Ondo, we can actually make do of this, or we'll use laterite also. Is very, very important. And using interlock block instead of the Sanskrit blocks that we are using. We're talking about materials that reduce greenhouse gas in our environment. Materials that doesn't deplete our environment, that doesn't because we're talking about the environmental air quality of our building. Because when you use materials like cement, I'm not saying cement is not good, it can be used as a binding agent. But when we use materials that, sorry about that. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
Cement is actually still needed, but as a binding agent, because we are talking about our health, mental health, because, when you use materials that contains less chemical, it increases environmental air quality in the building. And guess what? That means that people don't fall sick easily. We actually have green buildings, sustainable buildings in Nigeria that can be located on the island. Buildings like Heritage Building, Wings Building. We have some that are residential buildings that have incorporated this in construction. And when we look at it again, the last one, if you look at it, at the first instance, you will say it's expensive, but at the long run, it's cheaper. That's the truth. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. That's a good one from our architects. When she mentioned something relating to alternative to cement, trust me, I happen to be someone who actually did a project during my days in school. And it's one of the things they will tell you when you talk about smart construction and alternative materials. You will crack your head. So the next question will be to my architect by my side. I will take my architect first. So the question will be, as both an architect and a business leader, how do you balance commercial objectives with long-term structural sustainability?
Okay, thank you. I think I will just take a few seconds from my time. I'm not going to extend my time to just add a few lines to what she said, because you asked a question that focused majorly on building collapse, how to prevent, and I happens to be someone that practices within that field in Nigeria, working with BCPG. You know, I do tell people that if you want to avoid or prevent building collapse, the best method or the best policy to adopt has to do with sustainability. And not just only the kind of sustainability that people are oriented towards today, is a building that is certified as a sustainable building. Because what that means is you've gone through all the necessary process of certifying that building and ensuring that the quality of the building is affirmed. So just to put that on note for us. Coming to the question you asked, as an architect, I was saying to a few people while we're just waiting to to commence the event, that let me say I'm very fortunate, you know, to understand sustainable practices pretty much earlier, because we still have some of our colleagues in the industry. As you can see, if really people really understand what we're discussing today, this place shouldn't contain us. Because in Nigeria, we have over 6,000 registered licensed architects. And we should be always at the vanguard of promoting and advocating, you know, the concept of sustainability. It's one of the key courses you're going to take in your master's degree as an architect. You know, so, but I mean, here we are still discussing about how to promote this. So what I've done over the years is to commit myself to learning. I'm still learning, by the way. I mean, I've done quite a lot of certification programs in this regard. So I didn't just dive into the practice. I started with learning, because what I obtained as understanding about sustainability at my master's level wasn't sufficient. I have my very good friend and colleague here who was also instrumental in connecting me with some of this learning process, the person of architect Emmanuel. So you're going to see him in the second session also talk about this. That's the first thing that is very, very important. So over here, you need to have, as a matter of you intentionally resolving, to commit yourself to learning. And by the way, how many of us have any certification program, we've taken any certification program in any of the certification system, rating system in Nigeria? Anybody? Hedge, Brim, Leeds, Well, anybody? So this is where to start with. You see that we still have a very low number of people who are certified as experts, you know, to certify building green. So that's the first place to start with, and that's where I started my own practice. Then the second is for us to begin to practice, because what the focus of this event is about, promoting the practice. So we shouldn't just be talking without practicing, right? So when you learn what you know you want to put into practice, as simple as if you are doing even a bedroom apartment, you want to ensure that it's certified green, right? And it's like someone that keeps repeating that I know A, B, C, D, but had never gone through an exam hall before. It's when you put yourself under an exam situation that you can really validate your knowledge about a concept or a policy. So the same thing when we're talking about you becoming an expert in any of the rating system. And it's very interesting that GBCN, I think one of the representatives here, one of the directors is going to talk more about that. They have, you know, education system around that. So we don't necessarily have to go too far for us to be able to acquaint ourselves with all the necessary education process that will help us to learn more about this certification system. And finally, for my organization, what we do, I mean, I told myself last year that I've got to a point where there is nothing else I want to do in this industry other than to build green. So what we do basically is about green building. All our clientele base is about green building. I mean, we stopped doing conventional building construction last year. So I'm happy to tell us that one of the first actually mixed use green building certified in Nigeria happens to be one of our projects, and that's Popumo Lekki. Anytime you're going through that skyline, you can drop by and check. We have other projects on the line. So these are our own commitments. And I think this is where each and every one of us can start with our own resolution. And guess what? If all of us here seated in this conference can pick a project and commit to it and ensure that this is going to be our own pilot project and ensure that they're certified. I think by next year when we're having another conference, we'll have increased the database of how many green buildings we have in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's a good one. And hopefully we have more architects rooting for green building. So I'll move to the next question, which is for my Dr. Muibi, MKH. And I'm into real estate. I'm also a developer, just like my brother. I remember when we started the project, because as an architect, I also have a partner who's in civil engineering and who did structures in the second degree. We'll prioritize what we call the sustainable and longevity of every building we work on in Bay projects. However, we notice there's a wide gap between what we are delivering and what our clients want. They don't care if your building has the tickets, reinforcements. They just tell you the building next to you is 20 million. Why is your own 55 million? And at the end of the day, there's no way you want to explain because you've already screened the whole building. So you can't talk about the integrity of the structures you have there. So my question to my doctor is, as a developer with larger scale projects, how do you integrate sustainability without compromising on costs and delivery times?
Thank you very much. This is actually a very wonderful question anyway. And I'll be speaking from the angle of a businessman and a developer. Like you said, a lot of developers and the architects and the engineers used to have a long argument when it comes to this. Because, to be sincere, architects usually try their best. And no architect will design for you and encourage you compromise. No architect and no a reasonable engineer will actually abide by that. But the problem used to start from the developers. And I'm also a developer, and I will tell you the reason why. Developer is already calculating how much you want to make as profit at early stage of the business. They have not even started the project. Developer is already looking at this project will give me $1 billion as profit. And I will not blame him as well. My brother said cost of money in Nigeria is very, very extremely expensive. Me and architect Emmanuel were talking about it. If you know the MD and you are getting maybe above $5 million today, probably they can give you 33% or 34%. You can 38, 36. And then by the time you put all the figures together, you realize that that project must go back, the fund must go back with 50%. And then you have not even factored your profit out of it. And I'm going to use my project as an example. First thing and first answer to this question is adequate planning. Now, what do I mean by adequate planning? For every project, you must have your own equity contribution. You have to think as if that money is coming from a financial institution. And you must have your 30% on grant. So before you embark on any project as a developer, I'm talking about my own company culture. You used to have a 30% fund on grant. That's number one. Two, we'll now create an alternative project like site and service to generate more money in order to fund that building project. Making two. Three, we are looking up to our off-taker that is going to pay 10 to 20% down payment. That's three options. Now, by the time you put all these resources together, you realize that you are going to build beyond inflation and you're going to be beyond what you are selling. But if you don't have minimum of three options to have to finance a project, it's either you get to a point whereby the little resources you have cannot accommodate that project, and that is when you start thinking of alternative. And that is the beginnings of building collapse. Because by the time you start reasoning that, I need to deliver this project, what I have cannot accommodate it. Then you start inviting your engineers. Bro, what do you think we could do? How can we manage this 100 million? And you yourself, you know, this 100 cannot finish this project. So that is the beginning of building collapse. And also another thing is culture. If your contractor is the kind of people or your staff are the kind of, you have the staff that used to collect a return from your contractor. That's another thing that is going to lead to building collapse. You don't have any contractor that will not pay at least minimum of 10% to either your project manager, your finance, the accountant that transfer the money to be looking up to contractor to pay something. Before you know it, contractor will be thinking about to make his money back in double. So you have to front to that kind of attitude in your company. Even if a contractor have to give it something, and our company you have to declare it. And we find out that you did not declare it, you are going home immediately. You are not coming back. Because those are the things that contribute to building collapse. And finally, inflation as well. Although it's not like a genuine excuse, but at the same time, I do advise our co-developer, it is not a must you have 5 projects like Vava project that have a big brand. If you have 1 project and you can deliver that 1 project, it's better for you to have 5 projects. And this is actually common to people that get them involved in JV a lot. There's a company that one investor wanted to buy last year. I was invited to verify some of their things they're doing, and I realized they have 9 projects, and all these 9 projects are joint development, which means none of those projects belong to them officially. They just play the role of contractor and sales on that project. So if anything happens, the developer can pull out and you just find out you cannot find the developer again. So the problem will now be between the landowner and investor that are keen to that project. So when you have this kind of arrangement too much, you realize that you are expecting the fund from the off-taker, which is not realistic, because the off-takers is not a realistic market. You can't predict that the project you are building, people will subscribe. It's unrealistic fund. So if you are planning on unrealistic fund, you end up compromising, or the project can get to a stage whereby you won't be able to complete it. So number 1 thing as a developer, have your own equity contribution, minimum of 30%. And also have another alternative funding for that project. Or if at all anything happens, you should be able to sustain and also engage a competent hand. It's not every engineer, it's not every big company that know what they're doing. If you dive into a lot of big companies, you realize that they don't even have structure. The MD is the one giving a final say on the procurement, on this and that. I've visited a lot of consultant companies and now realize that they only have big name out there. But if you dive into their system, no single structure to sustain what they are building. And they have a big profile. So you have to be very careful as a businessman, thinking, oh, this is a very big name, then you hand over your project to that. At the end of the day, it's just one person that is giving the idea of everything from A to Z. That's another big issue that you need to look at. I believe I'll be able to answer my question.
All right, thank you. That's a good one. So I'll be moving to the next person, in the person of Mr. Emmanuel. I remember that we have a particular topic at my office at the time about research on different approach to sustainable building. And by the time I had the opportunity of checking through what Lafarge is doing now, I think it's a very good one in that direction. So I'll ask about EcoPlanet. That will be where my question will come from. EcoPlanet, which you have helped launch, has been positioned as a pioneering green cement solution aimed at decarbonizing construction. How does its formulation and application help address structural integrity in addition to climate concern, particularly in contexts like Nigeria, where building collapse is a recurring issue?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. So before I start, let me first say congratulations to Redan for the good job you're doing, for your presentation. And also congratulations, Vava, for the amazing thing you've achieved in 4 years. It's amazing. Well done. I also like to say, so I'm not an architect. I am not a developer as well. So I'll be speaking as not as somebody that is trying to prefer innovative ways of how we can do buildings in Nigeria, particularly Nigeria. The interesting thing, you talked about EcoPlanet. So EcoPlanet was launched in 2020, if I'm right in the middle of COVID. It is a global brand if I was launched in Switzerland. That was the first place we launched EcoPlanet. And that was actually my first green project. So I started all of this green and sustainable discussion from a practitioner point. So practicing it. So when I started, I didn't have any certification like architect because I was starting as a practitioner. So hands-on. right inside looking at what does green mean. So, I mean, we keep talking about green housing, sustainable. Truly and truly, what does it mean? If you say, I want to build a sustainable house. Today in Nigeria, do we all have a common understanding of what that means? I believe if you ask 10 people today that what does sustainable building mean, I'm sure you will get 20 different answers, because people are looking at it from their area of exposure or from their understanding of what it means. So today, there is no universally acceptable definition of what sustainable building means. And for me, there needs to be a discussion around that. It's very important. So this is number one. I'm saying this because I had the same issues 5 years ago in Switzerland when we were having the discussion. We wanted to launch the first low carbon cement in the world. By the way, you actually made a good point. And it's a fact today that cement is one of the highest CO2 emitter in the world. It's a fact. It's not, I mean, it's nothing to be ashamed of. But the good thing is that what a company like Lafarge or OSIM, who is the parent company of Lafarge, has done is that we have said that we want to be part of the solution. We need to do something about how cement is produced. Because after water, concrete, which is done with cement, is the second most used product in the world after water. So we are stuck with it, whether we like it or not, at least for the next 50 years. Maybe when something that can work at scale. There are other alternatives, but there's nothing today that can work at scale all over the world. We still have not found it. So we are still stuck with concrete or stuck with cement. But what we have been doing to now say, how do we now produce it in a way that will be low carbon, that will be less intensive? And this was why 5 years ago, EcoPlanet was launched. Actually, it was my first project. So we deliver, EcoPlanet is a cement that delivers a minimum of 30% CO2 reduction versus your standard cement. And this is important. So because if I say delivers minimum of 30%, the question now arises, how do you measure it? You know, so I hear people talk about sustainability a lot. It is not as simple as many people think. And I don't think we have actually sat down to start looking at all of the nuances. I'll give an example. So the first thing is measurement. How do you accurate? Somebody talk about data. I think it was the Red Amp that talked about data. It is extremely important. How do you measure? If I make this building today the way I build, and I say this one is sustainable, how do I accurately measure to show, to demonstrate that this one truly, this building that is sustainable, apart from all of the other important points that you've mentioned, it's actually delivering 30%, 40%, 50%. How do I measure that? And that is important because it also fits into the finance discussion. And I will tell you why. So a practical example from my experiences outside, and I think something we can do in Nigeria. In a space like this, you need what I call catalytic funding. You need somebody to bring the money to say, okay, we are moving to sustainable, we want to move to a sustainable way of building. There needs to be something to start that process. Now, let's assume I was at the West Africa Economic Summit that was done in Abuja last week. And I was discussing with the president of the BOI who was there. And I said, let's assume BOI has 10 billion naira. It's small. Let's just, for hypothetical reason, to say we want to support green construction. Because BOI is a government institution, they have the credibility. They can access green funding outside the country at a very good rate, say 4% for dollar rate. As an example, and this is fact because I've done this before. But BOI needs to go to those international funders to say, all of the buildings that we have built that are green, these are the CO2 emissions. These are the green credentials of all of those buildings to assess those kind of funding. Now, the issue is, so BOI can access funding for 4%. I'm just trying to be practical because there's been a lot of discussion. I'm trying to bring it home to see how this thing can work in reality. So BOI can access maybe funding at 4%, which means they can give to developers, maybe at 8%, 9%, with a single digit rate, which is more better than what we have now. Of course, because BOI also will make money into it. But as part of the criteria to qualify for those kind of funding, they need to come with, to say that those buildings have green credentials. Now, how do you prove that the building I've done has green credentials? Again, it comes now back to accurate measurement of those green, sourcing those material locally. How do you put all of this together? And this is why, for me, I think one of the tools that is needed urgently in Nigeria is we need a carbon calculator that can accurately measure all of our building for scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, because this is the criteria to assess those funding. So you need that. It's very important. What that will do for us, honestly, if we get that right, it's a game changer. Sir, you mentioned that you have a lot of consultants, structural. I think you need a green or sustainable consultant as well, because the type of projects you do, you can have access to much, much cheaper funding that can allow you to scale. But because the people providing this type of funding are international body, they have some criteria that you have to meet to assess. And there's a lot of money, honestly. Every year you do the last COP, they do COP 20, the COP 30 now. Climate finance is looking for projects to put money into, but it has to be in a particular format. So this, for me, is the opportunity I see that Nigeria developers, Nigeria architects, Nigeria stakeholders in the space. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of things that have been done there. So we can organize ourselves and start doing those so that those low carbon materials that we have can be accurately measured, can be accurately integrated into our processes, and we can assess this finance cheaply and cut this problem of, number one, high cost, then number one, trying to cut corners and all of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Manuel. So to the next question, that will be to our architect lady. So that's architect Rita. As a consultant deeply embedded in the field, where do you see the most critical gaps in design phase safety that leads to collapse risk?
Thank you very much, moderator. I would say there are 4 critical gaps that I will look at. And the first one, which I would deem that is very important, is the inadequate collaboration between built environment professionals. And when I mean built environment professionals, I mean the architects, the engineers, structural, mechanical, electrical, and also the land surveyor. That is, if the building is a public building, and if the building is steep or slope. So what I mean by that is, most often times, architectural drawings are pushed forward without the input of the engineering drawing. And that is not supposed to be so. They are supposed to collaborate together and come up, by collaborating together, they will find out that there are some issues that need to be dealt with. That is during the design stage and also the construction stage. So to solve engineering problem as it arises. And also the contractor and the artisans are supposed to be prepped, because when we're talking about sustainability, it's different from any conventional building that you can, it's different from constructing conventional building. It's actually very technical. So they need to be prepped and to be brought on board. Then number 2, I will talk about the improper specification of materials. Improper specification of materials in the sense that most often times when you look at maybe the engineering drawing or maybe the quantity surveying and bill, you only see maybe it's 124. I mean the concrete that is supposed to be used, but you don't see the grade of the concrete. Maybe like C25 or C30 is often omitted. And I will talk about live load, dead load, point load, and also environmental load, in the sense that when you're talking about the live load, oftentimes they tend to not think about when we are talking about public building, you calculate the amount of people that are supposed to be in that building at a particular time, if it's a public building. Then you talk about the furnitures that would be in that building, or probably the instruments or machines that are supposed to be used in that building is often neglected. We talk about the dead load. Oftentimes, engineers also, most oftentimes, they feel that they know about the weight of reinforcement, forgetting that we have different manufacturers for this reinforcement. Then I talk about environmental load. When you talk about, I'm talking about the flood, I'm talking about rain and also wind impact on that particular building. Then I'll also talk about the point load, which is the machine, the generators. Because we will notice that even in residential building, you find some people putting their generator even at their balcony. So the vibration of that generator also impacts that building. Then we'll also talk about the water tank. If the water tank is supposed to be placed on that building, and maybe the engineer designed for about 5,000 liters, and at the end of the day, the client or maybe the residents feel that water tank is not serving them enough, and they go ahead and put 15,000 liters on that building. That also can cause building collapse because it was not actually accounted for. Then talking about when consultants, they don't think about the site orientation. And what I mean by that is, one, or site design. The contractors and the artisans that are going to work on that project, when you design when you have complex design, like maybe geometrical shape, maybe like circular, trapezium, and you have not put into account, does the contractor have the tools or the technical know-how how to construct that building? So it can cause building collapse also, because when they are using their own initiative, when they don't have the right tool to go about the construction. Then you talk about also materials also. When you quote materials that cannot be found easily in our environment and maybe probably cannot be imported too, so it becomes a problem too for the contractor or the artisans too. So they just, go ahead and use their own initiative to bring or import another material and use for the project. And most often time, you might not even know about it. Maybe the material that have been quoted for, there was a reason why that material was specified by either the engineer or the architect to be used in that building. But because that material cannot easily be imported or found, or maybe because of cost, it becomes a problem. So they just go ahead and import another material that is not supposed to be in the building. So I'll also talk about how contractors and artisans can be brought on board, because we're talking about certification. Now, the engineers and architects can have the technical know-how about how to, they are the one that designed this. They know the technique, they have the orientation about how this building is supposed to, or this project is supposed to be. But what about the contractors and the artisans? So while we are looking at how we can improve our environment by building buildings that are environmentally accountable to the environment, we should also look at how to bring the artisans and the contractors on board to reduce building collapse, because why you have designed this, and the engineers also have put in some factors in place, or some instruments in place to make sure that this building is up to date. But what about the contractors and the artisans? So those are the areas that I have seen. Thank you.
All right, thank you, architects. The next question also goes to the next architect by my side. I think I like this gadget. All right, my next question is this. What collaborative models between architects, engineers, and developers have proven most effective in achieving safety goals?
Okay. I'm happy that I'm going to talk about collaboration because I was going to add a word to what Emmanuel said regarding data gathering, because that's very important to achieving certification in green building system. I'm happy to inform us that GBCN, we have a director here, which I believe might talk more about that during his own session. Started a project a few years ago on developing a carbon database management system. So I believe that's an key area where collaboration is very important, because data is very key to anything we want to do on sustainability. Currently, Nigeria don't have any database around environmental product declaration, EPDs. So most of the EPDs we use in some of the rating systems are to be adopted from other continents. So that's very, very key. I believe in the next few years, with the effort of GBCN and collaborations within the industry, we'll be able to develop something that is local. Also, in terms of certifying buildings, is also a key area where we can collaborate. Yes, architects imagine designs, we create innovative design solutions for sustainability, and the engineers go to site to build. There's always a gap. While she was talking, I quickly recollected the project I did a few years ago, and I was recalled back, my team was recalled back a few months ago for us to come and do some remedial works. And what actually happened, we designed very innovative, very nice. It's here in Lagos, I'm not going to mention for record purpose. We had some critical vertices in the design, some funny truncations, and we advised the client and the project managers that they needed to onboard a team as prime consultant. But of course, the way developers do things, because they want to cut costs on consultancy, blah, 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 and all of that. So they picked that design, gave it over to the developer. Unfortunately, the developer did not understand how to work with curves and angles because of the truncation. We have 90 degrees, we have 97 degrees, we had 46 point something degrees. So eventually, they didn't get the envelope correctly. So a few years ago, during rainy season, they had to deal with a whole lot of issues. So we're back there to correct and all of that. So that is one of the things that necessitate collaboration. I mean, it's just reasonable and logical practice that right consultant had to be onboarded throughout the life cycle of the project, and not just only during pre-construction, during construction, also post-construction, because there's need for such scale of project, there's need to always evaluate the building, especially because of the kind of materials that you're going to use, because of LCA needs and all of that. So these are part of ways by which we need to ensure that we necessitate proper practice. Then also, I will speak to the angle of our national building code, because like I think it was a doctor that mentioned that there is probably this kind of conference need to throw out such advocacy out. We are working with an outdated Bible in the industry. Yes. It's not just enough for us to continue to talk about sustainability without having a governing policy around it that can, kind of like holistically take everybody to account. How many of the professionals in the industry even understand how to integrate the policy that is outdated, not to talk of understanding the necessity to update the policy? So these are areas where we can collaborate. It's kind of events, all of us can come together, expand it to a larger stakeholder management for us to be able to see the need to review the current national building code and integrate it with the building energy efficiency code, which had been signed into law, because we have that also in law, but nobody is using it to practice, and it's not been domesticated in any of the states. So I think these are areas where we can really adopt some level of collaboration for us to be able to have something that can hold everybody, all practitioners, all professionals, and developers within the industry account, so that we don't have to work in silos. Like Redan has their criteria, they have their policies. We architects and other professionals certifying buildings, we align with some other foreign rating systems. The developer is also looking for something that's going to hedge and promote their cost management system. So we need something that will bring everybody together and integrate us, and that is what MBC does. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Not to waste.
There's one incident that happened in London, in Greenwich. a project has been delivered, almost 24-story building, and the government want to demolish it. Just because where there's supposed to be gym, they have converted to showroom. Where supposed to be car park, they have converted that place to green area. Just little thing. And the window size different from what they approve. Those are the little things that in Nigeria we don't even consider. And they have to go to court because government want to demolish the house in Woolies in UK there. Over 24-story building. And they want to check the value of that project. It's no less than 50 to 60,000 pounds. The £1 million. A whole lot. And when I saw the documentary, I went there myself to see. And they give room to anybody to come and check. Like little things. And they are not even giving them an opportunity to change it or to amend anything. Government want to take it down. Do we have that kind of practice in Nigeria? We don't. Until we have that kind of enforcement, we will not get it right. And I think I would like to encourage our government to step in to correct all these mistakes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, sir. So the final question before we round it up, before we call it a day, is to Mr. Emmanuel. Yeah, from your strategic position.
Other ways to build faster, to build faster. And there are so many technologies. For example, we did a project with the government of Malawi to do a 3D printing of a school. It was done in 7 days, from start to finish. 7 days to 3D print a school. There are many projects in Lagos now, at least that I'm aware of, that they are using prefabrication. You just come, you do the prefabrication off-site, then you bring it to site and start clicking it like Lego. Not like Lego, you understand? So those are still not, but those are the kind of ways we need to start looking to see, okay, how do we bring innovation into the way we build and how we, and this will come also to address some of the issues we're talking about, cost. Because one of the reasons why some of those buildings also cost so much is because I have gone to the bank to take a loan of 25% per annum. Or 32 now per annum. And I'm building a project and I don't finish that project in 1 year. That has cost implications. It has cost implications. So if I took a loan from a bank for 30% or 35%, depending on the bank you are using, and I'm able to turn those, and I'm able to build more projects in 1 year, again, without compromising the performance quality, but I'm able to build more, I'll be able to generate more revenue to offset my costs. But like I said, I think the first thing is to even look for ways through all of these green and sustainable means to even reduce your cost of capital in the first place and build more, bring innovation to do more in the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This will be bringing us to the end of our session. And I'm sure as much as we would like to blame the third parties as far as all these challenges are concerned, it's also something we all need to be self-aware of, that we have a role to play. Thank you, everybody, for your time. We'll be calling it today.
Watching Business Day Television.